Introduction of Scotland's Story, a history of Scotland for boys and girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scotland's Story, a history of Scotland for boys and girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. Why this book was written. "It is very nice," said Caledonia as she closed her book with a sigh, "but why did you not tell us stories of Scotland?" "Because there was no need. That has been done already by a great and clever man." "Oh, but children sometimes like the stories which are written by the not great and clever people best," said Caledonia wisely. "Littler children do, anyhow. They are more simpler, you know." "Oh, indeed," said I. "I wish you would write Scotland's Story for littler children like me," went on Caledonia, "and please put more battles in it than in our island story. But you must not say that the Scots were defeated. I don't like it at all when you say the Scots and the Picts were driven back. But you know we were defeated sometimes, Caledonia." Caledonia looked grave. That was very serious. Presently her face brightened. "Well, if we were, you needn't write about those times," she said. So, because Caledonia asked me, I have written Scotland's Story. I'm afraid it will not please her altogether, for I have had to say more than once or twice that the Scots were defeated. But I would remind her that defeated and conquered are words with quite different meanings, and that perhaps it is no disgrace for a plucky little nation to have been defeated often, and yet never conquered by her great and splendid neighbor. "Fairy tales," I hear some wise people murmur as they turn the pages. Yes, there are fairy tales here, and I make no apology for them, for has not a grave and learned historian said that there ought to be two histories of Scotland, one woven with the golden threads of romance and glittering with rubies and sapphires of fairyland? Such surely ought to be the children's Scotland. So I dedicate my book to the littler children, as Caledonia calls them, who care for their country's story. It is sent into the world in no vain spirit of rivalry, but rather as a humble tribute to the great master of romance who wrote tales for his little grandson, and I shall be well repaid if my tales but form stepping stones by which little feet may pass to his enchanted land. H. E. Marshall. End of introduction. Chapter 1 of Scotland's Story, a history of Scotland for boys and girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, the story of Prince Gathelus. Once upon a time there lived in Greece a king who had a son called Gathelus. Prince Gathelus was very handsome and brave, but he was wild and gay and wicked, and he caused his father much sorrow and trouble. Over and over again the king punished and imprisoned his son for his evil deeds. But in spite of all his father could do, Gathelus grew no better, but rather worse. At last the king had no more patience with him and banished him from the land. When Gathelus knew that he was banished, he took a ship and, gathering as many of his friends as would come with him, he sailed away to a far country called Egypt. When they arrived in Egypt, Pharaoh, the ruler of the land, received them very kindly, for he was at that time fighting great battles, and he hoped that these gay young knights would help him against his enemies. This Gathelus and his friends did, and when Pharaoh had, with their aid, defeated his enemies, he rewarded them richly and gave them a city in which they could live together. Gathelus alone was not content with the rewards, for he had seen Pharaoh's beautiful daughter Scotta, and he longed to marry her. And as Pharaoh could refuse nothing to the gallant prince who had freed him from his enemies, he gave his consent, and Scotta and Gathelus were married. For many years Gathelus lived in Egypt, growing rich and great, and ruling over his people, who became more and more numerous as the years went by. And Gathelus loved his wife so much that he commanded that in honor of her name Scotta, all his people should be called Scots. But when Pharaoh began to be unkind to the children of Israel, and terrible plagues fell upon the land, Gathelus wished to live there no longer. So he gathered a great fleet of ships, and with his wife and children, and all his soldiers and servants, and a great company of people, he went on board and sailed far away across the sea in search of another country. After many storms and adventures, Gathelus and his company arrived at last on the shores of Spain. They had been tossed and buffeted about by winds and waves for many days. They had eaten all the food which they had brought with them, and they were nearly starving, so they were very glad to be safe on land once more. But the people of Spain were not glad to see these strangers, and they made ready to fight them. Gathelus, too, made ready to fight, and a fierce battle followed in which the Spaniards were beaten. But Gathelus and his Scots wished to live at peace with the people of the land, and although neither could speak the language of the other, the Scots found means to make the Spaniards understand that they did not wish to fight against them or to hurt them in any way. So the two nations became friends, and the Spaniards gave a part of their country to the Scots, where for many years they lived in peace. As the years went on, the Scots grew to be still richer and greater than they had been in Egypt, and Gathelus, who had been so wild and wicked when he was young, became a wise and good king. But when the Spaniards saw that the Scots had become a powerful nation, they were once more afraid of them, and they resolved to drive them out of the country. Then both the Scots and the Spaniards gathered their mighty men, and there was a great and terrible battle, with awful slaughter on both sides. But in the end, the Scots won the victory. Then once more peace was made, and the two nations agreed again to live side by side as friends. But when Gathelus saw how the Scots still went on growing richer and greater day by day, he feared that the Spaniards would again become angry and want to fight. So he began to think how this might be avoided. At last, hearing of a green island which lay in the sea not far distant, he resolved to send some of his people there. Gathering a great number of ships, he filled them with soldiers, and making his two sons, who were called Hyberus and Hymachus, captains, he sent them away to seek for the green island. For some days the ships sailed upon the sea seeking the green island in vain, but at last they came to it and landed there. The Scots soon found out that there were very few people on the green island, and those who were there were gentle and kindly and had no wish to fight. Hyberus and Hymachus, therefore, instead of fighting, tried to make friends with the people. This they easily did, for the inhabitants of the green island, seeing that the Scots meant them no harm, welcomed them gladly. So the Scots settled in the green island and taught the people many useful things. They showed them how to sow and plow and reap, how to build houses, how to spin, and in many ways how to live more comfortably. Then presently, in honor of Hyberus, who was their prince, they changed the name of the island to Hibernia. The island is still sometimes called by that name, although we generally call it Ireland. For many years the Scots lived in Hibernia. Gathelus died, and Hyberus died, and after them ruled many kings. At last, when many hundreds of years had passed, a prince called Rothsay sailed over to the islands which lay opposite Hibernia and took possession of them. The island upon which he first landed he called Rothsay, and to this day there is a town on the island of Bute called by that name. The Scots, finding that these islands were fertile and good for breeding cattle, sailed over from Hibernia in greater and greater numbers, bringing their wives and children with them. At last they filled all the little islands, and some of them landed in the north of the big island, which was then called Albion. After many, many years, the north part of Albion came to be called the land of Scots, or Scotland. just as the south part was called the land of the Angles, or England. Some people think that this story of Prince Gathelus is a fairy tale, but this at least is true, that in far-off days when people spoke of Scotia, they meant Ireland, and when they spoke of Scots, they meant the people who lived in Ireland, and Scotland took its name from the people who came from Ireland and settled in Scotland. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, A Fight with the Romans. When the Scots first came to Albion, they found it already peopled by the Britons and by another race called the Picts. It is not certain from where these Picts came, but they were a very wild and fierce people. It is supposed that they were called Picts from the Latin word pictus, which means painted, because they painted their bodies instead of wearing clothes. So there were 3 races living in Scotland, and these were divided into many tribes who often fought with each other. There were kings of Scots, kings of Picts, and kings of Britons, all ruling in Albion. Sometimes the kings and their peoples all fought against each other. Sometimes the Picts and the Scots joined together against the Britons. Those were fierce and wild times, and they were all fierce and wild peoples. They lived in caves or in holes dug in the ground and covered over with turf and with branches of trees. They wore few clothes except those made from the skins of animals, although the Scots knew how to weave and make cloth in bright-colored checks and stripes. A great part of the country was covered with forests. In these forests, wild beasts prowled about. Bears, wolves, wild boars, bisons, and a kind of tiger were the fiercest, but there were also several kinds of deer, beavers, and many other animals which are no longer to be found in Scotland. The people hunted these animals and killed them for food, and also for their skins, of which they made clothes. In hunting, they used bows and arrows. Bows and arrows were used too in war, as well as a long, blunt, heavy spear. And in hunting and fighting, the men spent nearly all their time. Years went on. Many kings, good and bad, lived and ruled and died, and at last a great and clever people called the Romans heard of the island of Britain and came sailing over the sea to conquer it. They landed first in the south of the island and tried to conquer the people there, and it was not until the year 80 A.D., more than 100 years after the Romans first came to Britain, that a general called Agricola marched into Scotland against the Caledonians, as the Romans called all the tribes who lived in the north part of the island. Agricola took some of his soldiers into Scotland by land. Others sailed there in great galleys, as the Roman ships were called. The Caledonians did not fear the Roman soldiers. They had already fought against them many times, for they had often marched into the south of the island to help the Britons against the Romans. They were willing, says an old writer, to help towards the delivery of the land from the bondage of the Romans, whose nestling so near their noses they were loath to see or hear of. But if the Caledonians did not fear the soldiers, the great galleys of the Romans filled them with awe and dread. Never before had they seen so many, nor such great ships. The very ocean is given over to our enemies, they said. How shall we save ourselves from these mighty conquerors who thus surround us on every side? But although the Caledonians were filled with dread, they fought bravely. As Agricola marched northward by the coast, his galleys followed him on the sea. Sometimes the galleys would come close to the shore, and the sailors would land and join the soldiers in the camp. There they would tell stories to each other of the battles and dangers, of the storms and adventures through which they had passed, each trying to make the others believe that their adventures had been the most exciting, their dangers the greatest. The Caledonians fought fiercely, but Agricola's soldiers were far better trained, and gradually he drove the islanders before him into the mountains beyond the rivers Forth and Clyde. There he built a line of forts. He knew that he had neither conquered nor subdued the fierce Caledonians, so he built this line of forts in order to cut them off from the south and shut them, as it were, into another island. Having built this line of forts, Agricola marched still farther north, but the Caledonians fought so fiercely that some of the Roman leaders begged Agricola to turn back. Agricola would not go back, but as the winter was near and the roads were so bad as to be almost impassable, he encamped and waited for the spring before fighting any more. The Caledonians spent the winter in making preparations for battle. All the various tribes forgot their quarrels and joined together under a leader called Galgacus. Sending their wives and children to a safe place, the men, young and old, from far and near flocked to Galgacus, eager to fight for their country. When spring came and the roads were once more passable, the Romans left their camp and marched northward seeking the Caledonians. They met, it is thought, somewhere upon the slopes of the Grampian Hills, but no one is sure of the exact spot. The Caledonians were little more than savages, yet they were ready to fight to the last for their country. They were almost naked, they wore no armor, and carried only small shields. For weapons they had bows and arrows, blunt iron swords, and heavy spears. Those in the center of the army were mounted upon rough little horses, and there too were gathered the war chariots with swords upon the wheels, ready to dash among the enemy and cut them down. Against these savage warriors came the splendid soldiers of the Roman Empire, clad in glittering coats of mail, armed with swords and spears of sharpened steel, every man among them trained to obey, to fight, and to die. As the Caledonians stood ready for battle, Galgacus made a speech to them. Quote, "Fight today," he said, "for the liberty of Albion. We have never been slaves, and if we would not now become the slaves of these proud Romans, there is nothing left to us but to fight and die. We are at the farthest limits of land and liberty. There is no land behind us to which we may flee. There is nothing but the waves and rocks and the Romans in their ships. These plunderers of the world, having taken all the land, now claim the seas, so that even if we fly to the sea, there is no safety from them. They kill and slay and take what is not theirs and call it empire. They make a desert and call it peace. Our children, our wives, and all who are dear to us are torn from us. Our lands and goods are destroyed. Let this day decide if such things we are to suffer forever or revenge instantly. March then to battle. Think of your children and of the freedom which was your father's, and win it again, or die." End quote. When Galgacus had finished speaking, the Caledonians answered with great shouts and songs. Then, with their chariots and horsemen, they rushed upon the Romans. Fiercely the battle began. Fiercely it raged. The Caledonians fought with splendid courage. But what could half-naked savages do against the steel-clad warriors of Rome? When night fell, 10,000 Caledonians lay dead upon the field. The Romans had won the victory. All through the night could be heard the desolate cries of sorrow and despair as women moved over the battlefield seeking their dead and helping the wounded. All through the night the sky was red with the light of fires. But in the morning the country far and near was empty and silent, and the villages were smoking ruins. Not a Caledonian was to be seen. They had burned their homes and fled away to hide among the mountains. Agricola, knowing that it would be useless to try to follow them through the dark forest and hills, turned and marched southward again beyond his line of forts. A few months later, he was called back to Rome. Agricola had been 4 years in Scotland, and when he left it, the people were still unconquered. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The March of the Romans. Although the Caledonians had been defeated, they were not subdued, and they continued to fight so fiercely that the Romans gave up trying to keep the forts which Agricola had built. Later on, a Roman emperor called Hadrian came to Britain, and he built a wall from the Tyne to the Solway. This wall ran straight across the country from sea to sea, over hills and valleys, and it was so strong and so well built that although hundreds of years have passed since then, it may still be seen to this day. But even this great wall did not keep back the Caledonians. They broke through it, or sailed round the ends of it in their little boats made of wickerwork covered with the skins of animals. Some years later, another Roman emperor called Antoine came to Britain. He drove the Caledonians back again beyond Agricola's forts, and there he built a wall which is still called by his name. But the Caledonians broke through or climbed over this wall too. The first man who leaped over the wall was called Graham, and the ruins of that part of the wall are called Graham's Dyke to this day. Dyke is a Scottish word for wall. Many years passed. The Romans called Britain a Roman province, but the wild people of the north not only remained unconquered, but they became ever more and more bold. They overleaped the wall more and more often, coming farther and farther south, fighting and plundering as they went. At last an emperor called Severus, hearing of the deeds of the wild Caledonians, resolved to conquer them. This emperor was old and ill. He was so ill that he could not walk and had to be carried in a kind of bed called a litter. But he was full of courage and determination, and gathering a great army of soldiers, he invaded Scotland. Scotland at this time was covered in many parts with pathless forest, and even where there were roads, they were not fit for a great army, such as Severus now brought with him, to pass over. So Severus, as he marched his army through Scotland, cut down trees, drained marshes, made roads, and built bridges. Slowly, but with fierce determination, led by a sick man who was carried about in a bed, the Romans marched through Scotland. From south to north they marched, yet they never fought a battle or came face to face with an enemy. The Caledonians followed their march, dashing out upon them unawares, swooping down upon and killing those who lagged behind or who strayed too far ahead. In this way many were killed, many too died of cold, hunger, and weariness. Still on and on, over hill and valley, swept the mighty host to the very north of Scotland. There they turned and marched back again, and at last they reached the border and crossed beyond the wall, leaving 50,000 of their number dead in the hills and valleys of the north. No wonder that brave old Severus gave up the task as hopeless, and instead of trying to fight any more, he strengthened and repaired the wall which Hadrian had built so many years before. And so it went on, year by year, the Caledonians always attacking, the Romans always trying to drive them back again. At last, nearly 500 years after they first came to Britain, the Romans went away altogether. When the Romans had gone, the Caledonians found the south of Britain more easy to attack than ever, for as the Romans took away not only their own soldiers, but the best of the British whom they had trained to fight, there was now no one to guard the walls. So the Caledonians threw down and destroyed the wall between the Forth and the Clyde. They broke and ruined great parts of Hadrian's wall too, and overran the south of Britain as far as London. At last, the Britons were in such dread and fear of the Caledonians that they sent to their old enemies, the Romans, for help. But the Romans would not help them. The Britons then sent to the Saxons, and the Saxons came to their aid. When the king of the Picts heard that the Saxons had come to help the Britons, he sent to the king of the Scots, begging him to join in fighting them. So the Picts and the Scots joined together against the Britons and the Saxons. But when the Picts and Scots saw the great army of Britons and the strange, fierce Saxon warriors, some of them were afraid and stole away to hide themselves in the woods near. The two kings, when they heard of this, were very angry. They sent to seek these cowards, brought them back, and hanged them every one in sight of the whole army, so that none might be tempted to follow their example. Then Dougal, the Scottish king, and Galenus, the Pictish king, spoke to their people and encouraged them with brave words. When the battle began, arrows flew thick and fast, and it seemed as if neither side would give way. But when they came near to each other, the Picts and Scots charged so fiercely that the Britons fled before them. Then a fearful storm arose. The sky grew black with clouds, and the air dark with rain and hail, which dashed on friend and foe alike. In the darkness, the Picts and the Scots lost their rank and order, and when the storm passed over, the Saxons and the Britons had won the battle. It was a sorrowful day for the Picts and the Scots. They fled away, leaving the Britons to rejoice over the thousands of their enemies who lay dead upon the field. But the Britons had no great cause for rejoicing, for the Saxons rid South Britain of the Picts and Scots only to conquer it for themselves, and soon the Britons were glad to ask the Picts and Scots to help them to drive the Saxons out of their land. This they were never able to do, and the Saxons took all the south of Britain and made it their own. But Scotland they could never conquer. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls, by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Story of Saint Columba. In Ireland there lived a priest called Columba. He was very tall and strong and beautiful. He was the son of a king, and might himself have been a king, but he did not care to sit upon a throne, nor to wear a crown and royal robes. He did not long to fight and kill, as kings in these fierce days did. He was gentle and loving, and he longed rather to make people happy. So he was called Columba, which means a dove. When a little boy, Columba had heard the story of Christ, and he had become a Christian. When he grew up, he spent his time teaching other people to be Christian too, for at that time nearly all the people in the world were heathen. The Picts were heathen. Some of the Scots may have heard the story of Christ before they left Ireland, but if they had, they very soon forgot it amid the fierce wars and rough, wild life they led. Often Columba turned his kind gray eyes across the blue waters to the islands where his fellow countrymen had gone, and he longed to sail over the sea to tell his story there, and to teach the wild people of these islands to be kind and gentle. At last he had his wish. He found 12 friends who were willing to go with him, and together they sailed across the sea in a little boat. The boat, which was called the Dewy Red, was small and frail. It was made of wickerwork covered with the skins of animals, and seemed hardly fit for so long a journey. But these 13 men were not afraid, and taking with them bread and water and a little milk, enough to serve them for a few days, they set sail. They were dressed in long white robes. Their feet were bare except for sandals, and although they were going among fierce wild people, they took no weapons. God would guard them, they said. The sun shone brightly, and a soft wind blew as the Dewy Red slid out upon the waters. Columba sat at the stern, steering straight for Albion. But as the shores of Ireland faded in the distance, he looked back with tear-dimmed eyes. The rowers bent to the oars, and their eyes, too, were dim. These men loved their country dearly, but they were leaving it for the love of others. At last they reached the islands of Albion, and they landed upon one of them. But looking back across the sea, they still faintly saw the shores of Ireland. We must go further, they said. If day by day we see our dear country in the distance, our hearts will forever return to it. Let us go where we cannot see it, so that we may be content to live among strangers in a strange land. So once more Columba and his friends entered their boat. They sailed on until they came to an island then called High, but which is now called Iona. The sun was setting as the frail little boat touched the rocky shore. Once more Columba looked back. The sea shone golden in the evening light, but across the sparkling waves no glimmer of the Irish shore was to be seen. Columba and his white-robed followers landed, and climbing to the highest point in the island, again turned their eyes westward. Still, no faintest outline of the Irish shore was to be seen. They had found what they sought, and kneeling on the rocky shore, they gave God thanks who had brought them in safety over the sea. The dove and his message of peace had found a resting place. Upon this spot a cairn or pile of stones was raised, which is called Carncul Ri Erin, which means the back turned upon Ireland. For 2 years Columba remained in Iona. During that time, besides teaching the people, he and his men built houses to live in, and also a church. Most of the people who lived in Iona and the islands round were Scots. Many of them became Christian. Then Columba made up his mind to go to the Picts to teach them too about Christ. The king of the Picts lived then at Inverness, and from Iona to Inverness the journey was long and difficult. But Columba had no fear. Through the dark forests where wild animals roared and prowled, by pathless mountainsides, among fierce heathen people he traveled on until he reached the palace of the king. But the king and his heathen priests had heard of the coming of Columba, and the gates of the palace were barred against him and guarded by warriors. Still, Columba had no fear. Right up to the gates he marched, and, raising his hand, he made the sign of the cross upon them. Immediately the bolts and bars flew back. Slowly and silently the great gates turned upon their hinges and opened wide of their own accord. At the sight the guards fled in terror to tell the king, who sat among his lords and priests. When the king heard the wonderful story, he rose up from his throne, and crying out, "This is a holy man," he hurried to meet Columba. Dressed in beautiful robes, Columba came slowly through the palace, followed by his white-clad monks. As soon as the king saw him, he knelt before him, praying for his blessing and protection. So the king became Columba's friend and helped him in every way. But not so the heathen priests. They hated Columba, they hated his teaching, and they did everything they could to keep him from speaking to the people. One day, when Columba's followers were singing hymns, the heathen priests tried to stop them, lest the people should hear. But instead of being silent, Columba himself began to sing, and his voice was so wonderful that it was heard for miles and miles around. It was heard by the king in his palace and by the peasant in his hut. And yet, although it was heard so far away, it sounded sweet and low to those who were near. The sound struck terror to the hearts of the heathen priests, so that they too were silent and listened to the beautiful music. For 34 years Columba lived among the people of Scotland. He traveled over all the land, telling to the fierce heathen the story of Christ. Many wonderful tales are told of Columba, and although we cannot believe them all, they help us to know that in those far-off times there lived a man whose heart was large and tender, who loved the helpless and the ignorant, and who gave his life to bring them happiness. Besides preaching and teaching, Columba spent much of his time in writing. In those days, all books were written by hand, and Columba copied the Psalms and other parts of the Bible. One night as he worked, he grew very weary. He wrote the words, quote, "They who seek the Lord shall want no manner of thing that is good," end quote. Then he said to those around him, quote, Here I must rest. Someone else must finish my work." End quote. Then, sitting upon the hard stones which served him for bed and pillow, he spoke to his followers. Quote, "Dear children, this is what I command with my last words. Let peace and charity be among you always. If you do this, following the example of the saints, God who gives strength to the just will help you. And I, who shall be near him, will pray him to give you all that is needful to you in this life, and to greatly reward you in the life that is to come." End quote. These were his last words. At midnight, Columba rose, and, going into the dark church, knelt before the altar. His servant followed him, but in the darkness could not find him. So in distress he called out, "Where art thou, my father?" There was no answer. At last, groping about the church, the man came upon Columba, lying upon the steps of the altar. He raised his head and rested it upon his knees, calling aloud for help. Soon all the monks were roused, and the lights were brought. With cries and tears they crowded round their dying master. Columba could not speak, but he smiled upon them, and raising his hand, seemed to bless them. Then, with a long sigh, he closed his eyes and was at rest forever. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. How the French and the Scots became friends. Years passed on and many kings ruled in Scotland. They were years of war and bloodshed, for the country was still divided into different kingdoms, and besides the Picts and Scots and Britons, there were Saxons, who, although they could not succeed in conquering Scotland as they had conquered England, had settled in the part south of the Forth. Sometimes the Picts and Scots fought against each other. Sometimes they joined and fought against the Britons. Or again, they would join with the Britons and fight against the Saxons. But always and always the story is of war. At last there arose a good and wise king called Gathelus. He tried to rule well and bring peace to his land. In the time of Gathelus, the greatest ruler in Europe was Charlemagne, king of France and Roman emperor. He was very powerful, and even he dreaded the wild Saxons, for they invaded France as they invaded Britain, and did many wicked and cruel deeds. When Charlemagne heard how the Picts and the Scots resisted the Saxons and remained free, he resolved to make a league with them against their common enemy. He wanted, too, to make his people love learning, and in all the world he could hear of no people so learned as the Scots. He resolved, therefore, to send to them and ask them to come to teach his people. So he called some of his greatest nobles and sent them with a message to Gathelus, king of Scots. These nobles stepped into a beautiful ship with purple sails and gilded prow and sailed away to Scotland. As soon as they landed, they were led to the court of King Gathelus, who greeted them kindly and treated them with great honor. Quote, "Noble king," said the messengers, bowing low before Gathelus, "our master, the most Christian Prince Charlemagne, sends you greeting. The fame of your good name and of the love you bear to the Christian faith has come to him. He has heard, too, of the learning and the bravery of your people, and how they have resisted the heathen Saxons who have invaded Britain and done many evil and cruel deeds there. Our noble king desires, therefore, to be in friendship with you and with your people, so that Scotsmen shall help Frenchmen and Frenchmen shall help Scotsmen. To this end, let it be sworn between us that whenever the Saxons come with an army to France, the Scots shall invade England, and if the Saxons come with an army to Scotland, then the French shall take their ships and invade England." End quote. When the messengers had made this long speech, they again bowed low and waited for King Achaeus to answer. Quote, I thank your noble king for the love he shows towards me, he replied, and when I have taken counsel with my lords and nobles, you shall have my answer to carry back to him. End quote. Then the messengers were led to splendid rooms in the king's palace. Everything was done to please and amuse them. There were great banquets and hunting parties in which some of the nobles took part, but the greatest and wisest gathered round the king to give advice. Long they talked, for the lords and nobles could not agree. Quote, Why should we make friends with a people from over the sea? Said one noble. Would it not be far more sensible to make friends with the Saxons who live in the same island as we do? End quote. Quote, No, said another, we can never be sure of the Saxons. They are full of falseness and treason. What misery and trouble have fallen upon the Britons through the deceit of the Saxons? Do not mistake, they do not wish to be our friends. They have conquered Britain. They also desire to conquer our land. Therefore, if we intend to avoid the hatred of our most fearful enemies, if we intend to honor the faith of Christ for whose defense the French now bear arms, if we have more respect for truth than falsehood, if we labor for the fame and honor of our nation, if we will defend our country and bring it to peace, if we will defend our liberty and our lives, which are most dear to man, let us join with France and let this bond be a defense to our country in all times to come. End quote. Then the lords and nobles shouted, It is well said! Let it be done! King Achaeus then sent to the messengers, commanding them to come to court the next day to hear his answer. That night there was great feasting and rejoicing in the palace, and next day the king, in his royal robes, surrounded by his nobles, waited to receive the messengers of the French king. Quote, My lords, said the king, I desire you to take to your master, the most Christian King Charlemagne, my greeting and thanks. Say to him that my people and I desire above all things to enter into a bond with him, which shall last for all time and be forever a joy to both nations. To make the bond more sure, I send back with you my own brother, who is a true and trusty knight, and with him shall go a company of soldiers and 4 wise men. The soldiers shall fight for the emperor whenever he goes against the enemy, and the wise men shall teach his people. End quote. Then the messengers rejoiced greatly, and thanking the king, they departed to their own land. The Scottish soldiers who went with them formed the beginning of a French Scots Guard, which afterwards became famous, and the 4 wise men founded schools and colleges in France, and so added honor to the name of Scotsman. King Achaeus had taken for his standard a red lion rampant, that is, standing upon his hind legs, upon a yellow ground. Now, in order that the nobles might never forget his bond with France, he surrounded the red lion with a double row of fleurs-de-lis, the emblem of France. This was meant to show that the fierce lion of Scotland was armed with the gentleness of the lilies of France, and that the two peoples were friends forever. Wise people say that the story of Achaeus and Charlemagne can only be a fairy tale, for that at the time when Charlemagne ruled, the people of Scotland were still a poor, half-savage, ignorant people, and that a great king like Charlemagne could have learned nothing from them, and that he would not have wished to make a bond with them. However that may be, you will find as this story goes on that the French and the Scots were friends through many ages, and if you look at the Scottish standard, you will see that the lion is surrounded by the lilies of France. It is said that King Achaeus founded the Order of the Knights of the Thistle. This is the great order of knighthood in Scotland, just as the Order of the Garter is the great order in England. When King Achaeus founded the Order of the Thistle, he made only 13 knights, himself and 12 others. This was in imitation of Christ and his 12 apostles, so it was considered a very great honor to be made a Knight of the Thistle. There were never more than 13 Knights of the Thistle until hundreds of years later, when King George IV made a law that there should be more. The ornament worn by the Knights of the Thistle is a picture of St. Andrew with his cross surrounded by thistles and rue. The thistle was the badge of the Scots. Rue was the badge of the Picts. Thistles prick and hurt you if you do not touch them carefully. Rue soothes and heals and was supposed to cure people who had been poisoned. Some people say, however, that this order was not founded in the time of King Achaeus, but in the time of King James V, a king who lived many, many years later. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The Last of the Picts. King Achaeus married the daughter of the king of the Picts, and long after his death his grandson, Kenneth MacAlpin, claimed the Pictish crown as well as that of the Scots because his grandmother had been a Pictish princess. The Picts, however, did not want a Scottish king, so there was war between the two nations. But the Scottish lords at this time did not desire to fight against the Picts, so for some years, although the war went on, there was no great battle, but only little fights every now and again. Kenneth MacAlpin, however, did not give up his determination to win the crown of the Picts, and at last he called all his lords together to a council and tried to persuade them to gather for a great battle. He talked to them very earnestly, but, say what he might, he could not move them. They did not want to fight, and they would not fight. Seeing he could not persuade them to do as he wished, the king brought the meeting to an end, but commanded them all to come together again the next day to talk once more about the matter. Now, King Kenneth MacAlpin had made up his mind that, as he could not persuade the lords by talking to them, he must try some other plan. That night he made a very grand supper and invited all the lords to come to it. They came, and as it was such a grand supper with so many courses that it lasted far into the night. At length it was over, and all the lords went to bed. They were so tired with the long day that they fell asleep at once. But while the lords feasted, the king's servants had been busy. No sooner were the lords asleep than there appeared at each bedside a man dressed in fish skins covered with shining scales. In one hand he held a torch, and in the other an ox horn. The night was very dark, and the light from the torches shone on the fish scales, making a soft and silvery light. When each man was in his place, they all raised their horns, and speaking through them as through a trumpet, they cried, "Awake!" At the sound of the great shout, each lord started wide awake, and seeing the strange being at his bedside, lay trembling and wondering what it might mean. Then, speaking through their horns, which made their voices sound terrible and unearthly, and quite unlike the voice of any human being, the dressed-up men said, "We are the messengers of Almighty God to the Scottish nobles. We are sent to command you to obey your king, for his request is just. The Pictish kingdom is due to him as his rightful heritage. Therefore, you must fight for him and win it. That is the will of the Lord of all." Having so spoken, these pretended messengers from heaven put out their torches. The glimmer of the silver scales vanished, and in the darkness the men stole quietly away. In fear and trembling, each lord lay in his bed and could sleep no more that night. Was it a dream? Each asked himself. Was it a vision? Had any other seen or heard it? When the gray morning light streamed in through the windows, and the darkness was no longer terrible around them, the lords arose. Quickly they gathered to the great council chamber. With pale faces and questioning eyes, they looked at each other. "You too have heard? You too have seen? Then it was no dream. A message has indeed been sent from heaven, a message which we must obey." So they spoke to each other, and after some hurried consultation, they went quickly to the king. "Great king," they said, "this night we have seen strange signs and visions. The Lord of heaven himself hath sent a message to us, and we are ready to fight as you command us." Then they told the king of the vision which each one had seen in the night. Quote, "I too have seen a vision," said the king, "but I said naught of it, fearing lest you should think I boasted. But now I tell you, as you have all seen the like." End quote. This, of course, was not true, and the king knew very well that what the lords had seen was no vision, but only his own servants dressed up. So in this manner the king had his own way, and his lords gathered all their soldiers together, till there was such a great army as had never before been seen in the land of Scots. When the king of the Picts heard of the great preparations which the Scots were making, he too gathered all his soldiers together, but finding that his army was not large enough to withstand so great a host, he sent to England and asked the Saxons to help him. And the Saxons, because he promised them great gain and plunder, came. Very early one morning, when it was just beginning to grow light, the battle began. Without a shout or sound of a trumpet, the Scots rushed upon the Picts, and when the Saxons saw this silent host moving through the dim morning light like ghosts, they were dreadfully afraid. So afraid were they that they took to their heels and fled away to the mountains near. The noise and clattering made by these fleeing Saxons startled the Picts and threw them into great confusion. Their king tried in vain to encourage them and bring order again into the ranks. It was of no use. The Scots fought so fiercely that in a very short time the Picts were utterly defeated, and following the example of the Saxons, they too fled away. Their king himself, seeing that all was lost, turned his horse and rode fast from the field, he and all his army pursued by the victorious Scots. After this battle, the king of the Picts sent messengers to Kenneth MacAlpin desiring peace. Quote, "Tell your master," replied Kenneth, "that he shall have peace when he gives the crown of the Picts to me. It is mine by just right and title." End quote. When the messengers went back to the king of the Picts with this answer, he was very angry. Quote, "I will never give up the crown," end quote, he said, so the war continued. Battle after battle was fought, sometimes one side, sometimes the other, winning. But at last, in a great and terrible battle, the king of the Picts and nearly all his nobles were slain. Then Kenneth marched through Pictland, killing men, women, and children in the most cruel manner, till those who were left fled away to England to escape from his cruelty. Thus the kingdom of Scots and the kingdom of Picts were united, and Kenneth MacAlpin ruled over both. He took all the land belonging to the Pictish nobles and gave it to the Scottish nobles who had fought for him and helped him to conquer the Picts. He changed the names of all those lands and gave them Scottish names, so that the memory of the Picts might utterly perish. Some people say that the story of the great slaughter of the Picts is a fairy tale. Perhaps it is, but this is true, that about this time the Picts did vanish away out of the story of Albion, and we hear no more of them, but only of Scots. The Picts vanished away so completely that even very wise people cannot find out what kind of language they spoke, and so these wise people cannot agree as to what race the Picts belonged to. Kenneth MacAlpin was a wise king and made good laws, and after the battles with the Picts were over, he ruled his people in peace. He reigned for 23 years, 7 over the Scots alone and 16 years over the whole land. He died in 859 A.D. and was buried in the island of Iona, which, ever since St. Columba had built his church and monastery there, had been used as a burying place for the Scottish kings. If you ever go there, you may still see the graves of some of these ancient rulers of Scotland. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, How a Ploughman Won a Battle. Years passed on, king following king, and still the land was filled with fighting and strife. But out of the confusion and war of these stormy times, Scotland grew. There was war with the Saxons. There was war with the fierce sea kings who came sailing over from Norway and Denmark. Wild heathen men were these, tall and strong, with long fair hair and blue eyes. Fearless and brave and cruel, they landed in the islands to the north of Scotland, burning, destroying, conquering, and carrying off both men and women as slaves. Fiercely the kings of Scotland struggled and fought against these wild invaders. Again and again they were driven out. Again and again they returned. They swept round the island. They wrecked the monastery of St. Columba on the island of Iona. Everywhere they carried fire and sword, leaving death and desolation behind them. In the reign of a king named Kenneth III, these Danes were defeated in a battle called the Battle of Lancarty. The fight had been sharp and cruel, and the Danes fought with such desperate bravery that at last they drove the Scots backward. In confusion, they fled from the field. Down a long lane fenced on either side with high walls they fled, hotly pursued by the victorious Danes. But in one of the fields near, a ploughman and his 2 sons were quietly at work. When the old man saw how the Scots were fleeing, he seized the yoke from the neck of his oxen, and, calling to his sons to do the same, he sprang into the lane. Side by side the 3 men stood, barring the way. They were armed only with their wooden ox yokes, and with them they beat back all those who fled. "Would ye flee and become the slaves of heathen kings?" cried the old man, whose name was Hay. "Nay, nay, turn back, and die rather as free men." So stoutly did he speak, such blows did he deal, that the Scots took heart again. They turned, and, led by Hay, they once more attacked the oncoming Danes. And the Danes, thinking that a fresh army had come to help the Scots, were seized with fear and fled. Then the Scots, who had been so nearly defeated, now filled with new hope and courage, chased them from the field. Many were killed in the battle, many more fell in the chase, and the victory of the Scots was great. But all the honor was given to the ploughman and his 2 sons, who had won the day after it seemed lost. The king then commanded that these 3 brave men should be dressed in splendid robes and brought before him. But they did not care for fine clothes, so they refused the robes of silk and satin which were offered to them, and they went before the king wearing their old shabby clothes, covered with dust and mud, in which they had fought. All the people were eager to see the men who, by such bravery, had saved their king and country from the terrible Danes. So they crowded along the road to see them pass, and with cheering and shouting a great throng of people accompanied them, doing them as much honor as if they had been kings and princes. Thus, followed and surrounded by a rejoicing crowd, they came to the king's palace. All the courtiers wore their most splendid robes. The king sat upon his throne, his golden crown upon his head. Before him stood Hay and his sons in their old shabby clothes, carrying their wooden ox yokes upon their shoulders. "What can I do for you? What can I give to you," asked the king, "as a reward for your great services?" "Give me, sire," replied Hay, "as much land as a falcon will fly over without alighting." "That is but modest asking," said the king. "Let it be done." Then the king and all his courtiers went out into the fields near the palace and watched as a falcon was let loose. As soon as the bird was free, it rose high in the air. Then, spreading its wings, it flew away and away. On and on it flew, on and on, till, to those who watched, it seemed but a speck in the distance. Then it disappeared. The horsemen who followed its flight rode fast, and they too were lost to sight. On and on the falcon flew, till at last it alighted upon a stone. It had flown 6 miles without stopping, and all that 6 miles of land was given to Hay and his sons to be theirs forever. The king then made Hay and his sons knights. As you know, knights always had something painted upon their shields in memory of the great deeds which they had done. So King Kenneth commanded that Hay should have a shield of silver, and that upon it 3 red shields should be painted. That was to show that the ox yokes of Hay and his sons had been as shields to the king and country. On either side was painted a ploughman carrying an ox yoke, and over all was a falcon. I must tell you that some people say that this story too is a fairy tale, but there is still a great family whose name is Hay and who bear the same arms with the motto Serva Jugum, which is Latin and means keep the yoke. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Macbeth and the 3 Weird Sisters. After King Kenneth III died, several other kings reigned, of whom there is not much to tell. At last, a king called Duncan came to the throne. He was so kind and gentle that he was called Duncan the Gracious. He was too kind and gentle for those rough times. The beginning of Duncan's reign was quiet and peaceful, but when the people saw how kind he was and how little he punished evildoers, they grew unruly and rebellious, thinking they might do as they wished because of the weak rule of this mild king. Some of the people rose in rebellion under a leader called MacDowald, and Duncan, who did not like fighting, hardly knew what to do. But he had a cousin called Macbeth, who was a great and powerful man, very fierce and stern, and a splendid soldier. Macbeth was impatient of the king's softness. He was eager to fight, so Duncan gave the command of his army to this cousin and to another noble called Banquo. When the rebels heard that Macbeth was coming against them, they were so afraid that many of them left their leader MacDowald. Some of them stole away to hide. Others joined Macbeth. MacDowald was left with very few soldiers, but he was obliged to fight, for he could not escape from Macbeth. In the battle which followed, the rebels were utterly defeated and their leader was killed. No sooner had Macbeth put down this rebellion than the Danes once more invaded Scotland. But he defeated them too, and they fled away, promising never again to return. One day, soon after the war with the Danes, Macbeth was walking over a lonely moor with Banquo when they were met by 3 old women. These 3 old women were very ugly and dreadful to look upon. They were called the Weird Sisters and were supposed to be witches. Nowadays no one believes in witches, but in those far-off times everyone did. These three old women stopped in front of Macbeth, and pointing at him with their skinny fingers, spoke. "Hail, Macbeth! Hail to thee! Thane of Glamis," said the first. "Hail, Macbeth! Hail to thee! Thane of Cawdor," said the second. "Hail, Macbeth! Hail to thee, King of Scotland," said the third. Both Macbeth and Banquo were very much astonished and wondered what this might mean, for Macbeth was certainly not King of Scotland, nor was he either Thane of Glamis or Cawdor. Thane was an old Scottish title meaning very much the same as the Saxon title Earl, which came to be used later. "You say fine things to Macbeth," said Banquo, when the old woman had ceased speaking. "Have you nothing to say to me?" "Yes," said the first witch, "we promise greater things to you than to him. He indeed shall be King of Scotland, but his end shall be unhappy. His children shall not follow him on the throne. You shall never reign, but your children shall sit upon the throne of Scotland for many generations." Then the old women vanished, leaving Macbeth and Banquo full of astonishment. They were still wondering what it all might mean when a horseman came spurring towards them. When he came near, he threw himself from his horse, and kneeling at Macbeth's feet, "Hail, Macbeth!" he cried. "Thy father Sinel is dead, and thou art Thane of Glamis." What the first weird sister had said had come true. More full of astonishment than ever, Macbeth went on his way. But he had gone very little farther when a second messenger came hurrying towards him. "Hail, Thane of Cawdor!" cried this second messenger, kneeling at his feet. "Why do you call me that?" asked Macbeth. "The Thane of Cawdor is alive. I have no right to the title." "He who was the Thane of Cawdor is alive," said the messenger, "but because he has rebelled against the king, his thaneship has been taken from him. The king has made you Thane in his place as a reward for all your great deeds." What the second weird sister had said had come true. Now that two things had come true, Macbeth began to think more and more of what the weird sisters had said, and he longed for the third thing to come true too. But unless Duncan should die, there seemed no hope of that. Macbeth despised Duncan because of his gentleness, and he wished he would die. Sometimes the wicked thought came to him that he would kill Duncan, yet he could not quite make up his mind to do the evil deed. Macbeth had a wife who was a very proud and beautiful lady. She longed to be queen, and when she heard of what the weird sisters had said, she kept urging Macbeth to murder Duncan and make himself king. But Macbeth could not so easily forget that King Duncan was his cousin, that he had always loved and trusted him, that he had made him general of his army and Thane of Cawdor, and had heaped upon him many honors and rewards. So when Lady Macbeth tried to make her husband murder the king, he reminded her of all this. But Lady Macbeth cared for none of these things. She hated Duncan and all his family because his grandfather had killed her brother. She longed to avenge his death, and she longed to be queen. She kept on telling Macbeth that he was weak and cowardly not to murder Duncan. So at last Macbeth listened to his wife, and giving way to his own evil wishes and to her persuasions, he killed the good King Duncan. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Macbeth, the Murder of Banquo. King Duncan had two sons, one called Malcolm Canmore, or Bighead, the other Donald Bane, or White. When these two princes heard what had happened to their father, they fled away, fearful that Macbeth would kill them too. Malcolm Canmore fled to England to the court of Edward the Confessor. Edward received him very kindly, for he remembered that he too had been driven from his own land and had been in exile in France for many years. Donald Bane fled to Ireland. The king there also received him kindly and treated him with honor. Macbeth then caused himself to be crowned, and because he was so strong and powerful, the lords and people of Scotland accepted him as king. And although he had come to the throne in such an evil way, Macbeth proved to be a good king. For some years he ruled well, if sternly. He made good laws. He punished the wicked and rewarded the good, and tried in every way to make people forget how he had won the crown. But the people did not forget, and they did not love Macbeth. Neither could Macbeth forget what he had done. Although he was a good king, he was a most unhappy man. When he thought of the three weird sisters and their words, he felt more unhappy still, for he remembered that they had said that Banquo's children, and not his, should rule over Scotland. Then he began to hate Banquo and to fear him. Will not Banquo kill me in order to get the crown, just as I killed Duncan? He asked himself. The more he thought of it, the more sure he felt that Banquo would murder him, and at last he made up his mind to rid himself of this fear. One evening Macbeth asked Banquo and his son Fleance to supper. Suspecting no evil, they came. Macbeth provided a splendid supper for them, which lasted until very late. At last, when it was quite dark and everyone else had gone to bed, Banquo and Fleance said good night and started homeward. Now Macbeth intended that they should never reach home again. He dared not kill them in his own house, lest people should find out that he was the murderer. So he paid a large sum of money to wicked men who promised to lie in wait for Banquo and Fleance and kill them on their way home from the supper. In the quiet, dark night, as father and son walked home together, these wicked men suddenly set upon them and tried to kill them. They did kill Banquo, but Fleance escaped through the darkness and fled away to Wales. There he lived safely for a long time and married a Welsh lady. Many years after, his son Walter came back to Scotland. Walter was kindly received by the king who was then on the throne, and he was made Lord High Steward of Scotland. He was called Walter the Steward. The title was given to his sons and grandsons after him, and soon Steward or Stuart came to be used as the surname of his family. For in those days people often received their names from their work or office. At last, a high steward married a royal princess. Their son became king and was thus the founder of a race of Stuart kings who reigned for many years in Scotland. In this way, what the weird sisters had foretold to Banquo came to pass. After the murder of Banquo, Macbeth was no happier, nor did he feel any safer than before. Indeed, he began to dread and to look upon every man as an enemy. Macbeth's fears turned him into a tyrant. For very little cause, he would put a noble to death and take his land and money for himself. No man knew when his life was safe, and the nobles one and all began to dread the king. At length, Macbeth found pleasure only in putting his nobles to death, for in this way he not only rid himself of his enemies, but he became daily richer and richer. With the money of the dead nobles, he paid an army of soldiers, some of whom he kept always round himself as a bodyguard. But in spite of his army of soldiers, Macbeth's fear of being killed grew greater and greater. At last he went to the weird sisters to ask them for advice. "How shall I keep myself safe," he asked, "when everyone around me is trying to find a way to kill me?" And the old women answered, "Be lion-mettled proud, and take no care who chafes, who frets, or where conspirers are. Macbeth shall never vanquished be until great Birnam wood to high Dunsinane hill shall come against him." Macbeth went home feeling much comforted and quite safe, for how could Birnam Wood come to Dunsinane? They were 12 miles apart, and it was impossible for trees to uproot themselves and walk all these miles through the valley to the hill beyond. Macbeth began to believe that he would never be killed at all. Feeling safe, he treated his nobles even worse than before, so that they grew to hate him more, and many of them turned their thoughts to the banished sons of the gracious King Duncan, and longed for one of them to come and be their king. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls, by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Macbeth, How the Thane of Fife Went to England. In order to make himself quite safe from his enemies, Macbeth thought that he would build a strong castle on the top of Dunsinane Hill. It cost a great deal of money to build this castle because the wood and stones for it had to be dragged up such a steep slope. So Macbeth made all his thanes help. Each in turn had to build part of the castle, sending men and horses to drag the stones and wood up to the top. At last it came to the Thane of Fife's turn to help with the building. This Thane, who was called Macduff, was a very great man, and he was much afraid of Macbeth. For the greater and richer a man was, the more Macbeth seemed to hate him. Besides, Macduff had loved Duncan and secretly hoped that Prince Malcolm would one day return. Macbeth knew this and hated him the more. Macduff sent builders and workmen with everything that they might need for the work. He gave them orders to be very careful, to work diligently and well, and to do everything aright, so that the king might find no fault with them. But he himself kept away, for he knew that King Macbeth had no love for him, and he feared to be seized and put to death, as so many nobles before him had been. One day Macbeth came to see how the castle was getting on. "Where is the Thane of Fife?" he asked, looking round and seeing him nowhere among his men. On being told that the Thane of Fife was not there, but had sent his workmen only, Macbeth fell into a violent rage. "I knew beforehand of his disobedient mind," he said. "Now I am resolved to punish it." At this moment some oxen which were drawing a load up the hill stumbled and fell. "He cannot even send beasts fit to work," cried Macbeth. "I will make an example of him. I will lay the yoke upon his own neck instead of upon that of his oxen." One of Macduff's friends who stood by heard the king's angry words. This friend went quickly to Macduff to warn him to fly from the country, for it was quite certain that the king meant to do him an evil. Macduff, as soon as he heard, mounted upon a swift horse and fled away to his strong castle in Fifeshire. The king lost no time in following. Close behind Macduff he came with a great army of soldiers. It was a fast and furious race. Macduff was almost alone, and he had had to ride away in such haste that he had little money with him. When he came to the ferry across the River Tay, which he must pass in order to reach his castle, he had nothing with which to pay the ferryman except a loaf of bread. But the ferryman was content to take the loaf, and for many years the place was called the Ferry of the Loaf. On again rode Macduff, faster and faster still, until at length the turrets of his castle came into sight. Now he was quite close. Now he was thundering over the drawbridge. Now his breathless, sweating, panting horse carried him safe within the courtyard. "Up with the drawbridge, men! Let the portcullis fall!" he shouted. In olden times, a castle was always surrounded by a ditch filled with water called a moat. Over the moat there was a bridge, but the bridge was made so that it could be drawn up in time of war. In this way, an enemy often found it difficult to get across the moat and enter the castle. The entrance was also guarded by a portcullis. This was a heavy, barred gate, but instead of turning upon hinges as gates usually do, it was raised up and let down like a window. As soon as Macduff had seen his orders obeyed, he went to greet his wife and tell her what had happened. Together they looked out from the castle turret. In the distance they saw a dark, moving mass. Now and again, as the sun caught it, they could see the glitter of steel. It was the king's army. "We cannot hold the castle long against such a host," said Lady Macduff, as she watched the long lines moving onward. "You must fly. Our little vessel lies in the harbor ready to put to sea. Go quickly on board. I will hold the castle until you are safe." Macduff did not want to go and leave his wife and children whom he loved, but there was no help for it. So he said goodbye, and stepping on board his little vessel which lay in the harbor behind his castle, he sailed away. He sailed away to England to see Prince Malcolm and to ask him to come and be king. Meanwhile, brave Lady Macduff held the castle. Macbeth and his soldiers came close below the walls, calling to Macduff to give up the keys, but no one answered. With beating heart, Lady Macduff watched the white sail grow smaller and smaller in the distance, and listened to Macbeth as he poured out dreadful threats of what he would do if Macduff did not yield himself at once. Then, at last, when Macduff was safely beyond the reach of pursuit, Lady Macduff came to the walls. "Do you see that little white sail far out to sea?" she asked. "Yonder is Macduff. He has gone to England to the court of Edward. He has gone to bring Prince Malcolm back to Scotland. When he comes, we will crown him king. You will be dragged from the throne and put to death, so you will never put the yoke on the Thane of Fife's neck." When Macbeth heard these brave words and knew that Macduff had escaped him, he was fiercely angry. He began to storm the castle at once. The few men who had been left to guard it fought bravely, but in vain. In a very short time, Macbeth's fierce soldiers won an entrance, and gallant Lady Macduff and all her children were put to death. Macbeth then took all Macduff's land and money, proclaimed him a traitor and an outlaw, and forbade him ever again to return to Scotland. But Macduff did return. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Macbeth, How Birnam Wood Came to Dunsinane. Macduff sailed southward, little knowing the dreadful things that were happening at home, little dreaming that his brave wife was dead and his castle a ruin. Through storms and dangers he sailed until at last he landed safely in England and went to seek Prince Malcolm at the court of Edward the Confessor. Malcolm received Macduff very kindly, for he was glad to have news of his own land. Macduff told the prince of all the sorrows and griefs of Scotland, and begged him to come to fight for the crown. "Do not mistrust me," he said. "Your father found me ever faithful. In spite of the many hardships which I have borne, to you also I have been faithful, and am, and shall be, all my life. If you come to claim the throne, nearly all the lords will support you, and the common people, I know, will joyfully shed their blood for you." When Malcolm heard these words, he was very glad in his heart. He longed to go back to Scotland to claim his crown and throne, but still he was not sure if Macduff was to be trusted. He feared that he had been sent by Macbeth to persuade him to come to Scotland so that he might be betrayed and killed. So Malcolm was silent, wondering if he should go or not, turning it over and over in his mind, while Macduff still urged and persuaded. "I am truly grieved," said Malcolm at last, "to hear of the misery which has come upon Scotland. I love my people, and I would like to make them happy. but I am not fit to rule. I am a bad man. I am the most greedy creature upon earth, and if I were king, I should try in so many ways to get money and lands that I should put to death the greater part of the Scottish nobles for pretended faults in order to take their goods and possessions for myself. So it were well for you that I should not come to be your king. I am ashamed to own it, but I am a thief and a robber." All this Malcolm said to try Macduff. Macduff, when he heard it, was very sad, but he answered, "What you tell me grieves me deeply, but when you are king, you will have great wealth. When you are king, you will have no lack of gold and silver, or of precious stones or jewels, or whatever else you may desire. Be brave then, do your best, come to be our king, and forget your greed and wickedness." "But," said Malcolm, "that is not all. I am deceitful. I love nothing so much as to betray and deceive. No man can trust my word. I make promises, but I never keep them. I am not fit to be a king." Then Macduff was silent, too sad to speak. After a minute or two, he cried out, "O unhappy and miserable Scotsman! Alas for us! To be subject to you, our liege lord by right, never! You confess yourself a thief, false, cunning, faithless. What other kind of badness seems to be left but that you should call yourself a traitor? A traitor you are. You shall never be lord over me, neither shall I be subject to Macbeth. I will rather choose banishment." And, bursting into tears, Macduff sobbed aloud. Then, looking northward, he stretched out his hands. "Scotland, farewell forever," he cried, and turned to go. But as Macduff, with downcast head, went slowly away, Malcolm sprang after him, and catching him by the sleeve, cried, "Be of good comfort, Macduff. I have none of these wickednesses. I only said these things to prove whether you were faithful or faithless. Wicked people have so often come to try to betray me into the hands of Macbeth that I wished to make sure that you were true to me. Now I know that you hate falseness and cunning, even as I do. Forgive me, dear friend. Let us go to Scotland together. You shall not be an exile. No, you shall be first in the kingdom after the king." Then Macduff, who had been weeping for sorrow, wept for joy, and falling upon his knees, clasped Malcolm's feet and kissed them. "If what you say is true, my lord," he cried, "you bring me back from death to life. Oh, hasten, hasten, my lord, I implore you to free your people, who wait and long for you. If you would keep good men and true from harm, men who have fought without one helping arm, men on whose necks foes for 3 lustres trod, help them in pity for the love of God. Stay not to think, but up and fell the foe. Lighten the burden of thy people's woe. Gird on thy sword, thy trusty weapons take, for strong thy limbs and firm thy sturdy make. A Scot the heir of a long royal race, good hap advance thee to thy father's place." Malcolm and Macduff talked long, making plans. At last it was agreed that Macduff should return to Scotland at once, and there secretly gather the people together, and make known to them that their true king, Malcolm Canmore, was coming. As soon as Macduff had gone, Malcolm went to King Edward and told him that he meant to return to Scotland to fight for the crown, and Edward, who had always been kind to Malcolm, gave him leave to take with him any of the English nobles and soldiers who cared to go to help him to win the crown. So Malcolm, taking with him the Earl of Seward and 10,000 English soldiers, set out for Scotland. It was soon seen that Macduff had spoken the truth, for nearly all the Scottish nobles joined Malcolm, and the common people flocked to his standard in hundreds. But Macbeth, did not believe that he could be either defeated or killed, for he remembered what the weird sisters had said about Birnam Wood coming to Dunsinane. So he shut himself up in his strong castle on Dunsinane Hill and felt quite safe. Without fighting any great battle, Malcolm marched through Scotland until he came to Birnam Wood. There he lay encamped, intending next day to attack the castle of Dunsinane, where he knew Macbeth to be. In the morning the army arose, rested and refreshed. Before the march to Dunsinane began, Malcolm ordered every soldier to cut down a bough of whatever tree was near to him and to carry it in his hand. "In this way," he said, "our army will be hidden by the green branches, and Macbeth will be unable to tell what numbers are coming against him." So each man cut down as large a branch as he could carry and held it before him as he marched. A few hours later, Macbeth stood on his castle wall, looking out towards Birnam Wood. Suddenly his face grew pale, and he trembled in fear. What was this coming slowly and surely onward? Trees walking? Birnam Wood had come to Dunsinane Hill. Then all was lost. Macbeth was really brave, and now that he felt that his last fight had come, he meant to fight it well. So, calling all his soldiers about him, he marched out to meet the enemy. In the thickest of the fight, Macduff and Macbeth met. "Traitor!" cried Macbeth, lifting his two-handed sword high. "I am no traitor, but am true to my lawful king," cried Macduff as he sprang aside to avoid the blow. A minute later, Macbeth lay dead upon the ground, slain by Macduff's sharp sword. So died Macbeth. He had reigned for 17 years. At first, he had been a good and wise king, doing much for the happiness of his people, but in the end he had proved himself a tyrant, and was hated and despised as tyrants ever are. He was killed in 1057 A.D. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Malcolm Canmore, How the King Overcame a Traitor. Prince Malcolm was now set upon the throne. He was crowned at Scone with great ceremony, sitting upon the stone of destiny, or the stone of hope, as it was sometimes called. This stone, it was said, was the stone which Jacob had used as a pillow when he slept in the wilderness and saw the vision of angels going up and down upon a ladder set up from earth to heaven. Prince Gathelus had brought it with him from Egypt, and from that time it had always been in the possession of the kings of Scotland, for it was said that wherever this stone was, the Scots should reign. "Except old saws do fail, and wizards' wits be blind, the Scots in place shall reign, where they this stone shall find." When Kenneth MacAlpin became king over the whole land, he brought the stone to Scone, and there it remained for hundreds of years, and the kings of Scotland always sat upon it when they were crowned. Malcolm did not forget his promise to Macduff, and as soon as he was king, he rewarded him greatly, making him second only to himself in power. Macduff was now called the Earl of Fife, for Malcolm, having lived so long in England, had learned many English ways and words, and he brought this Saxon title into use in Scotland. To the Earl of Fife was given the honor of placing the crown upon the king's head at his coronation. He was also chosen to be leader of the army, and over the people of his own country of Fife he was given power equal to that of the king. Malcolm was not allowed to take possession of his kingdom without a struggle. A few nobles still refused to acknowledge him as king, and they set Lulith, Macbeth's cousin, upon the throne. But Malcolm, hearing of this, sent an army against him. In the battle that followed, Loaf was killed and all his soldiers scattered. For 10 years after this the land had peace. Malcolm Canmore was a good king and ruled well. We are told that he was a king very humble in heart, bold in spirit, exceedingly strong in bodily strength, daring though not rash, and having many other good qualities. One day a courtier came to King Malcolm to tell him that one of his greatest nobles had agreed with his enemies to kill him. But the king bade the courtier be silent and would not listen to him. Shortly after, the traitor came to court, followed by a great company of soldiers. The king greeted him kindly and did not let him see that he knew what wicked thoughts were hid deep in his heart. That night there was a fine supper, and the king ordered a great hunting party for the next day. Very early in the morning everyone was astir. Huntsmen and dogs were gathered, and with a great noise and clatter they set off. The king arranged in which direction each man was to go, and he himself rode off, attended only by one knight. This knight was the wicked traitor who wished to kill the king. Side by side they rode through the wood, the king and the murderer. On and on they went, riding farther and farther away from the others. The noise of jingling harness, the voices of men, the baying of dogs grew fainter and fainter in the distance. At last they were heard no more. Darker and denser grew the wood, but still the king rode on. At last, bursting through a ring of trees, they came to a clear, open space. Then the king turned, and looking sternly at the traitor, said, "Here we are, you and I, man to man. There is none to stand by me, king though I be, and none to help you, nor can any man see or hear us. So now if you can, if you dare, if your courage fails you not, do the deed which you have in your heart. Fulfill your promise to my foes. If you think to slay me, when better, when more safely, when more freely, when, in short, could you do it in a more manly way? Have you poison ready for me? Would you slay me in my sleep? Have you a dagger hidden with which to strike me unawares? All would say that were a murderer's, not a knight's, part. Act rather like a knight, not like a traitor. Act like a man. Meet me as man to man. Then your treachery may at least be free from meanness, for from disloyalty it can never be free. On foot at liking thou mayest fight, or on horse if thou wilt be. As thou thinkest best, now choose thee, horsed and armed as well. As I am thou art every whit, thy weapons are more sharp and ready, that any unto this steed have I. Target, spear, knife, and sword, between us now deal we the weird. Here is best now to begin, thy purpose if thou wilt honor win. Here is none that may us see, none help may either me or thee. Therefore try now with all thy might to do thy purpose as a knight. Since thou hast failed in loyalty, do this deed yet with honesty. If thou may or dare or will, hesitate not to fulfill thy promise, thy purpose, and thine oath. Do forth thy deed, and be not loath. If thou thinkest to slay me, what time than now may better be? With freedom or with manhood? Forth thee, do as should a knight. Go we together, God deal the right. With our 4 hands and no more, thereon must all the game go. All the time that the king was speaking, the wretched traitor sat upon his horse with bowed head. He was ashamed to look up, and the king's words fell upon his heart like the strokes of a hammer upon an anvil. He cursed himself for his evil thoughts. The weight of shame seemed more than he could bear. The king ceased speaking, and the traitor, springing from his horse, threw away his shield and spear. With trembling hands he unbuckled his sword, and flinging that too away, he knelt at the king's feet, unarmed. His face was pale, and tears were in his eyes. "My lord and king," he cried, "forgive me. Out of your kingly grace, forgive me this once. Whatever evil was in my heart, whatever wicked thought was mine, shall be blotted out. I swear before God that in the future I shall be more faithful to you than any man." "Fear not, my friend," replied the king, raising him up. "You shall suffer no evil from me or through me on this account." The king, then all his action, forgave this knight there quietly, and took him all to his mercy, and there he became his man, more leal than he was before then, and the king that was his lord. Let no man know of their discord, till the knight himself this case told, and all that happened was. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Malcolm Canmore, How St. Margaret Came to Scotland. When Malcolm Canmore had reigned over Scotland for about 10 years, a great event happened in the neighboring kingdom of England. I mean the conquest of England by William, Duke of Normandy. William, Duke of Normandy, took possession of all England, and Edgar, the rightful heir to the throne, fled with his mother and sisters. They set sail in a ship, meaning to go to Hungary, where they knew they would be kindly received. But great storms arose. Their ship was battered and driven about by winds and waves they knew not whither, and at last, when they had lost all hope of ever seeing land again, they were driven upon the shores of Scotland. They landed there at a place on the Firth of Forth, which to this day is called Margaret's Hope, from the name of Edgar's sister, the Princess Margaret. The place at which they afterwards crossed the river is still called Queen's Ferry. When Edgar, who was only a boy, and his sisters and mother found themselves in Scotland, they were uncertain what to do. They did not know if they would be received in a friendly manner or not. The country people gathered round and stared at these strange ladies. They were astonished and a little afraid, too, at their grand clothes and at the great size of the ship in which they had come. When King Malcolm was told of the beautiful ladies and the fine tall men who had come in the strange ship, he sent some of his nobles to find out who they were, where they came from, and what they wanted. When the nobles came to the ship, they were almost as much astonished as the common people had been at the splendid men and beautiful sad ladies. So the nobles spoke gently to them and asked them how it was that they had landed upon these shores. Then the Lady Agatha and her daughters told their sad story. "We are English," they said, "the relatives of King Edward. He is dead, and his throne and crown have been taken by the cruel Duke of Normandy. We have fled from the country. The winds and the waves have driven us upon your shores, and we seek the help and protection of your most gracious king." The ladies spoke so simply, yet they looked so beautiful and so grand that the nobles felt more and more sorry for them. They talked kindly to the ladies for some time. Then they went back to King Malcolm and told him all that they had learned. When Malcolm heard that the ladies and their brother were English and relatives of the king who had been so kind to him, he called for his horse and set out to visit them. Malcolm brought Edgar and his mother and sisters back with him, gave them rooms in his palace, and treated them as great and honored guests. Soon he came to love the Princess Margaret very much, for she was both beautiful and good. She, too, loved the king, and after a little time they were married. The wedding was very splendid. Such pomp and grandeur had never before been seen in Scotland as was seen at the marriage of Malcolm Canmore and Queen Margaret. For the sake of his wife Margaret, King Malcolm treated all English people kindly. So at this time, very many of the English who were driven out of their own country by William of Normandy came to settle in Scotland. Malcolm gave these English exiles both land and money, and thus it came about that in after years many of the great families had lands both in Scotland and in England. These English nobles brought English manners and customs to Scotland. This greatly displeased many of the Scottish nobles. The Scots had always been a very hardy people. They were big and strong, more like giants than like ordinary people. They ate and drank little and cared little for fine clothes or fine houses. It seemed to them that the English cared too much for all these things. They thought it was a bad day for Scotland when all these grand knights and nobles came to live there, and they were angry with Malcolm because he was kind to them. They were angry, too, with Queen Margaret, for she thought it right that the King of Scotland should be surrounded by splendor as befits a great king. So she did away with all the old simple ways to which the Scottish people were accustomed. Great knights, nobles, and fair ladies waited upon the king and queen. Their meals were served upon dishes of gold and silver, and the clothes they wore were beautiful and gorgeous. Queen Margaret also encouraged merchants to come to Scotland to trade. They brought jewels and gold and other beautiful things, and took away woolen cloth and whatever else the Scots had to sell. It was in the days of Queen Margaret that the Scottish people first began to wear the brightly colored checked cloths, which we call tartans. But in spite of all her splendor, Queen Margaret was a very good and holy woman, and after her death she was called a saint. Every morning, before she had her own breakfast, she fed 9 little beggar children. Often she took them in her arms and fed them with her own hands. At certain times in the year, the king and queen would give dinner to 300 poor and wait upon them as they sat at table in the great hall of the palace. Queen Margaret, too, used to wash the feet of pilgrims and beggars, which in those days was thought to be a very holy action. The queen could not bear to see anyone hungry or cold or in misery. She gave all her own money to the poor, and often, when she had nothing left to give, she would borrow from her lords and ladies in waiting. They were always willing to lend to her, for they knew that they would be paid again more than they gave. Sometimes, too, the queen would take the king's money to give to the poor. He knew very well that she took it, but he pretended not to miss it. But sometimes he would laugh and say that he would have her tried and imprisoned for stealing. Really, he loved her so much that she might do anything she wished. Queen Margaret was learned, too. In those days, when few people could read, she could read both English and Latin. The king, although he could speak Latin, English, and Scotch, which were different languages in those days, had never been taught to read. But he loved to take Margaret's books in his hand, and sometimes he would kiss those which she liked the best. Sometimes, too, he would take away one of her favorites and give it to a goldsmith, who would cover it in gold and set it with precious stones. Then Malcolm would bring the book back again and give it to Queen Margaret as a sign of his love for her. Malcolm was a good king, but he was rough and passionate, and sometimes cruel. But however angry he was, the gentle Queen Margaret could always soothe and calm him again. When William of Normandy, who had now made himself King of England, heard that Malcolm had married the Princess Margaret, he was very angry. He was afraid that now the Scottish king would help Edgar to win the crown of England again, so he sent to Malcolm demanding that Edgar should be given up to him. This Malcolm refused to do, and there was bitter war between the King of England and the King of Scotland. The northern part of England, called in those days Northumbria, had always been a ground of fighting and quarrel between England and Scotland. The boundary of Scotland was always changing. Sometimes it was as far north as the Forth, sometimes as far south as the Humber. Now Malcolm made many expeditions into Northumbria to help the Northumbrian lords who hoped to drive William the Conqueror out of England and to place Edgar upon the throne instead. Malcolm ravaged and plundered the whole country in a fearful manner. The Scots grew rich upon the spoils of war, and they carried so many captives back to Scotland that for many years English slaves were to be found in every town, every village, and every cottage in Scotland. William, seeing that he could not conquer the Northumbrians, resolved to make their land a barren waste. He marched all over it, and what the Scots had not destroyed, he destroyed, until the whole country north of the Humber was a blackened, ruined desert, and the people who were not killed in battle died of hunger or escaped into Scotland. Then William marched to Scotland, resolved to punish Malcolm for having helped Edgar and the Northumbrians, but, as an old history says, he and his soldiers found naught there for which they were the better. So at last the two kings made a peace which lasted until the death of the conqueror. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The Story of Piercy. When William of the Red Face came to the throne of England, there was war again between England and Scotland. It is not quite easy always to know why they fought, for in those fierce days a very small cause was enough to make a war. Sometimes Malcolm fought to help Prince Edgar. Sometimes he fought against the borderlands. At last it was agreed that the Scottish king should hold the northern part of England, which was called Northumbria, in fief from the English king, and do homage to him for it, just as the English king did homage to the king of France for the lands he held there. To hold a land in fief meant that in return for the land, the man to whom it was given promised to help his overlord by sending soldiers to fight for him in time of war. This way of paying for land by fighting was called the feudal system, and it first came into Scotland in the time of Malcolm Canmore. After this agreement, there was peace, but it did not last long. William of the Red Face sent for Malcolm to come into England. Malcolm went, but when he arrived, the English king treated him not as one king might treat another, but as a king might treat a subject. William tried to pretend that Malcolm was his subject and ought to do homage to him for the whole of Scotland instead of only for Northumbria. This made Malcolm very angry. Leaving William in great wrath, he went straight back to Scotland and gathered his army together. Then he marched again into England, fighting and plundering as he went. William the Red hastily gathered an army and sent it against Malcolm, and at a castle called Alnwick the Scots were defeated, and their brave King Malcolm slain. The Scots were besieging the castle. The English had almost given up hope and were thinking of yielding when an English knight, trusting to win great renown, set forth upon a bold adventure. He prayed the governor to give him the keys of the castle. Without armor or weapon of any kind except a spear in his hand, he mounted upon a swift horse. Placing the keys upon the point of the spear, he rode out of the gates and made straight for the Scottish camp. As he came near to the camp, he was stopped by the guards. "Whence come you?" they asked, surprised to see an English warrior alone and almost unarmed. "Is it in war or in peace that you come?" "In peace," replied the knight. "We can hold out no longer. I bring you here the keys of the castle, which I would give to your king in token of submission." The guards were very glad at the news, and they led the knight through the camp to the tent of the king. With clamor and rejoicing, many soldiers followed, gazing in wonder at the unarmed knight with the keys of the castle upon his spear. Hearing the noise and wondering what it might mean, King Malcolm came out of his tent. As soon as the English knight saw the king, he lowered his spear as if he would present the keys to him. But instead of doing so, he suddenly made a swift thrust forward and pierced the king in the left eye. Then, before those around could realize what had happened, he set spurs to his horse and fled away to the woods near. Without a groan, the king sank to the ground, and when his friends raised him, it was found that he was quite dead. Then the English, taking advantage of the sorrow and confusion into which the Scots were thrown by the death of their king, fell upon them and defeated them with great slaughter. In the battle, Malcolm's eldest son, Prince Edward, was wounded so that he died, and filled with grief, the Scots turned back to their own borders. The English knight who killed King Malcolm was, because of this deed, called Pierce-Eye ever after. He was thus, it is said, the founder of the great family of Pierce-Eye, or Percy, who became earls of Northumberland. While these things were happening in England, far away in Scotland, the good Queen Margaret lay very ill. She lay praying for her husband and her sons when, opening her eyes, she saw her younger son, Prince Edgar, standing beside her bed. His face was so pale and sad that the sight of it made her afraid. "How fares it with your father and brother?" she asked anxiously. The prince stood silent with drooping head and eyes full of tears. "I pray you," cried the queen, "tell me, by the holy rood and by the obedience you owe to me, tell me the truth." Then the prince spoke. "My father and my brother are both slain," he said. "The will of God be done," cried the queen, and turning her face to the wall, she died. Malcolm Canmore was killed in 1093 A.D. He had reigned for 36 years, which was a very long time in those wild days. He was fierce and fond of war, but he was brave and generous and a true knight. He loved his country, and he loved his wife dearly. For her sake he was very kind to the English Prince Edgar, often fighting for him when otherwise he might have been at peace with the English. It was probably for Queen Margaret's sake, too, that Malcolm built several monasteries and churches and restored others which the Danes had destroyed. One of the churches which he built was at Dunfermline, and there he was buried beside his queen. He was the first king of Scotland who was buried in Dunfermline instead of in Iona, but after him many Scottish kings were buried there. A king the best who possessed Alban, he was a king of kings fortunate. He was the vigilant crusher of enemies. There was never born, nor will be in the East, a king whose rule will be greater over Alban. There shall not be born forever one who had more fortune and greatness. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Reigns of Donald Bane, Duncan II, and Edgar. Malcolm died in 1093 A.D. His son Edgar was still very young, so Donald Bane, who had fled to Ireland from Macbeth, now returned and claimed the throne. Some of the Scottish nobles had been angry with Queen Margaret because of her splendid court, and with King Malcolm because he allowed so many Englishmen, whom they looked upon as weak and idle, to live and possess lands in Scotland. These nobles now gladly welcomed Donald Bane. They placed him upon the throne and drove the English out of Scotland. All Malcolm's children also fled and took refuge in England. Donald Bane had scarcely reigned 6 months, however, when another prince called Duncan claimed the throne. Duncan defeated Donald Bane and made himself king. But a year and 6 months later, he was killed in battle, and Donald Bane again became king. This time, he reigned for 3 years, during which there was constant war and trouble. There was war between Scotsmen and Scotsmen, for many hated Donald Bane and would not be ruled by him. There was war with England. There was war with the wild Northmen or Danes. At last, tired of the unrest and trouble, some of the Scottish nobles sent messengers to Edgar, begging him to come to rule over them. Then Edgar, who had no wish to fight, sent messengers to Donald Bane, asking him to give up the crown. "It is not yours, but mine by right," he said. "If you will yield the crown to me, I will gladly give you great lands and possessions over which you shall be lord." But Donald Bane, having once been king, had no mind to become merely a lord under his own nephew. So instead of answering, he put Prince Edgar's messengers in prison and then cut off their heads. On hearing of this cruel and insolent treatment of his messengers, Edgar made up his mind to fight. Helped by his uncle Edgar and by the King of England, he gathered an army and set out for Scotland. One night, as he marched northward, he rested at Durham, where his father Malcolm had built a great church. There he had a dream. It seemed to him that St. Cuthbert appeared and spoke to him in the night. "Fear not, my son," said the saint, "for God has been pleased to give you the kingdom. Take my standard from the church and carry it before your army, in face of your enemies. Then I will up and fight for you. Then your foes shall be scattered, and those who hate you shall flee before you." When Edgar awoke, he immediately told the dream to his friends, and they, taking the standard of St. Cuthbert from the church, carried it before the army. The sight of the holy banner put such courage into the hearts of his soldiers that they fought and conquered Donald Bane's great army. Donald Bane himself fled away, but he was pursued and brought back. Edgar, I am sorry to say, put out his eyes and cast him into prison, where he died. Edgar was crowned at Scone with great rejoicing, and for 9 years he reigned quietly and peacefully. Like his mother, Queen Margaret, he was very religious, and he built and restored several churches and monasteries. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Alexander I, the Fierce. Edgar died in 1107 A.D., and as he had no children, he was succeeded by his brother Alexander. Alexander I was called the Fierce because he punished the robbers and other wicked men, of whom there were many in the country. Edgar had been more loved for his gentleness and goodness than feared for his justice and sternness. When Alexander came to the throne, many of the nobles had become little better than robbers. They rode through all the land, burning and destroying, killing and taking prisoner men, women, and children. These wild nobles imagined that Alexander would be gentle, as his brother had been. They thought that he too would be more interested in building churches and monasteries than in ruling his kingdom, and that they might still continue in their wicked ways. But they were mistaken. Alexander was a good man, but he was a stern and just king. He made up his mind to punish these wild nobles, so he gathered his army and went against them. And so fiercely did he hunt and pursue these robbers that very soon the worst of them were put to death. As Alexander was returning from warring against these wild nobles, he was met by a poor lady. She was pale and weary, her dress was torn and dusty. Sobbing, she threw herself upon her knees beside the king. "A boon, my lord king," she cried, "a boon." "What troubles you, lady?" said the king, looking down at her kindly. "Tell me, and if your cause is just, you shall have my aid." "Sire," said the lady, "the Lord of Mearns has slain my husband and my son. He has robbed me of all that I had. Now I wander about, a homeless beggar with none to help me." As the king listened, his face grew dark with anger, and leaping from his horse he cried, "By the Holy Rood, I will never more bestride a horse till I see justice done upon this man." Then, turning his army, he marched at the head of it against the Lord of Mearns. Nor did he rest, nor again mount upon a horse, till he had taken that proud lord and hanged him for his wickedness and cruelty to the poor lady. Thus the wicked nobles began to be in fear and dread of King Alexander, and they made up their minds, as they could not kill him in battle, they must do so by treachery. They bribed the keeper of the king's bedchamber and promised him a great sum of money if he would let some soldiers into the palace. And the keeper of the bedchamber, who ought to have guarded the king's life as his own, let these wicked men into the palace and hid them in a little room near the king's bedroom. In the middle of the night, when all was dark and the king was peacefully sleeping, these bad men crept softly into his room. But as they came near the bed, the king awoke suddenly. There was a dim light, and by it he could faintly see the figures crowding round him. In a moment Alexander sprang up, and seizing his sword, which hung at the head of his bed, he slew the wicked keeper with one blow. Then right and left he struck, defending himself manfully. His sword flashed and fell again and again, till 6 of the traitors lay dead upon the floor. Then, seeing how brave and fierce a king they had to deal with, the others fled. By this time, however, the noise of the fight had aroused the king's servants and soldiers. Some poured into his room, others started in pursuit of the traitors. Many of them were killed, and the rest were taken prisoner and brought before the king. But Alexander knew that these men had been paid to kill him, and not they, but their masters, were his real enemies. So he questioned them until they told the names of the nobles who had sent them to do this wicked deed. Then Alexander gathered his army once more and marched against these rebellious nobles. When they heard of the king's coming, they too gathered their soldiers and made ready to fight. The two armies came in sight of each other and lay encamped on either side of a river. The rebels thought that they were safe, for it seemed to them impossible for an army to cross the river, which was both deep and wide. But King Alexander, calling his standard-bearer, commanded him to cross the river with a company of the best soldiers. This the standard-bearer did, and the rebels were so astonished and afraid at the hardihood and bravery of the king's men that they had no heart to fight and were utterly defeated. After this there was peace in the land, and when Alexander had rest from wars, he too built monasteries and churches, as his father and brother had done. He died in 1125 A.D., having reigned 17 years. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. David the First, the Sore Saint, the Battle of the Standard. Like Edgar, Alexander I had no children, so he was succeeded by another brother, David, the youngest son of Malcolm Canmore. While Alexander was king, David had lived much in England with his sister Matilda, who had married Henry I, the King of England. There he had married a rich and beautiful English lady who, like his sister the Queen, was called Matilda. This Lady Matilda had a great deal of land and money both in Huntingdon and in Northumberland, so David was an English lord as well as King of Scotland, and was called the Earl of Huntingdon. For some years after David came to the throne, he continued to live in England, leaving the affairs of his kingdom to the Constable of Scotland. Having lived so long in England, David had many friends, both Norman and English, and although after the death of Malcolm Canmore the English had been driven out of Scotland, now both English and Norman knights came again and settled there. David gave these friends lands, so many had possessions in both countries. About this time the King of England, who was called Henry I, had a great grief. His son William, of whom he was very fond, was drowned crossing from Normandy. Henry had no other son, so he made all the nobles swear that when he was dead they would accept his daughter Matilda as queen. This is a third Matilda. There was Matilda, Queen of England, Matilda, her daughter, Princess of England, Matilda, Queen of Scotland, and there was yet a fourth Matilda, the wife of Stephen, who was afterwards King of England. All the nobles of England promised what King Henry asked, and King David of Scotland was the first to take the oath. He took the oath not as King of Scotland, but as Earl of Huntingdon, for although within his own land of Scotland he could do as he liked, as Earl of Huntingdon he was bound to obey the King of England, just as on his part the King of England, as Duke of Normandy, was bound to obey the King of France. But no sooner was Henry dead than the English lords forgot their promise, and instead of putting Matilda upon the throne, they chose Stephen, Henry's nephew, to be king. But David was true to his promise, and he marched into England to fight for his niece Matilda. His wild troops ravaged and plundered in a fearful manner. The knighthood of England rose against them, and in 1138 A.D. a great battle was fought. Stephen's army was small, but it was made up of English and Norman knights and soldiers, clad in steel, fully armed, and perfectly drilled. The Scottish army was large, but many of the soldiers were half-savage men from the far north. Some were wild men of Galloway. Only a few were well drilled and well armed, like the Normans. These last David wished to place in the center, in the place of honor, where the fighting would be fiercest, for he knew that they could best resist the Norman knights. But when the men of Galloway heard what the king meant to do, they were very angry and demanded that they should be placed in the center of the army. "Why do you put such trust in iron and steel?" cried one. "I wear no armor, but I dare swear I will go as far tomorrow with my bare breast as any clad in steel." "You boast," sneered a Norman knight, "of what you dare not do." "My arm shall prove my boast," came the fierce reply. And so the quarrel grew until King David was forced to yield and give the place of honor to the brave but wild and untrained men of Galloway. But some of the Norman knights who were now on Stephen's side had been David's friends and vassals. They had possessions both in England and in Scotland, and they did not wish to fight. So now, as a last hope, 2 Norman barons rode out from the English lines and went to beg David to make peace. These 2 knights were Robert de Bruce and Bernard de Baliol. These men you must remember, for the descendants of these men had much to do with Scottish history in after times. It is interesting, too, to remember that they were Norman. Robert de Bruce was an old man, and he was specially anxious to avoid battle. "You are to blame," he said to David, "for all the wicked things your soldiers do. You have said that you are sorry for them. Prove that you really mean what you say and take your wild soldiers back to your own land. It will be better for you, for although we are not many, we are very resolute. Do not drive brave men to despair. My dearest master," he cried at last, bursting into tears, "you have been my friend and companion. I have been young with you and grown old in your service. It wrings my heart to think that you may be defeated, and that in an unjust war." Tears came into King David's eyes as he listened to the words of his old friend, and he was ready to yield to his entreaties and turn back. But one of the fierce Galloway men who stood by exclaimed angrily, "Bruce, you are a false traitor. You have broken your oath to your king. Do not listen to him," he added, turning to David. More bitter words passed, and Bruce, furious at being called a traitor, left the Scottish camp, swearing that he would never again be subject to the King of Scotland. Nothing now could stop the fight. The English were drawn up in close ranks round their standard. This standard was a ship's mast set upon a wagon. At the top of the mast was a large cross, and under the cross a silver box containing holy relics. Round it were hung 4 splendid embroidered banners of 4 great saints. A gallant old priest, too old to fight, for in those days priests often fought, blessed the standard and encouraged the soldiers with brave words, telling them that this was a holy war and that God would reward everlastingly those who died in it. Then the English lords grasped each other by the hand and swore to fight for their holy standard or die. "I swear that on this day I will overcome the Scots or perish," cried one old knight. "So swear we all," cried the others, and the air rang with their shouts. The knights then resolved to fight on foot, and they dismounted and sent their horses away, so that none might be tempted to fly, but must conquer or die where they stood. The Scots now rushed forward, and the sound of their war cry was like the roar of thunder. "Scotland! Scotland! Scotland forever!" they shouted. So fierce was their onslaught that for a moment the steel-clad English warriors seemed to waver. But it was only for a moment. Again and again the Scots threw themselves upon the enemy, but it was like the breaking of waves upon a rocky shore. The ranks of Normans and English stood firm. Then Prince Henry, King David's young and daring son, galloped forward with his horsemen. Fiercely and swiftly they came dashing onward. Through the English ranks they charged, breaking them as if they had been cobwebs, scattering knights and soldiers, and chasing them for several miles from the field. It seemed as if the victory was won, but suddenly an English soldier held up a head upon the point of his spear, crying, "Behold, the King of Scots!" It was not really King David's head. He was not killed, nor even wounded, but seized with sudden fear the Scots broke and fled. It was in vain that King David, taking off his helmet, rode up and down among them bareheaded to show that he was yet alive. All was panic and confusion. The day was lost. And so, when Prince Henry returned from chasing the English, he found the Scots flying from the field. "We have done what men may," he said to his men. "We have conquered as much as we could. Now we must save ourselves if we can." Then his men, throwing away their banners that they might not be known, mixed with the English soldiers, and so passed through their ranks. At last, after 3 days, having had many adventures and escapes, they reached the Scottish camp. Great was King David's joy when his son returned, for he had begun to sorrow for him as lost. Although the Scots had been defeated in the Battle of the Standard, as it was called from the famous English standard, they did not leave England. It was not until some months later that peace was made, and then the terms which the Scots made were so good that they seemed to have lost little by this battle. But the cause of Matilda, Queen of England, appeared to be hopeless for the time at least, and although David helped her again, he was never able to win her kingdom for her. King David was not always fighting. He did much besides and was a good and wise king. The chief thing for which he is remembered is that he built many churches and monasteries. Indeed, he spent so much money in this way that a king who reigned long after him said that David was a sore saint for the crown. By that, this king meant to say that David had spent so much money on churches that he made the country poor, and the kings who came after him were obliged to tax the people heavily in order to get money to pay for necessary things. But we must remember that in those far-off days the monasteries were the only schools and hospitals, and the monks and nuns the only teachers, doctors, and nurses. So in building monasteries, King David also built schools and hospitals. King David was a just man, and he protected the poor and helpless. He never lost his temper. He was always kind and gentle. The poor knew that he would always listen to their sorrows and complaints and deal justly with them. So they did not fear to go to the king whenever they were in distress. It is told of him how one day he was going to hunt. His foot was already in the stirrup when a poor man came to him with a tale of sorrow and injustice. The king immediately sent away his horse, and returning to his palace, listened to what the poor man had to say and saw that justice was done to him. But although David was so kind to the poor and talked to them as if he were one of themselves, he ruled his lords and knights very sternly and made them treat him with all the reverence and respect due to a king. At length a great sorrow fell upon this wise and good king. He, too, like Henry I of England, lost his only son. Prince Henry, young, handsome, and brave, became ill and died, and there was great mourning and wailing in all Scotland, for he had been much loved. King David was growing old, and he knew that he could not live much longer. So calling to him Duncan, Earl of Fife, he bade him to take Prince Malcolm, Henry's eldest son, and travel with him through the land, showing him to the people as their future king. Prince Malcolm was little more than 10 years old, but for the love they had to his father, the people welcomed him and swore to be true to him as their king. Soon after this, one day King David's servants found him kneeling as if in prayer. His head was bent, and his hands were clasped upon his breast. He was dead. King David died in 1153 A.D., having reigned 29 years. He was succeeded by his grandson, Malcolm, who was only 11 years old. Malcolm was allowed to take possession of the crown quietly, but in those far-off times there was nearly always rebellion when a child came to the throne. So very soon a rebellion, headed by a powerful chief called Somerled, broke out. For 3 years there was war, but at last the rebels were subdued. As King Malcolm was so young, someone must at first have ruled for him. But strange to say, we do not know who this was. Malcolm reigned for 12 years, but very little of importance to Scotland's story happened during that time. King David had possessed a great deal of land in England. The king who was now on the throne of England was very fond of power. He did not like to think that so much of his land was in the hands of the Scottish king, especially as that king was only a boy. So he sent to Scotland and asked Malcolm to come to England to visit him. Malcolm went, and somehow or other Henry II, as this king was called, persuaded or forced him to give up his claim to all his English lands except the earldom of Huntingdon. In spite of this, Malcolm seems to have been fond of King Henry. He spent much of his time with him, and even went with him to fight against the French. This made the Scottish people very angry, for the Scots and the French had been friends for many years. It was perhaps for this reason that some of the people broke out in rebellion again. Malcolm died in 1165 A.D. He was only 24 years old when he died, and he was called the Maiden because he had a beautiful face and looked more like a girl than a man. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. William I, the Lion. Malcolm had no children, so he was succeeded by his brother William. William was by no means meek and gentle like his brother, the Maiden, and he was called the Lion. He was very sorry that Malcolm had given up Northumberland to the King of England, and he tried to get it back again. But Henry was not a man to let go of anything of which he had once gained possession, so William tried in vain. But he could not forget that the kings of Scotland had once ruled Northumberland, and when he had been on the throne about 9 years, he resolved to fight for it. He gathered a great army and marched into England. He took several towns and castles in Northumberland. Then at Alnwick he rested, waiting for the coming of the English army. One morning a thick mist covered all the country. Through the mist a company of English soldiers came marching from the south. They had lost their way and knew not where they were. Fearing lest they should be surprised by the Scots, some of them wished to turn back. But one bold knight named Bernard de Baliol cried out, "You may go back, but I will go on, even if I go alone, and thus preserve mine honor." So, heartened by his brave words, the soldiers pushed on as best they might. Suddenly the mist lightened, and the English saw the walls of a castle not far off. Upon a plain near the castle, about 60 knights were holding a tournament. A tournament was a kind of mock battle, and in those days was one of the chief amusements of lords and knights. It generally took place on a large plain, round which people stood and sat, looking on. In the place of honor sat fair ladies and great lords, watching the knights. The weapons used in a tournament were, as a rule, blunted, but in spite of this, those who took part in it were often wounded and sometimes killed. The knights wore in their helmets the colors of their ladies, and it was thought that a knight could not honor his lady more highly than by being victor in a tournament. So every true knight longed to be victor and to win the prize of bay leaves or flowers, which was placed on his head by the fairest lady there. These knights who were holding the tournament in the mist were King William and his lords. They were thus playing at war while waiting for the real enemy to appear. At first, when they saw the English, they thought that it was a party of their own soldiers, but soon they found out their mistake. To turn and flee to the castle of Alnwick was the only safe thing to do. But that bold King William would not do. "Now we shall see who among us are true knights," he cried, and setting spurs to his horse, he charged the enemy. But 60 men could do little against 600. All that brave and desperate men could do, they did, but it was in vain. Many were slain, many more were wounded. King William fought more bravely than any, but at last his horse was killed. He fell to the ground and was taken prisoner by the English. The English were so pleased at having taken such an important prisoner that they did not wait to fight any more. They turned southward at once, carrying with them the King of Scots. The English did not treat King William kindly. They set him upon a horse and tied his legs together under it, just as if he had been a common thief or murderer. In this manner he was brought before King Henry. King Henry did not treat his prisoner kindly either. He put heavy chains upon his hands and feet and threw him into a dark dungeon. Then, thinking that he was not safe enough in England, Henry sailed over to France, where he shut William up in a castle. There William the Lion was kept until he should promise to acknowledge Henry as overlord. But William, chained though he was still the Lion, and he would not agree. So Henry sent messengers to the Scottish Parliament, and they, in order to free their king, agreed that the King of Scotland should acknowledge the King of England as overlord. William was then freed from prison and allowed to go back to his own land. For 15 years this wicked bargain lasted, and the King of Scotland did homage to the King of England. Then Henry II died, and his son Richard of the Lionheart set William the Lion free from his promise. Richard wanted to go to join the wars of the Cross or Crusades as they were called. They were so called because the people who took part in them were fighting for the land where Christ died upon the cross. This land, which is called Palestine, or the Holy Land, was in the hands of the Saracens. These Saracens did not believe in Christ, and they were cruel to the Christians who traveled to Palestine to visit the Holy Sepulchre. So Christian people of all lands banded together to fight these Saracens and drive them out of the Holy Land. Richard of the Lionheart was eager to join one of these crusades, but he needed money to carry himself and his soldiers over the sea to Palestine. William gave Richard money, and in return Richard gave Scotland her freedom once more. He wrote a letter, or charter, saying that Scotland was a free country, as it had ever been, and that the King of Scotland was no longer the vassal of the King of England and need not do homage to him. This was in 1189 A.D. This action of King Richard's did a great deal towards wiping out the bitter feeling of hate between the English and Scots, and for some years there was not only peace, but even friendship between the two lands. William the Lion lived to be a very old man and died in 1214 A.D., having reigned 50 years all but a few days. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, The Story of Alexander II. Alexander II was only 17 years old when his father William the Lion died, but he was crowned at once, and young though he was, he proved to be a good and wise king. During this reign, the quarreling over the borderlands between England and Scotland still went on. Alexander was very anxious to recover his power over Northumbria, and soon after he came to the throne he marched into England to help the barons who were fighting against their own King John. John was very angry when he heard that the King of Scotland was helping his rebellious barons, and he marched northward at the head of a wild and terrible army. The names of some of the leaders of this army show what fierce men they were. They were called Book the Murderer, Godishall the Iron-Hearted, Manlion the Bloody. These cruel warriors marched through all the country, killing people, burning houses, and laying waste the land. Every morning they set fire to the town in which they had spent the night. King John himself showing the example and setting light with his own hand to the house in which he had slept. This terrible host came to within a few miles of Edinburgh, John vowing that he would unearth the young fox, as he called King Alexander. But there he found the Scottish army ready to fight him. John dared not fight, for his soldiers were almost starving. All the country round was a desert. In it, John could find no food for his army, so he turned and went home again. Then, in revenge, Alexander marched once more into England, and not until John died and his son ruled instead was there peace between the two countries. Alexander then married the sister of the new English king, and the peace was so secure for a time that once, when the English king had to go to France, he asked Alexander to take care of the north of England while he was gone. And Alexander, like a true knight, accepted the trust and kept faith with the English king. Having made peace with England, Alexander had time to look after his own country and people. This was no easy task. The people were wild and passionate, and so fiercely did they quarrel among themselves that at times they were in danger of dragging the whole country into war. Once a tournament took place near a town called Haddington. Knights came from all sides to take part in it. Among them was a great and powerful lord called Walter Bisset. Through all Scotland he was known to be a skillful fighter. He rode proudly into the lists, his armor gleaming and his helmet plumes waving in the breeze. He was sure of winning the prize. But there was a young lord called the Earl of Athol. He hated Walter Bisset, and he made up his mind to conquer him. So when the heralds sounded the trumpets as a sign for the tournament to begin, the Earl, singling out Walter Bisset, lowered his lance and rushed upon him with all his might. But Walter Bisset was a strong man and knew well how to use his weapons. He sat firmly upon his horse, returning blow for blow. The fight grew fierce. Their lances were shivered to atoms. Their swords flashed and rang. Then, suddenly putting out all his strength, the Earl dealt a mighty blow. In a moment, Walter lay upon the ground, and his horse galloped riderless away. Walter rose unhurt, but with anger in his heart, and swearing vengeance upon the Earl, he sullenly left the lists. A few days later the young Earl was killed, and his house was set on fire and burned to the ground. As soon as the Earl's friends heard of what had happened, they made sure that it was Walter Bisset who had done the deed. So he was seized and brought before the king. In vain Walter tried to clear himself. No one would believe him. He was condemned as a punishment for his wickedness to have all his land taken from him. He was also ordered to go upon a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, there to remain for the rest of his life, praying for the soul of the murdered earl. But instead of going to the Holy Land, Walter went to the court of the King of England. He told the king that he was innocent, and he complained that the King of Scotland had no right to punish him, even had he been guilty, without leave from his overlord, the King of England. Of course, the King of England was not the King of Scotland's overlord, but the King of England was only too glad to make believe once more that he was. So he sent messengers to Alexander, asking how he dared act in so great a matter without leave. "Tell your master," replied Alexander proudly, "that I never have held, nor never will hold, the smallest part of my kingdom of Scotland as vassal to the King of England. I owe no obedience to him." When Henry received this answer, he resolved to make war on Scotland. He gathered a great army. Alexander also gathered an army, and they marched to meet each other. But there was no fighting. Even in England, many people loved Alexander. The English nobles did not wish to fight against him, and at the last moment peace was arranged. This peace lasted until the death of Alexander in 1249 A.D. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Alexander III, How the Little King was Crowned and Married. Although Alexander II had reigned for 35 years, he was not an old man when he died, and his son, who was also called Alexander, was only 8 years old when he began to reign. Being so young, the little prince had not yet been made a knight. Some of the nobles said that he could not be crowned until he had been made a knight. So the old bishop of St. Andrews knighted the little boy before the crown was placed upon his head. With trembling fingers, the old man fastened a big sword with jeweled scabbard and hilt round his waist and tried to make him understand what all the ceremony meant. Then he led the little knight to the Stone of Destiny. Sitting there, the crown was placed upon his head by the Thane of Fife. The scepter was put into his hand and the royal robes upon his shoulders. Then, one by one, the nobles knelt before the little king. Throwing their mantles at his feet and placing their hands between his, they swore to be true to him and serve him faithfully. When the last lord had risen from his knees, there stepped from out the crowd an old, old man. His hair and beard were long and white. His back was bent, and as he walked, he leaned upon a staff. His cloak, which covered him from head to heel, was brilliant scarlet. In his hand he held a harp. He was a minstrel or singer. Kneeling before the throne, the minstrel began to tell, in a kind of chant, the names of all the king's fathers and grandfathers. "Hail, King of Albion," he said, "Alexander, son of Alexander, son of William, son of Henry," and so on until he had told the names of all Alexander's forefathers, right back to the prince called Gathelus, who had come out of Greece so many hundreds of years before. Then, when he had finished, the minstrel rose from his knees, and all the nobles shouted, "Hail, King of Albion!" 2 years after he was crowned, the boy king was married to the little Princess Margaret, daughter of the King of England. Alexander went to England to be married, and the ceremony took place at York. The bride and bridegroom were only children, but the wedding was a very splendid affair. People crowded from every part of the two kingdoms to see the sight. There were English, Norman, and Scottish nobles, all as grandly dressed as might be, besides merchants, farmers, and common people of every description. The feasting and rejoicing lasted many days. Hundreds of oxen were roasted whole. Fountains ran with wine. 1,000 knights rode behind the little princess as she went to her wedding. Every day these knights appeared in new clothes, each suit more splendid than the last. The boy king, too, was attended by hundreds of knights who were dressed as beautifully as those around the queen. But in the midst of all this splendor and feasting, the King of England tried once again to make himself master of Scotland. The little king did homage to Henry for the lands which he still held in England, and Henry tried to make him do homage for Scotland too. But young though he was, Alexander had already been taught to beware of the greed of the King of England, so he answered, "I came into England on a joyful and peaceful errand. I came to marry the English princess, not to talk of the affairs of state. I cannot and will not speak of so important a matter without the advice of my lords and nobles." And although Henry was not very pleased, he had to be content with this answer. Then, when all the feasting was over, Alexander went back to Scotland, taking his queen with him. As the king was so young, there was a great deal of quarreling among the nobles as to who should have the power. For of course Alexander was too young really to rule. The Scottish nobles had been jealous of each other, and now they were jealous of the English nobles and servants whom the queen had brought with her. And among them all the little queen had an unhappy time. For although she was a queen, Margaret was, after all, only a little girl. She had been taken away from her father and mother and sent to live in a strange country. There, everything seemed to her to be very dull and quiet after the bright and gay English court. So she cried and complained and was very miserable. She cried so much that her father, the King of England, heard about it, and he sent messengers to Scotland to see if they could make things brighter for his little daughter. But the Scots were so jealous of these English people that it is said they even poisoned one of them who was a doctor and whom the king had sent to take care of the little queen. Then Henry came himself, and he appointed a regent to rule until Alexander should be 21. But although the queen was perhaps happier after this, no English king could settle Scottish matters. So, for some years, there were very sad times while the great lords plotted against one another, each struggling for power and each trying to gain possession of the king. But when Alexander was about 20 years old, he resolved to be king indeed. He took the power into his own hands, and he soon showed that he knew how to rule. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Alexander III, The Taming of the Ravens. For many years, the islands which lie around Scotland had been in the power of the Norsemen, these wild sea kings who came sailing over from Norway. Now Alexander made up his mind to drive these Norsemen out of the islands and rule them himself, for he saw how dangerous it was to allow these fierce strangers to live so near his own kingdom. They were always ready to help rebels against the King of Scots, and the kings of England were always sure of their help when they wished to fight with Scotland. So Alexander gathered an army of soldiers and sent them in ships to these islands. There was much fierce and cruel fighting, but at last all the Norse nobles who would not own the King of Scotland as overlord instead of the King of Norway were either killed or driven away. Those who were driven away sailed back to Norway in hot anger to beg help from Hakko, their king. Hakko, when he heard what Alexander had done, was very wrathful, and he gathered a great army, resolved to avenge his people. He had about 160 ships. They were nearly all large, and they were crowded with soldiers and strong men of war. Hakko's own ship was very splendid. It was built of oak and was beautifully carved with dragons and was painted and gilded. From the masthead floated his standard, embroidered with a raven with outspread wings. From this standard these fierce sea kings were known as the Ravens. As this mighty fleet came floating onward, it looked very gay and splendid. Flags fluttered in the breeze. The summer sun shone on the coats of the knights and made their weapons and armor glitter. Never before had such a fleet sailed against Scotland. On they came, right round the north of the island and down the west coast until they sailed up the Firth of Clyde. When Alexander saw what a number of ships there were, he knew he could not hope to defeat them unless he had time to gather more soldiers. So when the ships sailed up the Firth of Clyde, he sent some monks with bare feet and heads to ask Hakko upon what terms he would make peace. Hakko was glad to think that Alexander wished to make peace, so he sent some of his chief men to talk to him. The king received these men kindly, but he kept them waiting for a few days before he returned an answer to King Hakko. And so, as time went on, Alexander caused delay after delay, for he had no intention of making peace. He only wanted to put off time. He knew that every day was precious. He knew that the longer he put off fighting, the longer he had in which to gather troops. And as the summer passed, there was always greater and greater chance that storms would arise and wreck Hakko's ships. Soon the Norsemen had eaten up all the food which they had brought with them. They had no means of getting more unless they landed and attacked the Scots. So the captains urged Hakko to battle. By this time, too, the fine weather had gone. The sky grew gray and the wind blew cold, and at last one night a fierce storm arose. The waves dashed high, the wind shrieked and howled, and many of Hakko's ships, driven hither and thither in the darkness, were broken to pieces upon the rocky shore. So fierce was this storm that the Norsemen thought it had been caused by the enchantments of some witch, and that made them more afraid than they would otherwise have been. The Scots were ready and watching for some such disaster to happen, and soon bonfires were lit all along the coast, which carried far inland the news of the wreck of Hakko's fleet. So, as the ships were dashed by the waves upon the shore, armed peasants rushed down from the heights above, eager to kill and to plunder. In the morning, Hakko resolved to land the rest of his men and to fight as best he might. When he did so, he found a great army of Scots, led by their king, waiting for him. Among the Scots were some very splendid horsemen, both men and horses clad in steel, and so fiercely did they charge that it seemed as if they would drive the Norsemen into the sea. But the Norsemen were strong and brave and unused to yielding, and although some fled, many stood their ground. These formed themselves into a ring, and standing back to back, their long spears made an unbroken, bristling fence, upon which the Scottish horse threw themselves again and again in vain. Hour after hour, the battle raged around the circle of spears. Step by step, the Norsemen were forced backward towards the sea, but still the bristling fence remained unbroken. Great deeds of valor were done on either side, and many a brave knight fell. And all the time the storm raged, the roar of the waves, the shriek of the wind, were mingled with the clash and clang of sword and armor, and the cries of the wounded and the dying. At last night fell, and the fighting ceased. In the darkness the Norsemen fled to their boats. When morning broke, they looked with sorrow and despair towards the shore where their brave comrades lay dead. So many had been drowned during the storm, so many had been killed in battle, that there were not enough left to fight any more. Hako, therefore, sent a message to King Alexander, begging for peace and for leave to bury the dead. This Alexander granted, and having gathered their dead and buried them in great trenches with piled stones upon them, the Norsemen sailed away in their battered, half-wrecked ships, never again to return. But Hako got no farther than the island of Orkney. There, overcome by grief and shame at his defeat, he died, and never more saw his native land. This battle was called the Battle of Largs, and was fought on the 15th of December, 1263 A.D. By it, the pride of the Norsemen was broken. Of all the islands of Scotland, only Orkney and Shetland remained to them. The ravens were tamed. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Alexander III. How a beautiful lady took a brave knight prisoner. In the days of Alexander III, there lived a lady called Marjorie, Countess of Carrick. This lady was very young and very beautiful. Both her father and her mother were dead. Her mother had been King Alexander's cousin, her father a brave soldier who had died in a far-off land fighting the battles of the Cross. So this beautiful lady became the king's ward. That is, he looked upon her as his daughter and took care of her as a father would have done. One day the Lady Marjorie was hunting in the woods near her castle. She was splendidly dressed and rode upon a beautiful horse. With her were other lovely ladies and fine gentlemen, all grandly dressed. As they rode through the woods, laughing and talking, they met a knight who was riding alone. The knight was clad in shining armor, and he was tall and strong and handsome. When Lady Marjorie saw him, her heart gave a leap and a bound. Of all the knights and nobles she had ever seen, this was the grandest and the best. As the knight rode past, Lady Marjorie looked after him. Then she called one of her gentlemen to her. "Ride quickly to yonder knight," she said. "Tell him that the Countess of Carrick begs him to join the chase and to dine with her in the castle, which is hard by." The gentleman put spurs to his horse and rode quickly after the knight. "Sir Knight," he cried, "my Lady of Carrick greets you and begs the honor of your company." The knight, who was called Robert de Bruce, stood still, and as he listened to Lady Marjorie's message, he looked back at the gay company of lords and ladies who waited for him at a little distance. Robert de Bruce had seen the Lady Marjorie's face as he rode past. To him she had seemed more lovely than any lady in all the world. But now he stood silent and thoughtful. He longed to go back, yet he dared not. The Countess of Carrick was a very great lady. She was the king's ward and cousin. Robert de Bruce knew by that one look at her beautiful face that he loved her, but he feared that the king would not think him great enough nor rich enough to marry his ward, so he resolved never to see her any more. "I thank the lady humbly," he said to the gentleman who stood waiting for his answer, "but I may not stay. Pray the lady to pardon my rudeness, for I must hasten on. By nightfall I must be far from here." Then, bowing low, he rode away. The gentleman went back to the Countess and told her what Robert de Bruce had said. As Lady Marjorie listened, the tears sprang to her eyes, her lips trembled, and she looked as if she were going to cry. Then, drawing herself up, she said, "Who is this who dares disobey the Countess of Carrick? I say he shall come. Ride forward, gentlemen, and surround him. If he will not come in peace, then it shall be in war." The gentlemen scattered through the wood in all directions, and a few minutes later, as Robert de Bruce rode slowly forward, he found himself surrounded on all sides by a troop of gaily clad knights with drawn swords. Seeing himself thus surrounded, Robert de Bruce drew his sword too, ready to defend himself to the last. Then Lady Marjorie rode through the ring of knights and laid her hand upon the bridle of his horse. "Put up your sword," she cried, smiling. "A true knight may not fight against a lady. You are my prisoner." Robert de Bruce sheathed his sword, and taking off his helmet, bowed low before the beautiful lady. "Lady, I yield myself your prisoner," he said. Then, laughing and merry, Lady Marjorie, holding the bridle rein of her prisoner's horse, led the way to the castle. There Robert de Bruce remained for a fortnight as Lady Marjorie's prisoner, but he was such a willing prisoner that he never tried to run away. Indeed, as the days went on, the thought that sometime he would be obliged to go away and leave her made him very unhappy. So, in spite of the king's anger, he asked Lady Marjorie to marry him, that they might never be parted any more. This was just what Lady Marjorie wanted him to do, and as they were afraid that the king would say no, they got married first and told him about it afterwards. When the king heard about it, he was quite as angry as they had expected him to be. He was so angry that to punish Lady Marjorie, he took all her lands and money from her. But she came to him and begged to be forgiven. All her friends begged for her too, and at last Alexander forgave her. And when he saw what a splendid, strong man Robert de Bruce was, he forgave him also and became his friend. Robert and Marjorie lived very happily together. They had a little son whom they called Robert after his father. This little baby grew up to be a very wise man and became King of Scotland. You will hear a great deal about him soon. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Alexander III, How the King Rode Homeward Through the Dark Night. Alexander was a good king, and after he had tamed the ravens, he spent his time making good laws. He traveled all over his kingdom to see that justice was done, even to the very poor. He reigned for 37 years, and towards the end of his reign he had many sorrows. His wife died, his 2 sons died, and his daughter, who had married the King of Norway, also died. She left a little daughter called Margaret, and this little girl was the heir to the throne. In those days, it was very unusual for a queen to rule, so, sad as he was, Alexander gathered all his nobles together and made them swear to receive the little Princess Margaret as their queen when he died. Alexander felt it very necessary to do this, for the King of England, now called Edward I, had again tried to make him own him as overlord, but Alexander had again refused. "To homage for my kingdom of Scotland no one has any right save God alone, nor do I hold it of any but God," he said. "I do homage to you only for the lands which I hold in England." So, for the time, the King of England had to be content, but Alexander felt very sure that when he was gone, and there was only a little girl to withstand him, the King of England would try once again to make himself master of Scotland. So he charged all the knights and barons to be true to their queen and their country. Not long after this, Alexander had been to Edinburgh to a great banquet, and after it was over, he started to ride back to his castle at Dunfermline. The night was dark, and his lords prayed him not to go, as a wise man called Thomas the Rhymer had foretold that there would be a great storm. But Alexander was determined to go, and he started off in the darkness. He reached the river Forth in safety, and there the ferryman begged him not to cross, as the night was dark and the water deep. Still, Alexander insisted on going. "Then will I go too," said the man. "It would ill become me if I were not willing to die with thy father's son." The river was safely crossed. On again through the darkness went the king and his little band of followers. The road led by the riverside. The cliffs were high and steep, and the night so dark that they could not see the narrow path, and they had to trust to their horses. But on they went, the king riding first, quickly and fearlessly. Suddenly his horse stumbled. There was a cry in the darkness, the sound of a heavy fall. Then silence. "My lord king!" cried a frightened attendant. "What has happened?" There was no answer except the sound of waves and the cry of wild birds. Far below, on the rocks of the seashore, the king lay dead. Morning dawned, clear and calm, and the people laughed at Thomas the Rhymer. "Where is your storm?" they asked, pointing to the blue sky and bright sunshine. But even as they spoke, a messenger came with the news. "The king is dead." "There," said Thomas, "that is the storm of which I spoke. Never did tempest bring more ill luck to Scotland." There was great sorrow at the death of Alexander, for he had been a good king, and his people loved him. Scotland lamented him full sore, for under him all his people were. In honor, quiet, and in peace, therefore called peaceable king he was. He loved all men that were virtuous. He loathed and chastised all vanities. Justice he gave, and equity, to each man as should be. To lords and knights and squires that were pleasant of manners, he was leal, liberal, and loving, and all virtuous in governing. When Alexander our king was dead, that Scotland led in love and lee, away was wealth of ale and bread, of wine and wax, of game and glee. Our gold was changed into lead, Christ born into virginity. Succor Scotland and remedy, which placed is in perplexity. It is more than 600 years since King Alexander died, but the place is still called the King's Crag, and there is a monument there to mark the spot. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. The Maid of Norway. When Alexander died, his little granddaughter Margaret, who was called the Maid of Norway, was only 4 years old. She was living in Norway with her father, but she was proclaimed Queen of Scotland, and 6 nobles were appointed to rule the land until she grew up. Now began a very unhappy time for Scotland, a stormy time, as Thomas the Rhymer had foretold. The 6 nobles, and many others besides, quarreled among themselves. Instead of trying to keep Scotland peaceful, they tried to make themselves great. This went on for about 4 years. Then Edward, King of England, who was still eager to make Scotland and England into one country, proposed that the little queen, who was now 8 years old, should marry his son Edward, Prince of Wales. The Scottish people agreed to this, but knowing what was in Edward's mind, they made it plain to him that Scotland should remain a free country even though the Queen married the English prince. The rights and customs of Scotland were to remain unchanged, and Scotland was never to be made a part of England. To this Edward had appeared to agree, for he saw that on no other conditions could he have his wish. But secretly he said to one of his chief advisers, Now the time when Scotland and its petty kings shall be under my rule has at last arrived." The little queen set sail from Norway in a beautiful ship filled with splendid jewels and clothes and other rich presents from her father, but she never reached her kingdom. On the voyage she became very ill and died in Orkney. How she died or where she was buried we do not know. In those days news traveled very slowly. There were no trains or posts or telegrams, and it was not for some time after her death that the people who were waiting anxiously for their queen learned that she would never come to them at all. The death of the little queen was a great sorrow to the people of Scotland, and it also put them into a great difficulty. The Maid of Norway had been the only direct heir to the throne, for King Alexander's children had all died before he did, and he had no other near relatives. But he had a great many cousins and distant relatives, and now no fewer than 12 men claimed the throne. The chief of the 12 were John Baliol and Robert de Bruce, the father of that Robert who married the pretty Lady Marjorie. Each of the 12 thought that he had the best right to the throne. None would give way, so the quarreling became very fierce. As the 12 could not agree among themselves as to who should be king, they at last resolved to ask someone else to decide for them. So Edward, King of England, was asked to come to settle the question. This seemed to many of the nobles the best and wisest thing to do. King Edward was king of a neighboring country. He was King Alexander's brother-in-law and great-uncle of the Maid of Norway, and he was known to be a wise and just man. But King Edward pretended that he was asked for none of these reasons, but because he was overlord of Scotland. Edward chose John Baliol as king. Both John Baliol and Robert Bruce were descended from David of Huntingdon, who was William the Lion's brother. But John Baliol was the grandson of his eldest daughter. Robert Bruce was the son of his second daughter. So Edward decided that the grandson of William the Lion's eldest had a better right to the throne than the son of his second daughter. We must own that King Edward's choice seems the just and right one. Unfortunately, John Baliol was a weak man and no fit king for Scotland at this time. Before Edward chose him as king, he made him swear to own the King of England as overlord. To this John Baliol consented, for Edward was so strong and he so weak that he did not dare to resist. It is said that Edward had sent for Robert de Bruce and offered him the crown on the same terms, but that Bruce had indignantly refused, and so John Baliol was chosen instead. Kneeling before King Edward, John Baliol placed his hands between his lords and swore to be his man. The Great Seal of Scotland was broken in 4 and given to the King of England as a sign that Scotland was his. Then he went home, believing that at last he had made himself master of Scotland. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. John Baliol, The Siege of Berwick. John Baliol was made king in 1292 A.D., 2 years after the death of the Maid of Norway. The crown of Scotland had indeed been placed upon his head, but in order to win that crown, he had been obliged to own himself to be the King of England's subject. Perhaps he thought that to do homage to Edward was only a form, and that once he was safe upon the throne, he would be able to defy the King of England. But Edward very soon showed him that he was mistaken. Edward was a great king, and to his own subjects at least, a just one. But he loved power. He believed, perhaps, that he had really the right to be Scotland's overlord, and he meant to insist on that right, not only in name, but indeed. Whenever King Baliol tried to act as any free king would, Edward would send for him and scold him and ask him how he dared act without leave from his overlord. If Baliol punished a rebellious noble, the noble would go to Edward and complain. Then Edward would take the side of the noble and be angry with Baliol, not perhaps because he cared whether the noble had been justly or unjustly punished, but because he wanted to make Baliol feel that he was under the King of England and must do what he was told. No man, however unworthy of the name of king, could long suffer such tyranny, and soon Baliol, weak though he was, rebelled. Edward was at war with France, and as he wanted more soldiers, he sent to Baliol, ordering him to come with some of his best men to fight for England against France. But the Scottish people were tired of the insolence and tyranny of the English king. They had never agreed to Baliol's bargain, so now they refused to send a single man to fight against the French. Instead, they drove all the English from the Scottish court and agreed to help the French to fight them. Edward was very angry at this, and gathering an army, he marched into Scotland. The Scots, too, gathered an army. Their parliament declared in the name of their king that they no longer considered Edward as overlord, and in case Baliol should be weak enough to yield again, they shut him up in a strong castle and went to war without him. But, unfortunately, all the Scottish people were not united. As many of the great lords owned lands in both countries, they owed obedience both to the King of Scotland and to the King of England. In times of peace, that did not matter much, but in times of war, it caused great difficulties, for as you know, they only held their lands on condition of fighting for their overlord in battle. So, as their two overlords were fighting against each other, many of them, as was natural, sided with the stronger, which was Edward. Besides this, many of the Scottish lords were angry because Baliol was kept a prisoner, so they would not join in fighting Edward. Among those who fought for Edward was Robert Bruce, the husband of Lady Marjorie. Bruce joined Edward because he was an English as well as a Scottish lord, because he hated Baliol, and because he hoped Baliol would be driven from the throne and that then Edward would help him to become king. Edward marched north as far as Newcastle-on-Tyne. From there he sent a message to the King of Scotland ordering him to come to him. But after waiting a few days and finding that Baliol did not come, he marched on again and, crossing the Tweed, laid siege to the town of Berwick. Berwick was at this time the most important seaport in Scotland. To lay siege to a town means to surround it on all sides so that the people in the town cannot come out, and so that no one can go in carrying help and food. Sometimes, if a siege lasts a long time, the people within a town suffer terribly from hunger. As the English lay before Berwick, the Scots taunted King Edward and made a song about him. What turns the King Edward with his long shanks? For to win Berwick and our unthanks, go pike at him, and when he have it won, go dike at him. This was considered very scornful and very funny, and although it is difficult now to understand why, it is said to have made King Edward very angry. Perhaps he did not like being called Longshanks. He got that name because he was tall and had long, thin legs. The siege of Berwick did not last long, for although the town was protected by the sea on one side, on land there was only a low mud wall to keep the enemy back. Edward attacked it both by land and sea. The Scots set the English ships on fire and drove them back, but on land the English army broke down the walls and entered the town. The king himself, mounted upon his great horse Bayard, was the first to leap over the wall. After him swarmed his soldiers, eager to kill. There was terrible bloodshed and slaughter. Such was the fury of the English that none were saved, and the streets ran red with blood. In the town was a place called the Red House. It belonged to Flemish merchants who had come to live in Berwick and who had helped to make the town rich and prosperous. It was a very strong place, and when the rest of the town had been taken, the merchants of the Red House still held out and fought bravely. These gallant men, although they were not Scotsmen, had made up their minds to die for the land in which they had found a home. When the English saw that they could not take the Red House, they set it on fire. Still, these brave Flemish merchants would not yield to the English king, and they died, every man of them, amid the roaring flames, and were buried beneath the ruins of their Red House. Then King Edward, lest the Scots should take their town again, dug a ditch and built a wall round it to make it strong. King although he was, he wielded a barrow and used a spade himself, so eager was he to encourage the men and help on the work. The remains of these fortifications can be seen to this day. Fortification comes from a Latin word which means strong, so to fortify means to make strong. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26, John Baliol, the last of Toom Tabard. Berwick was taken, but instead of yielding, the people made Baliol send a letter to Edward saying he would not come to do homage, as he was ordered to do. "Ah, the foolish traitor," cried Edward when he read the letter. "What folly is this? Since he will not come to us, we will go to him." And so he went, fighting battles and taking towns all the way. Town after town, castle after castle fell before Edward and his victorious army. The great lords and barons knelt to him as their master. There seemed no help for it. They must yield or die. At last, at Montrose, Edward and Baliol met again, and there Baliol, forgetting his proud words, came to Edward, begging for pardon. With no crown upon his head, with no royal robes about his shoulders, with neither sword nor scepter, but clad in a plain dark dress like a penitent, and carrying a white wand in his hand, he came. Standing before his master, he confessed that he had been led away by evil counsels. He gave up his right to the throne of Scotland and put himself into the hands of Edward. Edward, strong and stern, and filled with contempt for so weak a man, sent both Baliol and his son prisoner to England. A few years later, Baliol was allowed to go to France. There, on his own lands, he lived quietly till he died. In Scotland's story, we have no more to do with this weak-spirited king. His own people called him Toom Tabard, which means empty coat, because he looked rather fine in his splendid robes, but there was neither courage nor manhood in him, and for many years to come Scotland suffered for his weakness and folly. Now that Baliol was no longer king, Robert Bruce thought that the time for which he had hoped had come. He thought that he should now be king, but Edward had no mind to give up what he had won. "Have we nothing, think you, to do but to conquer kingdoms and give them to you?" he asked scornfully, and Robert Bruce went back to his own lands, sad and angry. Edward placed English governors over Scotland, filled the Scottish castles with English soldiers. Then, thinking that he had subdued the people, he went home. He took with him many things which were dear and sacred to the hearts of Scotsmen. Among these was the Stone of Destiny, which has remained in England ever since. It is now in Westminster, and it is used whenever a British king is crowned. It is said, too, that Edward caused to be taken away and destroyed many old books and records of Scotland. He did this so that the people might be made the more easily to forget their ancient freedom and become his willing subjects. But all these things he did in vain. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. The Adventures of Sir William Wallace. Those were sad days for Scotland. The people seemed crushed and almost in despair, but they were still unconquered. They had no king, no leader, but in this dark hour a man arose who became their leader, and although he never wore the crown, he was the king of every true Scotsman's heart. This man was Sir William Wallace. Wallace was not one of the great nobles. He was only the younger son of a country gentleman, but he loved Scotland with all his heart and soul, and he hated the English who had brought so much sorrow and trouble on his dear land. At the time when John Baliol was driven from the throne, Wallace was very young. He was indeed little more than a boy, but he was far taller than most men, and was very strong and handsome. He had a great deal of brown, wavy hair, and his eyes were bright and clear. Far and wide he was known as a gallant fighter, and there were few who could stand against the blows of his sword. Yet, although he was so big and strong and fierce in battle, he was very kind and generous. He gave nearly all his money to poor people, and those who were in need never came to him in vain. When everyone else was in despair, when everyone else had yielded to Edward, Wallace alone would not yield and would not quite despair. But his heart was full of hot anger against the English, and he longed to free his country from them. Wallace had hated the English all his life, and he had his first fight with them when he was quite a boy. One day he had been out fishing and had caught a good many fish. On his way home he met some Englishmen. "What have you in that basket?" asked one of them. "Fish," replied Wallace. "Fish? Where did you get them?" "I caught them." "Give them to me," said one of the Englishmen. "What need have beggarly Scotsmen of fish?" "No," said Wallace, "I will give you some if you ask nicely, but I won't give them all to you." "What insolence!" cried the Englishman, drawing his sword. "Give them to me at once." Wallace had only his fishing rod with which to defend himself, but he was very strong, and with it he gave the Englishman such a blow on the head that he fell dead. Wallace then seized the dead man's sword, and he used it so well that the others soon ran away. Then Wallace went home quietly with his fish. The English governor was very angry when he heard of what Wallace had done. He sent soldiers to take him prisoner, but kind friends warned Wallace, and he escaped into the mountains. There he lived until the matter was forgotten, and it was safe to return home again. Wallace had many adventures with the English, and as he always got the best of the fighting, they soon began to fear him. But he did not spend all his time in fighting. One Sunday, as he was going to church, he met a beautiful lady. She, too, was going to church, and was dressed in her best clothes. She looked so lovely that Wallace could not help looking at her, and when he could no longer see her, he kept thinking about her. He soon found out that she was the daughter of a gentleman called Hugh Braidfoot, and not long afterwards they were married. William Wallace and his beautiful young wife were very happy together. They were so happy that perhaps he began to think a little less about Scotland and the sad state of the country. But one bright spring day Wallace and his friends were walking through the town. It was the Scottish custom to dress in bright green in springtime. Wallace and his friends were all finely dressed in green, and he wore a jeweled dagger at his belt. As they walked, some Englishmen began to jeer and laugh at them. "What business have Scotsmen with such fine clothes?" they said. "You are so grand we thought you must be from the court of France. What right have you to wear such a fine dagger?" So they went on jeering and tormenting until a quarrel broke out. Swords were drawn and blows fell thick and fast. In the fight, Wallace killed a man, and when at last the Englishman had been driven back, he and his friends fled to his house. Wallace knocked at the door, which was quickly opened by his wife. As fast as possible, he told her all that had happened. Then Wallace, knowing that it would not be safe long to stay there, for the governor would certainly send to look for him, said a sad farewell. He and his friends stole out by a back way and fled to the woods beyond, while Lady Wallace barred the doors and the windows and made ready to fight the governor should he come. She had not long to wait. Soon a body of horsemen came clattering down the street, led by the governor, who was called Hazelrig. They battered and banged at the door and at last broke it open. Then they poured into the house, but Wallace was not there. High and low they hunted. He was nowhere to be found. Then Lady Wallace was dragged before the governor. "Where is your traitor husband?" he asked. But brave and beautiful Lady Wallace stood silent. She would not tell. Mad with anger, Hazelrig drew his sword and pierced her to the heart. She fell to the ground, dead. Never again would Wallace see her lovely merry face. Then Hazelrig killed all the servants and friends of Wallace he could find, and set fire to his house. He proclaimed him a traitor and an outlaw. An outlaw means a man whom the laws no longer protect. Anyone might kill him without fear of being punished. The governor indeed promised a large sum of money to anyone who would bring Wallace to him alive or dead. In the darkness of the night, a brave woman who had loved Wallace and his beautiful wife crept out from the silent and deserted ruins of their house. Down the still streets and lanes she crept till she reached the wood. Through the woodland paths she hurried until she came to the secret cave where she knew that Wallace and his friends would be hiding. There she threw herself on her knees before him, sobbing out the dreadful story. As he listened, Wallace, who feared no danger, covered his face with his hands and wept. His great friend, Sir John the Graham, was with him, and seeing his master in such sorrow, both he and his men wept too. But Wallace soon rose. Dashing the tears from his eyes, "Let us be men," he cried. "Tears are but useless pain. They cannot bring her back who was so blithe and bonny. But hear me, Graham," he added fiercely, drawing his sword. "This blade I will never sheath until I have avenged her death. For her dear sake 10,000 shall die." Back to the town marched Wallace and his men. Straight to the governor's house they went. Fierce wrath gave Wallace double strength, and, setting his shoulder to the door, he burst it open. Up the stairs he sprang and entered the governor's bedroom. There he lay quietly sleeping, having finished his cruel day's work. As Wallace rushed in, he started up. "Who makes so much noise there?" he cried. "'Tis I, Wallace, the man whom you have sought for all day." And as he spoke, Wallace clove the governor's head, cutting through flesh and bone to the shoulder. Very soon the whole town was in a stir. The news of the governor's death spread fast. The English fought fiercely to avenge their master, but the people of the town rose to a man to help Wallace. When morning dawned, hundreds of Englishmen lay dead in the streets, and Wallace was master of the town. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28, William Wallace, the Black Parliament of Ayr. After this, many people gathered round Wallace, so that he was soon at the head of an army of men, all eager to drive the English out of Scotland. These men were nearly all of the common people, for most of the great lords were too proud to follow a leader who was only a poor gentleman. Besides, many of the great lords had lands both in England and in Scotland, and it did not seem to them to matter much whether Edward of England ruled over Scotland or not. Indeed, as in any case they had to do homage to him for their lands in England, some of them would have been glad that he should have been King of Scotland also, so that they might have only one master instead of two. Wallace was clever as well as brave, and in a short time he had driven almost all the English out of the south of Scotland. The people loved him, and men and women too were ready to fight and die for him. At last the English, seeing that they could not conquer Wallace, tried to take him by treachery. They pretended that they wished to make peace, and they invited Wallace and all the Scottish nobles who had joined him to meet in a council in the town of Ayr. The meeting was to be held in a large house built of wood just outside the town. This place was called the Barns of Ayr. Glad at the thought of peace and suspecting no evil, the Scottish knights and nobles agreed to come to the council. So, lightly armed and gaily clad, they rode along by twos and threes to the place of meeting. All seemed peaceful and quiet, but as each man leapt from his horse and entered the barn, he was seized, a rope was flung round his neck, and before he could utter a word, he was hanged from the beams of the roof. Knight after knight entered that awful house. Many went in, but none came out again. The English soldiers stood ready waiting, and silently and quickly did their cruel work. Night after night came, but Wallace the chief of all, the man whom they most wished to seize and kill, did not come. He never came, for a woman, unseen by the soldiers, had crept close up to the barn. Something had warned her that within all was not fair and true. So she watched and waited, and at last she found out what deadly work was being done. Not a moment did she waste. Fast as feet could carry her, she sped away to warn Wallace. As she ran, she met him galloping towards the barns. He knew he was late, but he hoped yet to be in time to help to make peace for his country, so he urged his horse to greater speed. "Oh, hold you, brave Wallace!" cried the woman as soon as she saw him. "Go not near the Barns of Ayr, for there the English have hanged all your best men like dogs." Wallace stopped his horse, and as he listened to the woman's tale, he reeled in his saddle as if he had been struck. Then he turned and went back to his men, his heart brimming over with rage and pain. That night the English soldiers feasted and rejoiced over their cruel deeds. Then they lay down to sleep. Some of them slept in the very house in which they had killed so many brave and unsuspecting Scotsmen. Others lay in houses near. When all was dark and quiet, the woman who had warned Wallace went through the town. On every house in which the English slept, she set a white mark. Behind the woman came Wallace and his men. Wherever they saw the white mark, they piled up branches of trees and firewood against the house. When all was ready, they set light to each pile. The houses were all built of wood, and soon the whole town was filled with the roar and crackle of flames and the shrieks of the dying. The English tried in vain to escape, for Wallace and his men stood round ready to kill them or to drive them back again into the flames. They cried for mercy, but the Scots had none. It was a cruel death, but those were cruel times, and the Scots had terrible wrongs to avenge. In the morning, nothing remained but smoking ruins strewn with dead. This was called the Black Parliament of Ayr. Some of the English had been quartered in the monastery near. When the prior heard of what Wallace was doing, he bade all the monks to rise and arm themselves. Then they fell upon the soldiers and put them all to death. The monks were as merciless as Wallace and his men had been, and the people called the slaughter the Friar of Ayr's blessing. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. William Wallace, The Battle of Stirling Bridge. Day by day the army of Wallace grew. From castle after castle he drove the English, and because he had not soldiers enough to guard these castles, he pulled many of them down. At last King Edward, hearing of all that Wallace was doing, sent a great army to conquer him. Wallace was then laying siege to the castle of Dunbar. Dunbar was now the only fortress in the north which still remained in the hands of the English, although it was but a year since Edward had gone home thinking that he had conquered Scotland. As soon as Wallace heard that the English were coming, he left Dunbar and marched to meet them. The two armies came in sight of each other near the Forth. That night they camped one on each side of the river, not far from the town of Stirling. Wallace had many men, but the English had 3 times more, and he knew that it would take both skill and bravery to win the day. So he had chosen his position well and carefully. He had encamped on high ground above the Forth, and in such a position that most of his men could not be seen by the English, and therefore they could not tell how many men he had. The river was swift and deep, and crossed only by one narrow bridge. So narrow indeed was the bridge that only 2 men could walk abreast. To take a whole army across this narrow bridge was very dangerous, yet it was the only way of reaching the Scots, who lay securely awaiting the enemy on the opposite side. The English leader felt it would be so dangerous that in the morning he sent 2 friars to Wallace, asking him to make peace and promising him pardon if he would lay down his arms. "Go back," replied Wallace proudly, "and tell your master that we care not for the pardon of the King of England. We did not come here in peace, we came ready for battle. We are determined to avenge our wrongs and to set our country free. Let the English come and attack us. We are ready to meet them beard for beard." The friars went back, and the English general was so angry at this bold answer that he resolved to attack at once, cost what it might. So, 2 by 2 his men marched across the narrow bridge. On and on they came, yet the Scots moved not hand or foot. But when a good part of the English army had passed over, a company of Scots stole quickly round the hill, and taking possession of the end of the bridge, they cut off those of the English who had already crossed from those who were still on the other side. Then, as soon as Wallace saw that the English army was thus cut in 2, he thundered down the hill upon them. The English had had no time to form in proper order after crossing the bridge, and now, when the Scots dashed down upon them, they were thrown into utter confusion. Fearful bloodshed followed. Hundreds fell beneath the long spears and broadswords of the Scots. Hundreds more were drowned in the river. Men and horses struggled together in wild, disordered masses. Of all who crossed that narrow bridge, only 3 returned alive. When the soldiers on the other side saw what was happening, they turned and fled, their leader with them. He who had been sent to subdue Scotland galloped madly southward, never stopping until he had reached Berwick. Then, after a few hours' rest, he fled still further, far into England. Half the English army lay dead upon the field. Scotland rang with shouts of joy. The power of the English king was broken once more. But the land was wasted, barren, and desolate. The fields lay untilled. The people starved, and there was not even bread for the army. So Wallace led his men into England. There they found bread enough and to spare. There for 3 months they lived, fighting, ravaging, and carrying off great spoil from the English. Wallace was now made governor of Scotland, but although the people chose Wallace to be governor, the lords and barons were not pleased. They were jealous of the great love and fame which Wallace had won by his bravery, and they were so proud that they could not bear to think of being ruled by a man who was only a simple gentleman and not a great lord. But this simple gentleman had shown that he was the one man who could break the power of England, and he was the best ruler for Scotland at the time. Much sorrow might have been spared the land if those proud nobles had put away their foolish jealousies and had thought not of themselves, but only of their country. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30, William Wallace, The Battle of Falkirk. My son, I tell thee soothfastly, no gift is like to liberty, than never live in slavery. During this time, King Edward had been in a far-off land called Flanders. Now he returned, and full of anger against Wallace, gathered an army and once more marched to Scotland. Had I been in England, he said, Wallace durst not have done such cruelties to my people. I chose but my time in England, replied Wallace. I chose but the time when King Edward was out of it, as King Edward chose his time in Scotland when he found the same without a leader. For when the nobles took him as a friend to decide upon the rights of those who were struggling for the throne, he tried to conquer the kingdom for himself. It was a great and mighty army that now marched into Scotland with King Edward at its head. Horsemen and footmen, great lords and barons, and all the proudest and best warriors of England were there. Wallace, too, had a large army, but his were mostly foot soldiers. Only the great in Scotland rode in those days, and as you know, few of the great nobles had joined Wallace. Wallace knew that it was best not to try to fight a battle against the whole strength of Edward's army. He hoped rather to weaken the English by hunger and weariness. So he laid waste the country through which they would have to pass. And when Edward came, he found only a desolate, deserted land, with no food for his men to eat, and no enemy for them to fight. But Wallace and his army were never far off. Whenever they saw a chance of attacking a small company of the English, they came out of their hiding place and fell upon them. Having killed as many as they could, they would dash away again and wait for another chance. Thus, with many little fights, or skirmishes as they are called, by the way, Edward marched far into Scotland without fighting any great battle, or even finding out where Wallace and his men really were. At last, Edward grew tired of marching through a barren land in search of an enemy who would not fight an open battle. He had given orders to his men to turn and march home again when a sad thing for Scotland happened. Two of the jealous Scottish nobles came to Edward and told him where the Scottish army lay. They were not far off in a forest near a town called Falkirk. These wicked nobles not only told Edward where the Scottish army lay, but they also told what plans Wallace had made. Hearing that you are turning homeward, they said, he is going to take you by surprise at night and attack you from behind. Thanks be to God, who hitherto hath brought us safe through every danger, cried Edward, when he heard the news. They shall not need to follow me, since I shall forthwith go to meet them. Not a moment was lost. The order to advance was given. The king himself was the first to put on his armor, the first to mount his horse. Without rest, the soldiers marched onward while daylight lasted. When night fell, they lay down where they were, clad in their armor, their weapons beside them, and their shields for pillows. Horse and horseman lay together, so that each man was ready at the least alarm to vault into his saddle. Among them, like any other soldier, lay the king beside his horse. In the middle of the night, a sudden cry arose. The enemy was upon them. Their king was wounded. In a moment all was bustle and preparation. Every man seized his weapon and stood ready in his place. But there was no enemy. The king indeed was wounded, but by his own horse, which had kicked him in the side and broken 2 of his ribs. As the camp was now thoroughly aroused, and as morning was not far off, the king gave the order to advance. He himself, in spite of his hurt, mounted upon his horse and led the way. Through the gray morning light the army marched, and as the first beams of the sun shone out, they were flashed back from the glittering spears of the Scots army. At last the long-looked-for enemy was in sight. It was but a little army compared with the English, but Wallace was not afraid. He divided his men into 4 companies and placed them to the best advantage. "I have brought you to the ring," he said. "Now let me see how you can dance," meaning, "I have brought you to the battlefield. Let me see how you will fight." And bravely and well did these Scotsmen fight, but it was the people only, the foot soldiers, who fought, for hardly had the battle begun than the horsemen turned and rode from the field without giving or taking a blow. Oh, bitter was the heart of Wallace as he watched them go. The nobles had forsaken him. The famous English archers showered arrows on the Scottish spearmen. So true was their aim that it was said that every archer carried 24 Scottish lives beneath his belt, which meant that he carried 24 arrows in his quiver, and with every arrow he killed a man. The English horsemen, splendid in glittering steel armor, charged the sturdy Scottish archers. They, although they were armed only with their bows and arrows and short daggers, would not yield. To a man they fell where they stood. So gallant and brave were they that even their enemies praised them. But no bravery could stand against such numbers and such skill. Wallace, seeing that the battle was hopelessly lost, commanded his men to retire. With his best knights round him, he fought bravely to the last, keeping the enemy off until his soldiers had found shelter in the forest behind. Nearly 15,000 Scots were slain upon the field, among them Sir John the Graham, the dear friend of Wallace. Next day Wallace returned to bury the dead and to seek for the body of his friend. When they him found, and good Wallace him saw, he lighted down, took him before them, in arms up, beholding his pale face. He kissed him and cried full oft, alas! My best brother in world that ever I had, my faithful friend when I was hardest stead. So he mourned his loss. When the rough soldiers saw how sad their master was, they sorrowed with him. Then, taking up the dead body of the Graham, they carried him to the church at Falkirk. Over his grave they laid a stone and carved these words upon it: "Here lies Sir John the Graham, both white and wise, one of the chiefs who rescued Scotland thrice. A better knight not to the world has lent than was good Graham of truth and hardiment." Thus Wallace had lost his wife and his friend, and in spite of his brave struggles it seemed as if he would lose his country. He gave up his post of governor of Scotland. The happiness of his country was all he longed for. He saw that it was useless to struggle against the jealousy of the barons. They would never consent to be ruled by him. He could not even hope to lead his army to victory when the nobles were ever ready to desert him as they did at Falkirk. So Wallace once more became a simple country gentleman. It is said that in this battle of Falkirk, Robert the Bruce, who afterwards became such a good king in Scotland, fought on the side of the English. After the battle, Bruce and Wallace met. They were both brave men, and Bruce was filled with admiration for the courage and skill of Wallace. "But," he said, "what is the use of it? You cannot overcome so great a king as Edward, and if you could, the Scots would never make you king. Why do you not yield to him as all the other nobles have done?" I do not fight for the crown, replied Wallace. I neither desire it nor deserve it. It is yours by right, but because of your sloth and idleness, the people have no leader, so they follow me. I fight only for the liberty of my country, and should surely have won it if you and the other nobles had but done your part. But you choose base slavery with safety rather than honest liberty with danger. Follow, hug the fortune, then, of which you think so highly. As for me, I will die free in my own country. My love for it shall remain as long as my life lasts." At these words, Bruce burst into tears, and never again did he fight for Edward. Edward now marched through Scotland, but he found only a deserted country. Burned towns and ruined castles met him everywhere, for the people had destroyed their homes rather than that they should fall into the hands of the English king. His soldiers began to starve, and at last, angry and sullen, he was forced to march back to England, leaving the north still unconquered. Hardly had he left the country when messengers came to him, telling him that the southern Scots had again risen and were driving out every English soldier whom he had left to guard his conquests. So again he gathered an army and marched back to Scotland, and for 7 long years the struggle lasted. 5 times during those years did Edward's army ravage Scotland. Broken, crushed, but still unconquered, the people fought on. Had they only been united under some strong leader, the struggle would not have lasted so long. But since Wallace had given up in despair, no great leader had arisen. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31, William Wallace, The Turning of a Loaf. Engraven are thine immortal deeds on every heart o' this braid land. Rude time may monuments ding down, and towers and was maun a decay. Enduring deathless noble chief, thy name can never pass away. Ye pillared fame to common men, no need o' cairns for ane like thee. In every cave, wood, hill, and glen, Wallace remembered aye shall be. Nearly every lord in all broad Scotland bowed to Edward and owned him as his master. From every castle the flag of England floated. Every battlement was manned by English soldiers. Yet Edward was not content, for the common people would not yield, and Wallace was still free. Among the mountains and the woods he lived with his faithful band of followers. Outlawed and hunted, with a price upon his head, he still was free. For he was so brave and skillful that he could not be taken by fair means, and the people loved him and would not betray him for all King Edward's gold. But at length, alas, a man called Sir John de Menteith was found who was wicked enough to consent to betray Wallace for a large sum of money. Shame it is to say this man was a Scotsman, and greater shame still, he had been one of Wallace's trusted friends. Sir John laid his plans and waited. He had not long to wait. One night Wallace lay down to sleep, attended only by 2 of his men. One of them was Sir John Menteith's nephew. Wallace and his other friend slept, while Sir John's nephew kept watch. But he was in league with his wicked uncle. As soon as Wallace was fast asleep, he stole his sword and dagger and then crept quietly away. Menteith and his soldiers were sitting at supper, waiting for news of Wallace. When his nephew arrived, he went to the table and turned a loaf upside down. It was the signal agreed upon. By that, the soldiers and Sir John knew that all was ready and that it was time to march out and take Wallace. Ever after, it was considered very rude to turn a loaf upside down if anyone called Menteith happened to be at table, because it seemed to mean one of your family betrayed Wallace, our hero, to his death. This, of course, was taken as an insult, as it was something which every honest man would wish to forget. Wallace was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by the sound of armed men. He started up and felt for his sword. It was gone. Gone, too, his dagger, and even his bow and arrows. Seizing a stool, he defended himself as well as he could, and succeeded in killing 2 men with it before the soldiers closed in upon him. He was so big and strong that it took many of them to seize and bind him, but at last they succeeded. The false Menteith then swore to Wallace that his life was safe, and that he would only be kept as an honorable prisoner of war, and Wallace, knowing that Menteith had been his friend, believed him. But Menteith lied. By lonely ways they led Wallace southward, for they dared not take him through towns and villages, lest the people should rise and rescue him. On they went till they crossed the border. There Wallace turned to take a last long look at the hills of his dear land, which he was never more to see. On and on they went, right through England, and at last they reached London. The fame of Wallace was so great, and such crowds came to look upon him, that it was difficult to pass through the streets. Men and women pressed and crushed and almost trod on each other in order to catch a glimpse of him. For a short time Wallace was kept prisoner. Then, crowned in mockery with a wreath of laurel, he was led to Westminster. There he was tried for treason, for having invaded England, and for many other crimes. He was no traitor, for he had never sworn to obey Edward. He was a patriot and a hero. That he loved his country was his only crime. But Edward meant that his great enemy should die, for as long as Wallace lived and was free, he could never hope really to conquer Scotland. So Wallace, the brave, was condemned to die. Those were fierce, wild times, and Edward's anger was cruel. His death was made as horrible as possible, and his dead body was treated with all dishonor. But the cruel triumph of the Englishman over his dead body could matter little to Wallace. He had fought his fight, he had done his work, and after his life of struggle and hardship, he rested well. The manliest man, the starkest of persons, living he was. He also stood in such right, we trust well God his deeds had in sight. The hatred between England and Scotland has long ago died out. The 2 countries are now united into one kingdom, under one king, and everyone knows that it is best for Scotland and best for England that it should be so. Wallace, in his life, did his very best to prevent that union, yet both Englishmen and Scotsmen will ever remember him as a hero, for they know that, in preventing Edward from conquering Scotland, he did a good work for the great empire to which we belong. If Scotland had been joined to England in the days of Edward, it would have been as a conquered country, and the union could never have been true and friendly. When hundreds of years later the 2 countries did join, it was not because one conquered the other, but because each of the 2 free nations living side by side wished it. Thus, the union became firm and unbreakable, and all Britons may honor the name of Wallace for the part he had in making it so. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32, Robert the Bruce, How the Bruce Received a Letter and Struck a Blow. The thistle Aince it flourished fair, and grew maced like a tree, they've stunted down its stately tap, that roses might look high, But though its head lies in the dust, the root is stout and steady. The thistle is the warrior yet, the rose its tortured leady. Then flourish, thistle, flourish fair, though ye've the crown no longer. They'll hae the skaith that cross ye yet, your jags grow aye the stronger. Wallace was dead. After a struggle of 15 years, Edward had triumphed. Scotland had reached her darkest hour, and English tyranny made the life of Scotsmen a daily burden and misery. But not for long. Scarcely 6 months after the death of Wallace, the Scottish people had chosen and crowned a king who was utterly to break down the power of England. John Baliol had a nephew called the Red Cummin. He now claimed the throne. Robert the Bruce also claimed the throne, for the Bruces had always thought that they had the better right, even when Edward of England had chosen in favor of Baliol. So Bruce and Cummin hated each other and quarreled bitterly. In those days, great nobles quarreled and fought among themselves very often, and it was these quarrels that had helped Edward many times to defeat the Scots. Bruce, as you know, was an English as well as a Scottish noble, and at one time he had fought for Edward. But now he made up his mind to fight for Scotland, and for Scotland only, and he determined to make friends with the Red Cummin. This Robert was the grandson, you must understand, of that Bruce who had been among the 12 who claimed the throne after the death of the Maid of Norway. One day, as they were riding from Stirling together, Bruce began to talk to Cummin. "We must no longer quarrel," he said. "We must work together. Help me to get the crown, and I will give you all my land in return. Or, if you wish to be king, give me your land, and I will help you to win the crown." "I do not want to be king," replied Cummin. "If you will really give me your lands and possessions, I will help you." So it was agreed between them. Then they wrote down what they had agreed to do. Each signed and sealed the paper, and each kept a copy of it. Bruce then went back to the English court, for his plans were not yet ready, and he did not wish Edward to find out what he was doing. But the Red Cummin did not mean to help Bruce. He still hoped to win the crown for himself. So, no sooner had Bruce gone back to England than Cummin sent the paper which they had written with a letter to Edward. When Edward had read the letter and the paper, he was very angry, but he wished to make quite sure of catching Bruce and all the people who were helping him. So, although he was planning how he might seize Bruce and his friends and put them all to death, he was kind and pleasant to them, as usual, pretending that he knew nothing of what they meant to do. But one of Bruce's friends discovered the king's plan by accident. He dared not write a letter to warn Bruce, lest it should fall into King Edward's hands. So, instead of writing, he sent a pair of sharp spurs and 12 silver pennies to Bruce. Bruce was clever enough to understand what this message meant. It meant, "You are in danger. Mount upon your horse and ride away as fast as you can. Here are spurs. Here is money for the journey." That was how Bruce read this strange letter. The snow lay thick upon the ground. Few people traveled in the wintry weather, and Bruce knew it would be very easy to trace which way he had gone by his horse's hoof marks in the snow. So he sent his horse and those of 2 faithful servants to a blacksmith, telling him to take off all the shoes and put them on the wrong way round. In this way, the horse's hoof marks looked as if someone had been galloping towards and not away from London. By midnight all was ready, and in the darkness 3 men rode quietly out of the town. As soon as they were beyond the houses, they set spurs to their horses and galloped swiftly northward. The night was cold and clear, but as they rode, the snow again began to fall, so that the hoof marks of the horses became more and more indistinct. In the morning a breathless messenger came to King Edward. "My liege," he cried, "Robert the Bruce has fled in the night." Edward was furious at the escape of his enemy and sent horsemen in all directions in search of him, but it was in vain. No trace of him was to be seen. Meanwhile, Bruce spared neither spurs nor money. So fast did he ride that in 5 days he had reached the border. Still on he went, and presently he met one of Red Cummin's servants riding southward. Robert the Bruce stopped him. "Whither go you?" he asked. "To the King of England with letters from my master," replied the servant. "Show them to me," said Robert sternly, and the servant, knowing Bruce to be a great lord, gave them to him. Without more ado, Robert the Bruce broke the seals and read the letters. As he did so, his face grew dark with anger. "The foul traitor!" he cried, crushing the letters in his hand. "Where is your master, villain?" he then demanded, turning to the servant. "He is at the convent of Dumfries, my lord," replied the man, trembling, for he saw how angry Bruce was. Turning his horse, Bruce rode towards Dumfries. His heart was hot with anger, for Red Cummin had written to King Edward that if Robert the Bruce were not speedily slain, there would be great trouble in Scotland. Robert the Bruce had a fierce, passionate temper, but as he rode, his anger cooled, and he made up his mind to reason with Red Cummin and be calm. In a quiet church in the little town of Dumfries, the two men met. As the fashion in those days was, they kissed each other, and together they walked up the aisle, talking earnestly. But Bruce could not long control his temper, and with bitter words he accused Red Cummin of having betrayed him to the King of England. "You lie!" cried Cummin. The two men were now close to the altar steps. The face of Christ looked down upon them, seeming to say, "A new commandment I give unto you, that ye love one another." But Bruce, blind and speechless with passion, drew his dagger and struck at Red Cummin. He fell, and the steps of the altar were stained with his blood. Bruce had had no thought of murder. In the blind passion of a moment, he had slain a man. He had slain him too in the church and before the holy altar. White and sick with horror, hardly seeing what he did, he turned and groped his way to the door. Outside, his friends were waiting for him. "How fares it with you?" they asked, seeing him look so white and wild. "Ill, ill," replied Bruce. "I doubt I have slain the Red Cummin." "You doubt?" cried one of his friends, called Kirkpatrick. "You leave such a weighty matter in doubt? I will mak sicker, which means I will make sure." And, going into the church, Kirkpatrick stabbed the wounded man again and again till he died. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Robert the Bruce, How the King was Crowned. The murder of Red Cummin was wrong and cruel, and Robert the Bruce suffered for his passionate deed. It made his struggle for the freedom of Scotland more difficult, for now, besides fighting King Edward, he had to fight the friends of Red Cummin too, who were many. But the deed was done. There was now no turning back. So Robert the Bruce gathered his few friends and followers around him, and boldly marched to Scone to be crowned. The precious stone of destiny, upon which the kings of Scotland were used to sit, was no longer there. There were no royal robes, no crown, no scepter, but an old bishop who in his heart had ever been true to Scotland, although he had seemed to yield to Edward, brought out the ancient royal standard, which for 10 years he had carefully kept hidden. He gave his bishop's throne to be used instead of the stone of destiny, and his beautiful bishop's dress for a coronation robe. A plain gold band was quickly made to take the place of the crown, glittering with gems. All was ready, but the man who should have placed the crown upon the head of the king was not there. Long ago, you remember, Malcolm Canmore had given to the Thane of Fife and his sons and heirs after him the right of placing the crown upon the head of the king. There was now indeed an Earl of Fife, but he was in the power of the King of England. This was a very real misfortune, for the people would not think that their king was truly their king if he were not crowned with all the ancient rites and ceremonies. The Earl of Fife, however, had a sister called the Countess of Buchan. Her husband, the Earl of Buchan, was a follower of King Edward. He was also the near relative of the Red Cummin. But in spite of all that, the Countess loved her country, and when she heard of the difficulty in which Bruce and his friends were, she made up her mind to take her brother's place and to set the crown upon the king's head. Calling her knights and gentlemen around her, she mounted upon her horse and rode southward as quickly as she could. And one day in March, the people of Scone heard the thunder of horses' hoofs and the clatter and jangle of swords and armor as the Countess rode up to the abbey door. So the king was crowned, and as he knelt at the altar under the ancient royal banner, it was no gallant knight in shining armor who placed the crown upon his head and led him to the throne. It was a brave and beautiful lady whose bright eyes shone with love for her country. But not yet could Robert the Bruce be truly called King of Scots. "Alas," said his wife sadly, "we are but Queen and King of May, such as boys and girls crown with flowers in their summer games." It was true, for the king's friends and followers were but a very small band. He had to win Scotland to himself before he could win it from the English. To maintain what he had begun, he wist ere all the land was won, he should find full hard bargaining with him that was of England king. But Bruce was wise as well as brave, and he used every means in his power to force and persuade the people to join him, and his little band soon grew. Meanwhile, King Edward, who was now an old man, was filled with furious wrath against Bruce. He gathered an army, made many new knights, and at a great feast he swore that, living or dead, he would go to Scotland, there to avenge himself upon Bruce and his friends. He also swore that when they were conquered, he would never again draw sword to fight Christian men, but would make a journey to the Holy Land, and there die fighting for the cross. Then the Prince of Wales, who was also called Edward, set out for Scotland, the king himself following more slowly. Through the land the English marched, fighting, burning, and destroying. They had reached the town of Perth and were safely within the walls when King Robert marched upon them with his army. The king rode to the walls. "Come out and fight," he called to the English leader. "Come out and fight like men, and do not hide behind stone walls." "The day is too far spent," replied he. "Abide till tomorrow, then will we fight." To this King Robert agreed. He believed that the English leader meant what he said, and that he would not fight until the next day. So he marched his men a little way off to the shelter of a wood. There they laid down their weapons, took off their armor, and began to cook their supper and to rest, so that next day they might be strong to fight, for they had walked far that day. But suddenly there was a loud cry. The English had stolen out of the town and were upon the weary soldiers. Snatching up their arms and buckling on their armor as quickly as might be, the Scots prepared to defend themselves. The fight was fierce, and never did king fight as Robert the Bruce fought. 3 times his horse was killed under him. Once he was taken prisoner. "I have taken the King of Scots," cried an English knight. But hardly had he uttered the words than a Scottish knight struck him to the ground, and Bruce was once more free. Again he was taken, but this time it was by a Scottish knight, who, although he was fighting for Edward, set his prisoner free as soon as he saw that he was the king. But no bravery could save the day. Slowly the Scots were beaten back, fighting to the last with their faces to the foe. This was called the Battle of Methven. In it, many of King Robert's best friends were taken prisoner, and afterwards cruelly put to death by the English, and the king, so lately crowned, became a hunted man, obliged to hide and to wander among the hills and valleys of his own land. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. Robert the Bruce. If at first you don't succeed, try again. All seemed lost. The king was a hunted beggar. A great sum of money was offered to any who should betray him. Death threatened any who should help him. Yet a few friends were still faithful to him and shared his wanderings and hardships. Their clothes were torn and shabby, their shoes worn out. For food, they hunted wild animals and gathered roots and berries from the woods. They found shelter from the cold and wind and rain under dark pine trees or in wild, rocky caves. It was a hard life for men, yet women shared it too. For the queen and her ladies refused to live in comfort while the king was hunted among the hills. So one day, accompanied by Nigel Bruce, the king's young brother, they rode out from Aberdeen to seek him. The king was very glad to see his dear wife again, and he and his brave followers did their best to make the queen and her ladies comfortable. None worked harder than Sir James the Douglas. He shot the deer and fished for salmon and trout. He gathered heather for beds. He was always busy and always gay, and kept everyone from despairing, even when things looked darkest. The king, too, did his best to keep up the spirits of the little company. At night, when they gathered round the watchfires, he would read stories out of old books or tell tales of bygone days and of far-off countries, and listening to these stories, the little company would forget for a time their own sufferings and dangers. They were driven about from place to place. Sometimes they were attacked and had to defend themselves. Often the ladies were in great danger, and at last King Robert was so beset by his enemies that he persuaded the queen to leave him and to go with her ladies to the castle of Kildrummie, which was the only castle still left to him. So the queen took a sad farewell and went away under the care of Nigel, King Robert's brother. She little guessed that long years were to pass before they should see each other again. Bruce was now left with only 200 men. He had no horses, as he had given them all to the knights who had gone to take care of the queen and the other ladies. The enemy were close upon him, and with all haste he sought a still safer hiding place. He and his men went quickly through the land until they came to Loch Lomond. To cross the loch seemed impossible. To go round it would have been very difficult and would have taken a long time. Yet what was to be done? They were almost in despair when they found a little boat. It was old and leaky and so small that only 3 could cross in it at a time. But it was enough for those brave men used to every kind of danger. Those who could swim tied their clothes into bundles, placed the bundles upon their heads, and so swam over. The others, by 2, crossed in the little leaky boat until all were safely over. It took a long time, but while the men were waiting for the boat to return, King Robert told stories to them so that the hours seemed to pass quickly. At last, after many difficulties and dangers, the little band arrived safely at the coast. There they found a ship in which they sailed over the sea to an island off the coast of Ireland. Here Bruce spent the cold winter months, safe for a time from his bitter enemies, and happy, no doubt, in the thought that his queen too was safe in his strong castle of Kildrummie. But Edward was very angry when he knew that Bruce had again escaped him, so he sent soldiers to storm the castle in which the queen was. The castle was taken, the brave knights who defended the ladies were killed, and the ladies themselves were all made prisoners. The Queen, her daughter, the little Princess Marjorie, and the King's sisters were sent to prisons in England and Scotland, where they remained for many years. The brave Countess of Buchan was also with the Queen, and Edward now determined to punish her for having set the crown upon the head of Robert the Bruce. He ordered a great cage of wood and iron to be made, and in this the Countess was shut up like an imprisoned wild animal. The cage, some people say, was hung upon the walls of Berwick Castle, so that all passers-by might see the poor Countess and be warned by her fate not to displease the King of England. Other people think that King Edward was not quite so cruel as that, and they say that the cage was placed inside a room. However that may be, the poor lady was kept caged up like an animal for 4 years. During all that long time, no one was allowed to come near or to speak to her except the servants who brought her food and drink, and care was taken that they should not be Scottish. One by one the friends of Bruce were taken prisoner by the English, and by Edward's orders put to death in the most cruel fashion. Among them was Nigel, the king's brave and handsome young brother. It seemed truly as if the cause of Robert the Bruce was lost. When news of all these misfortunes was brought to Bruce, he did indeed almost despair. Sad, disappointed, and weary of the struggle, he lay one day upon his bed of straw in the poor little cottage where he had found a refuge. What should he do, he asked himself. Everything seemed against him. Was it worth while fighting and struggling any more? I will give up my right to the throne, he thought. I will send away all my brave men and tell them to make peace with Edward, for if they stay with me, nothing but death and imprisonment awaits them. Then alone I will go to the Holy Land and die fighting for the cross. Perhaps then heaven will forgive me for having killed Red Cummin, for surely these evils come upon me in punishment for my sin. It is no use fighting for the crown any longer. Full of such sad thoughts, King Robert looked up at the bare rafters of the cottage roof. They were brown with smoke and covered with dust and cobwebs. From one of the cobwebs hung a spider. The spider seemed to be working very hard, and, idly at first, the king began to watch it. He soon saw what it was about. It was trying to swing itself from one rafter to another. It tried and failed. Again it tried, and again it failed. The king began to be interested in the little creature. It is just like me, he thought. I have tried and failed. 6 times the spider failed. The king became more and more interested. More and more anxiously he watched. If the spider can succeed, why should not I? He said. Again the spider tried, and this time, hurrah! It succeeded and landed safely on the opposite rafter. Bravo! Cried Bruce, and he rose from his bed, cheered and comforted, and quite decided to try again. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Robert the Bruce. The King Tries Again. At last, the winter passed. In the spring, Bruce sailed over to the island of Arran, bringing with him 33 boats and 300 men. He was within sight of Scotland, yet he did not dare to land on the mainland, for he knew not how great an army of English soldiers might be there ready to fight with him. So first he sent a messenger over. It was agreed that if this messenger found that the English were not in great force, or if he found many friends willing to help Bruce, he was, upon a certain day, to light a beacon fire on a hill near Turnberry, Bruce's own castle. King Robert would then embark at once and sail over to Scotland. The day arrived, and as the hours went by, Bruce waited upon the Arran shore, hoping and longing. Minute after minute passed, but no light appeared. At last, about noon, a little column of smoke shot up, growing denser each minute, till at length the fire blazed forth, so that Bruce had no doubt but that it was the signal for which he waited. All was in readiness in the hope that the signal would come. Now with a cheer the men sprang into the boats and pushed off. Eagerly they bent to the oars, and when night fell they were well on their way across the channel, steering still by the beacon light, for they had no other compass or guide. But on the shore of Scotland Bruce's messenger anxiously awaited his master's coming. He hoped against hope that the king would not come, for the fire had not been lit by him, and the whole country was full of English soldiers. There was no chance of success. The boats drew near. They touched the shore. Full of new hope, Bruce sprang to land, only to be met by his trembling servant, who begged him to fly. The English leader, Lord Percy, is in possession of your castle. He has a strong garrison there. Besides that, the whole country is full of English soldiers, he said. Traitor, why then did you light the fire? Cried Bruce. Oh, sire, replied the man, as God sees me, the fire was never lit by me. Indeed, until the night came, I knew nothing of it. As soon as I saw it, I hastened here to warn you, for I knew that you would start thinking the signal to be mine. Angry and disappointed, Bruce turned to his brother Edward. What shall we do? He asked. Must we go back? Nay, here I am, and here do I stay, replied bold Edward Bruce. I say you verily, there shall no peril that may be, drive me eftsoons to the sea, mine adventure here take will I, whether it be easeful or angry. Brother, said the king, let it be as you say. It is good to take what God sends to us, disease or ease, pain or play. Then in the darkness of the night the Scots attacked the English and defeated them. Lord Percy, hearing a great noise and not knowing how strong the Scottish army might be, did not dare to fight. He shut himself up in the castle until he found an opportunity to leave it and flee to England. The tide had begun to turn. But the king had yet many adventures to pass through, many misfortunes to endure. To tell all the stories of these adventures would take too long, so I can only tell a few. Perhaps when you are older, you will read a book called The Bruce, which was written by a man named Barbour, who lived soon after the time of Bruce. There you will find all the stories. Bruce was now much in need of more soldiers, so he sent 2 of his brothers to bring men from Ireland. There they gathered 700 and set sail once more for Scotland. But as they landed, they were attacked and utterly defeated by a Scottish chieftain who was fighting for the English. Many were slain, many were drowned in the sea, and the rest were taken prisoner. Among these were Bruce's 2 brothers, whom Edward at once put to death. Thus, within the space of a few months, the king had lost 3 brothers, besides many dear friends. He had lost, too, the help of the Irish soldiers. Again his little army was scattered. Again he was hunted from place to place, his enemies trying to take him in many ways, by force or by treachery. Among Bruce's own men there was an ugly, one-eyed villain. Bruce had been warned against this man, but still he trusted him and believed him to be faithful. But the man was greedy, and when the English offered him money if he would kill Bruce, he consented to do it. So this wicked man waited until he could find Bruce alone, that he might the more easily kill him. One morning, as Bruce walked in the woods, accompanied only by a little page, he met the one-eyed villain with his 2 sons. One was armed with a sword and spear, the other with a sword and battle-axe, and the man himself held a drawn sword in his hand. King Robert, had not expected to meet with any enemies, so he wore no armor and carried no weapon except his sword, without which he never went anywhere. His little page had a bow and one arrow. Now when the king saw these 3 men coming towards him with fierce looks and in their hands drawn swords, he knew that what he had been told was true, and that the one-eyed villain was a traitor. "What weapon have you there?" he asked, turning quickly to the page. "A bow and 1 arrow, sire," said the boy. "Then give them to me," said the king, "and stand back a little and watch. If I get the better of these traitors, I will give you weapons enough in return. If I am killed, then run as fast as you can to save yourself and tell my men what has happened to me." The boy did as he was told, although he would have liked to fight for his master and shoot the arrow himself. While Bruce had been speaking, the 3 men had been coming nearer and nearer. Now they were quite close. "Stop!" cried the king. "Move not another step if you value your lives." "Sire," replied the old man, "why do you greet me with such words? Surely you know that I love you. Who should be nearer to you than I?" "Traitor," replied the king, "you have sold my life for English gold. Come 1 step nearer, and you shall die." As he spoke, the king fitted his arrow to the bow and took aim at the one-eyed man. Seeing the king stand there so fierce and bold, the man hesitated. Then he thought of the English gold which had been promised to him. "After all," he said to himself, "it is but 1 man to 3. Surely we can conquer him." So he made a step forward. That moment the bowstring twanged, and the man fell dead, pierced through his single eye, for Bruce was a splendid archer and never missed his aim. With yells of anger the 2 sons sprang upon the king, but quick as lightning he threw away his bow and drew his sword. One son raised his battle-axe, but as he did so his foot slipped. He missed his aim, and before he could recover himself, he fell dead, pierced through the heart by the king's mighty sword. The spear of the second son was leveled at Bruce, but with 1 great blow he cut the wooden shaft of it in 2, and with a second struck the villain's head from his shoulders. The fight had lasted but a few minutes. When it was over, the king put up his sword, looking sadly at the 3 dead men. "They might have been gallant and faithful soldiers," he said with a sigh, "had they not been so greedy of gold." End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. Robert the Bruce, The Fight at the Ford. King Robert's little army grew smaller and smaller, until at last he had only 60 men. The English, knowing this, resolved to attack the band, kill them all, and take the king prisoner. They made quite sure of success, but in case Bruce should get away, they took bloodhounds with them, with which to trace him. A bloodhound is a kind of dog which is trained to follow a man by the smell of his footsteps. Their sense of smell is so strong that even if they have never seen the man upon whose track they are put, they can follow every turn he has gone simply by smelling the path along which he has passed. The only way to escape from a bloodhound is to walk through running water. Then the scent is carried away, and the hound loses the trace. Bruce heard that his enemies were coming, so he encamped with his little army in a safe place, above the steep banks of a river. The river was swift and deep. There was no bridge across it, and only 1 ford in many miles. A ford is a place in a river shallow enough to let men and horses walk over it. This ford was very narrow, so that only 1 man could cross at a time. The banks of the river were very high, and the path which led from the ford to the top of them steep and dangerous. When night came, Bruce made all his men lie down to sleep, and himself, taking only 2 soldiers with him, went to guard the ford. For some time they sat in silence, hearing nothing but the rushing of water and the whispering of the night wind in the trees. Then suddenly, from far away came the baying of hounds. The king listened eagerly. What was it? Was it the enemy or not? Should he awaken his men? No, he said to himself at last, I shall not awaken my men for the barking of some stray sheepdog. They are very tired. Let them sleep on until I make sure at least that something is really the matter. So he waited and listened. Soon the baying of the hounds came nearer and nearer. Other noises, too, came to him from far across the river. Nearer and nearer they sounded, until at last he could make out the trampling of horses, the clatter of weapons and armor, and even the voices of men. The enemy, 200 strong, were close to the ford. If we go back now to awaken my men, thought the king, the English will be able to cross the river before we can return. That must not be. At all costs we must guard the ford. Then, turning to the 2 soldiers, he bade them to run to the camp, awaken the men, and bring them to the ford as quickly as possible. The 2 soldiers ran off as fast as they could, and the king was left alone by the ford, alone and on foot, in the face of 200 men on horseback. He looked to his armor and his weapons, saw that he was all right, then calmly waited. The enemy were now very near. The moon shone out, and Bruce could see the glint of steel armor and the glitter of many spears as they crowded upon the opposite bank. They, as they looked across, saw the ford was guarded by 1 man only, whose still dark figure showed clearly against the sky. The ford was theirs. 1 man alone stood between them and certain victory. Without a moment's hesitation, the foremost rider urged his horse into the river, dashing the water in a white spray all around him. He reached the further bank. Up the steep path he sprang, but as he gained the top, a battle-axe flashed in the moonlight, and horse and rider fell crashing down the bank again. Another and another rider followed. Again and again the king's mighty axe was raised. Again and again it fell, until the dead formed a ghastly barricade before him, over which no warrior could pass. Below, in the river, all was confusion. The riders in front, unable to climb the bank, were thrown back upon those behind. Crowded upon the narrow ford, and unable to turn, the horses lost their footing, and with their riders were carried away by the swift current. Wild panic seized those who yet remained on the further bank, and at last, filled with a nameless terror, they turned to flee. When at last Bruce's soldiers came up, they found their master sitting in the moonlight, alone, as they had left him. He was hot and tired, and had taken off his helmet in order to get cool. Around him lay heaps of dead, but he himself was not even wounded. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. Robert the Bruce. How the King escaped from traitors, and how he met a true woman. Soon after this, the king's enemies got possession of a bloodhound which, at one time, had belonged to Bruce himself. The hound had been very fond of his master, and now, not knowing that he was being used by enemies to betray his master, eagerly followed his trail. But Bruce was warned in time, and fled away with one faithful follower. Hungry and tired, for they had walked many weary miles, they at last reached a wood through which ran a brook. "Here is safety," said Bruce. "Let us wade down this stream a great way, so that my poor hound may lose the scent." This they did, and thus once more Bruce escaped from his enemies. But the danger was not over. Having rested in the wood for a short time, Bruce and his follower set off in search of something to eat, for they were very hungry. On and on they walked, hoping to find some cottage, but no cottage could they see, nor indeed any sign of a living creature. At last, in the very thickest part of the wood, they saw 3 men coming towards them, one of whom carried a sheep upon his shoulder. These men seemed rough, and they looked more like robbers than like honest folk. "Where are you going, my good men?" asked King Robert. "We are looking for Robert the Bruce," replied they. "Do you know where he is? For we wish to join him." Now, King Robert was not sure if these were friends or foes, so he answered, "If you come with me, I will take you to the king." But something in his way of speaking made one of the men guess that it was the king himself to whom he was talking. Robert, who was watching him sharply, knew by the look which came into his eyes that he had guessed the truth. But neither the man nor the king wished to show that they knew. "My good friends," said Bruce quietly, "I will take you to the king, but as we are not well acquainted with each other, do you go on first, and we will follow." "You have no reason to think evil of us," said one of the men sulkily. "Neither do I," said Bruce, "but I choose to travel in this way." And seeing that there was nothing for it, the men did as they were told, and went on first, the king and his man following. For some time they walked in silence, and at length they came to a ruined and deserted cottage. Here the 3 men stopped and proposed to kill the sheep and roast some of it for supper. The king was near fainting with hunger and fatigue, so he gladly agreed. "But," he said, "we will not eat together. You must sit at one end of the cottage, while my friend and I sit at the other." With evil looks and much grumbling, the men did as they were ordered. The sheep was killed and cut up, and some of it was roasted, and at last they all sat down to supper. They had neither bread nor salt, nothing indeed except the newly killed and hastily cooked mutton, yet to the hungry king and his man it seemed delicious. Having eaten a large supper, the king began to feel very sleepy. He tried for some time to keep awake, for he did not trust the 3 men. But at last, do what he would, he could no longer keep his eyes open. So, begging his man to watch while he took a short rest, he lay down on the hard floor and immediately fell asleep. The king's man was very tired too. He had promised to watch, and he tried his best to keep his promise, but very soon his head fell forward on his breast, and in a few minutes the ruffians at the other end of the room knew by his breathing that he too was fast asleep. Now was their time. Rising quietly, they drew their swords and softly crept towards the sleeping king. They were quite near when suddenly he awoke. It was growing dark within the cottage, but by the light of the fire which they had made, he saw the 3 men creeping towards him with their swords in their hands. Springing up, he drew his sword, at the same time giving his man a great push with his foot to awake him. But before the man could rise to his feet, one of the villains pierced him to the heart, so the king was left alone to battle against the 3. It was one weary man to 3 who were rested and fresh, but Robert the Bruce was such a brave and skillful fighter that very soon all 3 lay dead at his feet. Then, grieving for the loss of his faithful follower, he left the cottage and went on his way alone. The next day, weary and hungry, the king knocked at the door of a farmhouse to beg for food and rest. "Come in," said the old woman who opened the door. "Come in. All travelers are welcome here for the sake of one." "And who is he for whose sake you make all travelers welcome?" asked the king as he entered the house. "It is our lawful king, Robert the Bruce," replied the woman. "He is now chased about from place to place and hunted with hounds like a wild animal. But I hope to live to see him yet king over all Scotland, for he alone is our rightful lord." "Since you love him so well, good wife," said the king, "let me tell you that he is now standing before you. I am Robert the Bruce." "You?" cried the woman, as, surprised and delighted, she fell upon her knees to kiss his hand. "But where are all your men? Why are you thus alone?" My men are scattered far and wide," said Bruce sadly. "At this moment there is no man that I can call mine, so I must go alone." "That shall not be," cried the old woman, "for I have 3 tall sons, and they shall be your men." And hastening away, she called her sons, and there and then they knelt to the king and swore to be his men, and to fight for him to the death. The king then asked his new men to shoot, that he might see what they could do. So they fetched their bows and arrows and shot before the king. The first son saw 2 ravens sitting upon a rock some way off, and, taking aim, he shot them both with 1 arrow. The second saw another raven flying high above his head. He shot, and the bird fell dead, with the arrow through his heart. The third son, seeing his brother shoot so cleverly, aimed at a raven still further off, but although he was a good archer, the shot was too difficult for him, and he missed. The king was well pleased with his new men, and they proved to be good and faithful soldiers, and afterwards served him in many ways. And when at last the wars were over, and King Robert sat safely upon the throne, he did not forget the old woman who had helped him when he was alone and in trouble. One day she was told that the king wished to speak to her. When she came before him, "Good wife," he said, "you helped me when I was in sore need and trouble. What can I do for you now in return?" "Oh," said she, "just gie me that wee bit hassock o' land atween Palnier and Penkiln." The wee bit hassock o' land, as she called it, stretched over many miles, but the king gave it to her willingly. The old woman divided the land between her 3 sons, and so founded 3 noble families. And the eldest son, when he became a knight, took for his device or picture, which he had painted upon his shield, 2 ravens shot through with 1 arrow, in memory of the day when he first became one of the king's men. But meantime, while the sons were shooting and their mother preparing a meal for the king, they heard the tramp of horses. At first they feared that it might be the enemy, and the king went into the house to hide. But soon, to his great joy, he heard the voices of his brother Edward and of his dear friend, Lord James the Douglas. Right glad they were to meet again after so many dangers past, and when the king saw that they were followed by about 150 men, he forgot all about being tired and hungry, and felt ready to fight at once. "We have just passed a village where 200 English are quartered," said Douglas. "They are keeping no watch, for they think that your army is utterly scattered. If we hurry, we can take them by surprise and beat them." That was good news indeed. So, without more ado, the king mounted and rode away at the head of his little army. It was as Douglas had said. The English were keeping no watch, and when the Scots swooped down upon them, they were taken by surprise and utterly defeated. From that time, more and more men gathered to the standard of Bruce. He gained victory after victory until the English would no longer come out to fight him, but shut themselves up in the castles and towns of which they had taken possession, hoping that King Edward would soon send them help. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38, Robert the Bruce, The Taking of Perth. All this time King Edward had not himself come to Scotland. He had only sent his generals and soldiers, but now that things seemed to be going badly with them, he resolved, old and feeble though he was, to come himself. He was so ill that he could not walk nor ride, but had to be carried in a litter. His spirit, however, was keen and fierce as ever, and he longed to conquer Scotland before he died. But that was not to be, and at a place called Bruff-on-Sands, within sight of the Scottish border, he died. When he felt that he was dying, when he knew that his dearest wish could never be fulfilled, that he would never conquer Scotland, never be received as Scotland's king, he called his son Edward to him. The prince came and knelt beside his dying father to receive his last commands. "My son," said the great king, "I die, but to you I leave my unfinished task. Swear to me before my lords and barons that you will never give up this war until Scotland is conquered. Let my bones be carried with the army, and never lay them to rest until you have subdued the Scots." The Prince of Wales swore by the saints and by all that he held holy to do as his father wished, but he did not keep his promise. When his father was dead, the prince sent his body back to Westminster, where it was buried. He himself marched a little way into Scotland. Then, growing tired of the hardships and discomforts of camp life, he turned and went back to England without having fought a single battle. But although Edward II and his army marched away from Scotland, there were many English left there, and all the castles and strong towns were theirs. These King Hob, as Edward used to scornfully call Bruce, had to conquer one by one before he could call his kingdom his own. For a time, however, little could be done, for Bruce became very ill, and without their great leader, the soldiers had no heart to fight. He forbore both meat and drink, his men no medicine could get, that ever might to the king avail, his force gan him wholly to fail. That he might neither ride nor go, then wit ye that his men were woe, for nane was in that company that would have been half so sorry, for to have seen his brother dead, lying before him in that stead, as they were for his sickness, for all their comfort in him was. Edward Bruce, the king's brave brother, did his best to comfort the soldiers, but it was a sorrowful band that he led into the mountains, carrying their king in a litter. Bruce had gone through such terrible hardships, he had suffered so much from cold, hunger, and weariness, that it was little wonder that even he, strong though he was, had broken down. No medicine seemed to do him any good, but one day, hearing that his soldiers had been put to flight by the English, he rose from his bed, and in spite of all that his friends could say to him, he mounted upon his horse, determined to lead his men to avenge their defeat. He was so weak and ill that a soldier rode on either side of him to support him, but his men were filled with gladness to see him amongst them once more, and they fought with such new courage that they once more won a victory. From that day, King Robert became quite well again. Fighting still went on, but many of the Scottish nobles who had before fought for Edward now joined Bruce. Among these was his own nephew, Thomas Randolph. During a battle, Randolph was taken prisoner by Lord James Douglas and brought before the king. "Nephew," said Bruce, "you have for a time forgotten your obedience to your king. Now you must return to it." "I have done nothing of which I need be ashamed," replied Randolph proudly. "You blame me. It is you who are to blame. You have chosen to defy the King of England, yet you will not meet him like a true knight in the open field." "That may come," replied Bruce calmly, "and before long, perhaps. Meanwhile," he added sternly, "since you are so rude of speech, it is fitting that your proud words should meet their just punishment. You shall therefore go to prison until you learn to know better my right and your duty." Randolph went quietly to prison, but he was not kept long there, for he soon made up his mind to join his brave uncle and to fight for Scotland. Robert then made his nephew Earl of Murray, and he became one of his greatest friends and generals, second only to James Douglas. Perth, at this time one of the strongest places in Scotland, was in the hands of the English. It was surrounded by a moat. The walls of Perth were high and thick, and there were stone turrets upon them at short intervals. For 6 weeks King Robert besieged this town, but it was so strong that, do what he would, he could not take it. One night, however, the king crept unseen close up to the walls. He carefully examined the moat and discovered that there was one place at which it would be possible to cross it. Then he went back to his camp, and next morning the English within Perth rejoiced to see the Scottish king and his army march away. A week passed. There was no sign of the enemy, and the English, feeling quite safe, kept no watch. But one dark night the king and his army came quietly marching back again. Robert led his men to the shallow part of the moat. He was the first to jump into the water and show the way across it. He wore all his heavy armor, and in one hand he carried a ladder, in the other a spear. With this he carefully felt his way, but at one part the water was so deep that it reached his throat. At last, however, he landed safely on the other side. Quickly, one after the other, his soldiers followed him over the moat. They reached the wall and, setting their ladders against it, clambered up. Then, with a wild war cry, they leaped over into the town. A French knight happened to be in the Scottish army. When this knight saw the king so full of bravery and courage, when he saw that he was among the first to place the ladder against the wall, among the first to leap into the town, he was filled with admiration. "What shall we say to our French knights," he cried, "who sit at home feasting and idle, when so gallant a prince puts his life in danger for a wretched village?" And dashing through the moat, he too joined the fight. The English were so completely taken by surprise that the battle was soon over. Every Scotsman who was found within the walls fighting for the English was put to death, but the English soldiers were spared. Then Bruce broke down the wall and ruined the towers, for, as he had not enough soldiers to defend the towns and castles which he won from the English, he thought it was better to destroy them, lest they should again fall into the hands of the enemy. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. Robert the Bruce, How Two Castles Were Won. The castle of Linlithgow was in the hands of the English, but it was won from them by the help of a poor farmer called Binning. The castle was very strong. It was surrounded by a loch and a moat crossed by a drawbridge. Under the archway of the entrance there was a portcullis. It seemed hopeless to attempt to take the castle. It was so strong. One day the English governor ordered Binning to bring a cartload of hay to the castle, as he was in need of some for his horses. Binning promised to bring it, but he made up his mind to take the castle at the same time. Quickly and quietly his plans were made. During the night some Scottish soldiers crept as near to the castle walls as they dared, and hid where they could not be seen by the English. Then, very early in the morning, Binning loaded his cart, but he did not load it with hay only. In the cart lay 8 strong men clad in steel and armed with swords and battle-axes. Over these men, so as quite to cover them, Binning placed a light load of hay. He then harnessed his oxen with ropes to the heavy cart and set out for the castle. A servant sat in front, driving, and Binning himself walked by the side of the cart with a stick in his hand and his woodman's axe at his belt. Slowly the cart creaked along the silent street until it reached the castle gate. The drawbridge was lowered at once, for the sentinels knew that hay was expected and asked no questions. The heavy load passed over the wooden bridge, the hoofs of the oxen sounding loud in the still morning air. With beating heart, but seemingly calm, Binning walked along. The portcullis was slowly raised, and the cart passed under it. But just as it was directly under it, Binning sprang forward, and quick as lightning, with a blow from his hatchet, cut the ropes which bound the oxen to the cart. The oxen moved on. The cart was left beneath the portcullis. "Call all! Call all!" shouted Binning. It was the signal agreed upon. "Call all! Call all!" cried the soldiers in the cart as they threw off the hay which covered them and sprang to the ground with drawn swords. "Call all! Call all!" replied the other men from without, rushing in to help them. The portcullis was lowered, but it was of no use. The heavy cart stood underneath it and prevented it from falling to the ground. The gates could not be shut for the same reason, so the castle was taken and all the English soldiers were put to death. Bruce rewarded Binning by giving him a great estate, and even to this day the name of Binning is remembered in Linlithgowshire. Roxburgh was another strong castle, and it was so near the borders that the English were very anxious to keep it. But Douglas had quite made up his mind to take it, however difficult it might be. Douglas was a great soldier and a gallant knight. By his friends he was called the good Lord James, but by his enemies, because of the fear they had of him, and because he was very dark, he was called the Black Douglas. Indeed, the terror of his name was so great that mothers would frighten their naughty children by saying to them, "Be good now, or I shall fetch the Black Douglas to you." On Shrove Tuesday there was great feasting and drinking, and on that day Douglas and his friends made up their minds to take Roxburgh Castle. The only hope of doing this was to take it by surprise, but to get to the castle some fields had to be crossed. If the Scots had marched across these fields, they would have been seen by the garrison, who would then have had time to prepare for them. So, waiting until it was dark, they threw black cloaks over their bright armor, and crawling on their hands and knees, passed through the fields to the bottom of the wall. They went a few at a time, so that in the dark they looked like straying cattle. Some were safely over and were hiding close against the walls when the watch went their rounds. The watchman paused on the wall just above the spot where were Douglas and his men, and looked across the fields. "There be cattle late afield," said one soldier, pointing to the slowly moving objects in the distance. "Yes," said the other, "the farmer is making merry this Shrovetide, and has forgotten to shut up his cattle. If the Black Douglas comes across them before morning, he'll be sorry for it." Then the men moved on, little dreaming that the Black Douglas was listening to what they were saying, and that the cattle were no other than the Black Douglas's own men. At last all had safely reached the walls. The ladders were placed, the men mounted. Everything was quiet within the castle. Only a woman, the wife of one of the soldiers, sat upon the walls with her child in her arms, singing it to sleep. Hush ye, little pet ye. Hush ye, dinna fret ye. The Black Douglas will no get ye." "Don't be so sure of that," said a voice close beside her, and a steel-gloved hand was laid upon her shoulder. With a scream, the woman looked round. Beside her, tall, dark and strong, stood the very Black Douglas of whom she sang. In a moment the alarm was given. The fierce cry of "Douglas! Douglas!" with which his men always rushed into battle sounded through the night, and the fight began. Nearly all the English were killed, but Douglas took care of the woman and her child, so she lived to know that he was not so dreadful as his name. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. Robert the Bruce, How the Castle of Edinburgh was Taken. Edinburgh Castle stands upon a high, steep rock, up which it is almost impossible to clamber. Randolph, Earl of Murray, who was now fighting valiantly for the king, was very anxious to get possession of this castle, but how to do it he did not know. At length, a gentleman named William Francis came to tell him that he knew of a way. Many years before, Francis had been a soldier in Edinburgh Castle. He had loved a lady who lived in the town, and because he was not allowed to visit her openly, he had found a way by which he could clamber up and down the steep rock in secret. He still remembered the path, and he offered to lead Randolph and his men by it. It was a very dangerous plan, for only one could go at a time, and should the sentry see them, every man would certainly be killed. Still, it was worth trying, and Randolph resolved to try. So, one dark, moonless night, a little band of 30 brave men gathered at the foot of the castle hill. Francis led the way, and one by one they followed him up the rocky path. It was a fearful climb, and besides being fully armed, they had to carry ladders with them, with which to scale the walls. On and on they went in silence, gripping the rock with hands and knees, clambering round boulders or up the face of cliffs where there was scarcely the smallest foothold. Not a word was spoken. If a stone slipped or a twig crackled, their hearts seemed to stand still. On and on they went, till, hot and breathless, but unseen and unheard, they neared the top. When they were almost at the top, they heard the watchmen going their rounds on the wall above. As they clanked along so close above, each man pressed himself against the face of the rock, keeping as still as possible, scarcely daring even to breathe. Suddenly the guards stopped and looked over the wall. One of them, thinking to have a jest with his comrades, picked up a loose stone and, throwing it over the cliff, cried out, "Aha! I see you well!" For one horrible moment Randolph believed himself to be discovered, but not a man moved. The stone crashed down and down, bounding from rock to rock, till it reached the bottom, far below. Then all was still again, and with a laugh the sentry moved on. He had had his jest. He had frightened his companions for a moment, but he little knew how fast he had made 30 hearts beat. He little knew that just below him 30 men clung motionless to the rock, every moment expecting discovery and death. As soon as the sentries moved away, the men began their climb again, and a few minutes later the top was reached. The ladders were quickly fixed, and the men sprang over the wall. Except for the watchmen, the whole garrison were asleep, and before they had time to rise and arm themselves, the castle was taken. Thus, in one way or another, castle after castle fell into the hands of Bruce. From town after town the English were driven out, until hardly one remained to them, except Stirling, and that was sore beset by Edward Bruce. At last the governor of Stirling, seeing that he could not hold out much longer, made a bargain with him. He promised to yield the castle if by midsummer the King of England did not come to his aid. To this Edward Bruce agreed, but King Robert was angry when he heard what bargain his brother had made. To fight a great battle against the whole force of the English army was just what he did not want to do, and to give Edward of England nearly a year in which to make ready seemed to Bruce, true knight though he was, to allow the enemy too great an advantage. "Let Edward bring every man he has," said Edward Bruce, "and we will fight them, aye, even if they were more." "So be it, brother," said King Robert. "Since so we must, we will manfully abide battle, and let us gather all who love us and greatly care for the freedom of Scotland to come and fight against Edward." Edward II was a weak and changeable king, not wise and brave as his father had been. How changeable he was you may know from the fact that he appointed 6 different governors for Scotland in 1 year. Not that it was much use appointing governors at all over a country which refused to acknowledge them. Edward II was weak, and he was easily led by favorites. He often quarreled with his barons and nobles, but now they and their men gladly joined him against Scotland. Never, even in the gallant days of Edward I, had such a knightly army poured over the border. From all his dominions Edward called his followers, from France, from Wales, from Ireland. "Many a worthy man and wight, and many an armour gaily dight, and many a sturdy champing steed, arrayed well in the richest weed. Many helmets and hauberons, shields and spears and pennons, and so many a comely knight, that it seemed that in the fight they should vanquish the world all whole. Why should I make so long my tale? The sun was bright and shining clear, and armors that all burnished were, so shone in the sun's beam that all the land was in a flame. Banners right fairly glowing, and pennons to the wind were flowing. On they marched through a deserted country, watched only by sad-eyed women, who, as they saw the mighty host roll on, prayed and trembled for their husbands and brothers and fathers, who were gathered at Stirling to oppose the foe. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. Robert the Bruce, How Sir Henry de Bohun Met His Death. On Sunday, the 23rd of June, 1314 A.D., the day before the governor of Stirling had promised to give up the castle, the two armies came in sight of each other. King Robert's army was much smaller than that of the English, but in Bruce the Scots had a brave and gallant leader. He knew how much depended upon this battle, and he took every care to make the best of his men and the best of his position. Courage alone, he knew, could not beat the mighty host that was coming against him, so he thought and planned carefully. He chose a very strong position. It was a plain guarded in front by bogs and marshes. At one side flowed a little river called the Bannock with steep rocky banks. On the other rose the Castle Rock. In front, wherever the land was firm, Bruce made his men dig holes a few feet deep. These holes were then filled with branches and twigs of gorse, over which the turf was again lightly placed. From a distance, the plain seemed firm and solid. Really, it was filled with pits. Besides digging these holes, Bruce made his men scatter iron spikes called calthrops over the field. Having finished his preparations, the king sent all the servants, camp followers, and untrained men out of the army and made them go behind a hill. This hill was afterwards called Gillies Hill, that is, the Servants' Hill. When Bruce heard that the English were near, he drew his soldiers up in line and made a speech to them. He reminded them of all they had suffered, of what they had so hardly won, of what they might so easily again lose if they were not brave and determined. He prayed every man who was not ready to fight to the death to leave the army. Scots, what hay with Wallace bled! Scots, wham Bruce has aften led! Welcome to your gory bed, or to victory! Now's the day, and now's the hour. See the front of battle lower. See approach proud Edward's power. Chains and slavery. War will be a traitor's knave. War can fill a coward's grave. War say base as be a slave. Let him turn and flee. War for Scotland's king and law. Freedom's sword will strongly draw. Free man stand or free man fa. Let him on with me. By opposition's woes and pains, by your sons in servile chains, we will drain our dearest veins, but they shall be free. Lay the proud usurpers low, tyrants fall in every foe, liberties in every blow. Let us do or die. Edward Bruce led the right wing of the army, Douglas the center, and to Randolph was given the left, with a command that he should let no Englishman get into Stirling. The king, mounted upon a little pony, rode up and down in front of the lines, making sure that all was ready, although he did not expect to have to fight that day. He wore a golden crown on his helmet, so that all might see that he was the king. He was clad in complete armor, but carried no weapon except a battle-axe. The English host swept on, their armor and weapons glittering in the June sunshine, their gay banners fluttering in the breeze. On they came with sound of music and trumpets, till the hills echoed and re-echoed. As Bruce rode up and down, he watched everything with his keen eye, and presently he saw the glint of steel away to the left. A party of English horsemen were quietly making their way towards Stirling. "Ah, Randolph," said the king, pointing to the horseman, "a rose has fallen from your crown." By this he meant that Randolph had been careless of the trust given to him and had lost a chance of renown. Ashamed of himself, Randolph made no reply, but calling to his men, dashed off at full speed towards the English. He was upon them before they reached the town, and a fierce fight followed. But the English were twice as many as Randolph's little band, and it seemed for a time as if the Scots were getting the worst of it. Douglas watched the fight uneasily. He and Randolph were King Robert's best generals and greatest friends, yet there was no jealousy between them. "I pray you, sire," said Douglas at last, "let me go to Randolph's aid." "You shall not stir a foot," replied the king. "Let Randolph free himself as best he can. I will not endanger the whole battle for a careless boy." "My liege," said Douglas again, "I cannot stand thus idly and see him perish when I may bring him help. So by your leave I must away to him." Unwillingly, then, the king gave his consent, and Douglas, with his men, hurried off to help Randolph. But when he drew near, he saw that Randolph was beating the English without his aid. "Halt!" he cried. "Yonder brave men have no need of us. We will not take any of the honor of the day from them." Then he turned back to the king without having struck a blow. A little later Randolph followed, flushed and triumphant. He had recovered his rose. But meanwhile the king too had been fighting. An English knight called Sir Henry de Bohun had seen the King of Scotland as he rode in front of the line, and saying to himself that he would win great fame and settle the battle at one stroke, he set spurs to his horse and dashed furiously upon Bruce. Fully armed, riding upon his great war-horse, the English knight came thundering on. Bruce, on his little pony, could have no chance against him. There was a dreadful moment of suspense. The two armies watched breathlessly. Bruce waited calmly, and when Bohun was almost upon him, he suddenly turned his pony aside. Bohun dashed on. As he passed, the king, rising high in his stirrups, brought his battle-axe crashing down upon the knight's head. The steel helmet was shattered by the mighty blow. Bohun fell to the ground dead, and his frightened horse dashed riderless away. Cheer after cheer rose from the Scottish ranks, and the generals gathered round their king. They were glad that he was safe, yet vexed that he should have so endangered his life. "Bethink you, sire, the fate of all Scotland rests upon you," they said. But the king answered them never a word. "I have broken my good axe," was all he said. "I have broken my good axe." End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. Robert the Bruce, the Story of the Battle of Bannockburn. After the death of Bohun, there was no more fighting that day. All night long the two armies lay opposite each other, and very early next morning both were astir. The Scottish soldiers were formed in battle array, and then they knelt to receive the blessing of a holy friar who passed along their lines, his head and feet bare, and carrying a great crucifix in his hand. "Think you, will these Scots fight?" Edward had asked one of his knights a short time before. "Aye, that they will," was the reply, "to the last." But now, seeing them kneel, Edward cried out, "They kneel! they kneel, they ask for mercy." "They do, my liege," was the answer, "but it is from God, and not from us. Believe me, yonder men will win the day or die upon the field." "So be it then," said Edward. "Let us to the fight." Then the trumpets were sounded, and the battle began in right good earnest. The English arrows fell fast and thick, till one would have said it snowed. But Bruce knew these deadly arrows of old, and was prepared for them. He sent a body of horse to attack the archers, and they, having no weapons except their bows and arrows, were soon scattered in flight. As the English cavalry advanced, the horses fell into the pits prepared for them, stuck fast in the bogs, or were lamed by the sharp iron spikes with which the field was sown. Soon all was terrible confusion. The English began to waver. "On them! They fail!" shouted the Scots, and charged more fiercely than before. At this moment, when the English were beginning to feel themselves beaten, they saw what they thought was a fresh army come over Gillies Hill. Then they lost all heart. The confusion became complete. They fled. This new army was, however, no army, but only the servants and camp followers who had grown tired of idly watching the battle. So with sticks for weapons, and with sheets tied upon tent poles for banners, they marched down the hill to join the fight. The slaughter now became terrible, and the noise terrific. Banners were trailed in the dust. Maddened, riderless horses rushed wildly through the flying ranks. Broken armor and weapons strewed the ground. The groans of the wounded and the dying mingled with the clang of arms and the shouts of victory. Many were slain upon the field. Many fell over the rocky banks of the Bannockburn. Others were drowned trying to cross the river Forth. 30,000 English perished that day. The king fled with the others. First he fled to Stirling, but the governor reminded him that there was no safety there, for he had promised to deliver the castle to the King of Scotland next day. So again Edward turned and fled away. He was followed closely by Douglas, but he reached Dunbar without being overtaken, and from there he escaped to Berwick in a fishing boat, and so at last, after many dangers, landed safely in England. The English left so much spoil behind them that it was said if the chariots, wagons, and wheeled carriages, which were laden with stores and spoil, could have been drawn up in a line, they would have reached for 20 leagues. The Scots, too, made many prisoners. Bruce was far more kind to these prisoners than was usually the case in those wild days. Few, if any, were put to death, and those of them who had friends were soon bought back. For it was the custom then to ransom prisoners, that is, to buy their freedom. As numbers of the prisoners were knights and nobles, their friends paid such great sums of money for them that it was said Scotland grew rich in one day. To the noble dead, Bruce gave honorable burial, instead of chopping their limbs in pieces and placing them on the gateways and walls of castles throughout the kingdom, as was too often the fashion. Now, too, Bruce was able to buy back, or rather exchange for English prisoners, his wife, daughter, and sisters, and the other noble ladies who had been kept in English prisons for 8 years. So at last the Queen was Queen indeed, and not a mere Queen of May, as she had said so long ago. By the Battle of Bannockburn, English power over Scotland was completely broken. Scotland was free at last. Robert the Bruce was seated firmly upon the throne. Although dark days came again, although the kings of England again and again revived the old foolish claim of being Scotland's overlord, the freedom of the country was never more in real danger. So it is right that we should remember and honor the name of Bruce as the name of Wallace. They stand together as the preservers of Scottish freedom. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. Robert the Bruce. How the Scots carried the war into England. For some years after Bannockburn, King Robert ruled Scotland wisely and well. The war with England still went on, but it was the Scots who won the battles. At last King Robert became very ill. He could no longer sit upon a horse or lead his soldiers to battle, but he still thought and planned and ruled his kingdom, living quietly in his castle near the River Clyde. About this time Edward II of England was dethroned, and his son Edward III was crowned instead. Robert the Bruce, having sent a message to the new king telling him that he would invade England, gathered an army and sent it across the border. Randolph and Douglas commanded this army, which was about 20,000 strong. The men wore little armor and were mounted upon rough ponies, so that they moved about from place to place far more quickly than the heavy English horse. The ponies were so swift and sure-footed that they could go through valleys and among hills where the English found it impossible to follow with their heavy cavalry. Besides his weapons, each man carried a bag of oatmeal and an iron griddle. A griddle is a flat, round piece of iron, something like a frying pan without sides, upon which scones and oatcakes are baked. Except their bags of oatmeal, the Scots carried no other provisions, for they were always sure of finding cattle in the country through which they passed. They used to kill these and cook the flesh, but they carried neither pots nor pans. They boiled the flesh in the skins, which they made into pots by slinging them on crossed sticks, very much as gypsies sling their big black round pots at the present day. After a day's march, the ponies were turned loose to graze. Bullocks were killed and skinned. Water and beef were put into the bagpots. Fires were lit under them. Every man brought out his griddle and oatmeal, and after a supper of boiled beef and oatcakes, the men lay down to sleep round the warm campfires. In this way the Scots moved from place to place, burning and destroying at will, and pursued by the English, who tried in vain to come up with them. The English could often see the smoke of the Scots' fires as they followed them over hill and dale, till, weary and hungry, they encamped for the night, hoping next morning to catch the Scots. Day by day this went on, till the English army was well nigh exhausted. Sometimes during the march there would be a cry. Those behind, thinking that at last the enemy was in sight, would hurry forward with drawn swords in their hands, ready to fight. But after having run for a mile or so over hill and valley, they would find that what had aroused their hope was only a herd of deer or wild cattle, which fled swiftly away before the army. Wandering about in this manner, the English leaders lost their way, and one day, just as the sun was setting, they arrived at the river Tyne. This they crossed with great difficulty, and lay down for the night on the bank. The men had only a loaf of bread each to eat, and there was nothing but water from the river to drink. They had no hatchets to cut down wood, so they could make neither fire nor light. Wet and hungry, they lay down to sleep, wearing their armor and holding their horses by the bridle, lest they should stray during the night. In the morning some peasants passing told them that they were 11 leagues from the nearest town. Hearing this, the king immediately sent messengers to the town with a proclamation, saying that anyone who wished to earn some money had only to bring provisions to the army. The next day the messengers returned with what they could get, which was not much. They were followed, however, by many of the townspeople, who brought badly baked bread and poor thin wine, for which they made the soldiers pay very dearly. Even then, there was not enough for everyone, and the men would often quarrel fiercely over a piece of meat or loaf of bread, snatching it out of each other's hands. To add to the discomfort, it began to rain, and kept on raining for a whole week. Hungry, cold, and wet, the soldiers began to grumble bitterly. Still, there was no sign of the Scots. At last, the king made a proclamation that anyone who could find the Scots should have £100 a year and be made a knight. Upon that, about 15 or 16 gentlemen leaped upon their horses and rode off in different directions, eager to win the reward. 4 days later, a gentleman came galloping back to the king. "Sire," he cried, "I bring you news of the Scots. They are 3 leagues from this place, lodged in a mountain, where they have been this week waiting for you. You may trust me, for this is true. For I went so near to them that I was made prisoner and taken before their leaders. I told them where you were and that you were seeking them to give battle. The lords gave me my liberty on condition that I rested not until I found you, and told you that they were waiting and as eager to meet you in battle as you can be to meet them." As soon as the king heard the news, he ordered his army to march forward. About noon next day they came in sight of the Scots, but when they saw in what a strong position the long-looked-for enemy lay, they were very much disheartened. The Scots were encamped upon a mountain at the foot of which flowed a strong, rapid river. The river would be difficult and dangerous to cross. If the English did cross, there was no room between the mountain and the river for them to form into line. Seeing this, King Edward sent his heralds to ask the Scots to come down into the plain and fight in the open. Douglas and Randolph replied that they would do no such thing. "King Edward and his barons see," they said, "that we are in his kingdom. We burn and pillage wherever we pass. If that is displeasing to the king, he may come and amend it, for we will tarry here as long as it pleases us." Seeing that the Scots would not come out of their stronghold, King Edward resolved to starve them out. For 3 days and nights his army lay in front of the Scots. But the Scots had plenty to eat. They had comfortable huts and great fires, whereas the English lay opposite in cold and hunger, without shelter or proper food. But on the 4th morning, when the English king looked towards the Scottish camp, behold, it was empty. Not a man was left. They had decamped secretly at midnight. Immediately, Edward sent scouts on horseback to search for them. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they came back with news. The Scots were encamped upon another mountain in a far stronger position than the last. So again, the English marched forward and took up a position opposite the Scots. That night, the English camp was suddenly aroused by the fierce war cry, "Douglas! Douglas! Ye shall die, ye thieves of England!" It was Lord James Douglas with 200 men who had silently left the Scottish camp and, finding the English keeping but careless watch, dashed suddenly upon them. 300 Englishmen were killed and the king narrowly escaped. Douglas reached his tent and, cutting the ropes, tried to carry off the king in the confusion, but his servants stood bravely round their master, and the camp being now thoroughly aroused, Douglas was obliged to call his men together and escape. After this, the English kept a strong and careful watch, but the Scots did not again attempt to surprise them. For 3 weeks the English lay watching the Scots, hoping to starve them out. During this time, the Scots were not idle. Behind them was a marsh, and while the English watched in front, they were busy making a road through the marsh behind. One morning, behold, again the Scottish camp was empty. 2 Scottish trumpeters alone remained. "My lords," they said, coming to the English camp, "why do you watch here? You do but lose your time, for we swear by our heads that the Scots are on their homeward march, and are now 4 or 5 leagues off. They left us here to tell you this." The English were very angry with this message, and on going to the Scottish camp they found that what the trumpeters told them was only too true. Not a Scot was to be seen. They had vanished in the night, but they had left behind them many signs that they had been by no means starving. In the deserted camp there lay the dead bodies of many cattle, which the Scots had killed because they could not take them away, as they moved too slowly. There were hundreds of fires laid, ready to light, under skin pots filled with meat and water. There were thousands of pairs of worn-out shoes. These shoes the Scots used to make out of the raw, rough hide of the bullocks which they killed for food. They wore them with the hairy side out, and from that were often called the rough-footed Scots, or Redshanks. Besides these things, the English found a few prisoners whom the Scots had taken, and whom they had now left behind, tied to trees. They also left a message saying that if the King of England were displeased with what they had done, he might follow them to Scotland and fight them there. But Edward had no wish to follow so wily a foe, and he turned southward and disbanded his army. Shortly afterwards, a peace was made between the two countries, and a treaty was signed at Northampton. By this treaty, the English king gave up all claim to Scotland and acknowledged Robert the Bruce to be the rightful king. It was also arranged that Edward's young sister should marry Bruce's son, and so at last the land had rest. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44. Robert the Bruce, the Heart of the King. King Robert did not live long to enjoy the peace which at last had come to the land. He was not an old man, but he had lived such a hard life that he seemed older than he was. Now he became so ill that he knew he could not live long. When he felt that he was dying, he called all his nobles and wise men to him. As they stood round him, Bruce told them that he must soon die, and bade them honor his little son David as their king. With tears of sorrow, the nobles promised to do as the king asked. Bruce then turned to the good Lord James. "My dearest and best friend," he said, "you know how hard I have had to fight for my kingdom. At the time when I was sorest pressed, I made a vow that when God should grant me peace, I should go to the Holy Land to fight for the sepulchre of Christ. But now that I have peace, my body is feeble, and I cannot fulfill my heart's desire. Yet I would fain send my heart whither my body cannot go. There is no knight so gallant as you, my dear and special friend. Therefore, I pray you, when I am dead, take my heart from my body, carry it to the Holy Land, and there bury it." At first, Douglas could not speak for tears. After a few minutes, he said, "Gallant and noble king, I thank you 1,000 times for the honor you do me. Your command shall be obeyed. Dear friend, I thank you." "You give me your promise?" said the Bruce. "Most willingly. Upon my knighthood I swear it." "Thanks be to God. Now I die in peace, since I know that the bravest knight in all my kingdom will do for me what I cannot do for myself," said the king as he lay back content. Not many days after this, the great king died. From all the land there arose a cry of mourning and sorrow. With tears and sobs, with the sound of sad music and wailing, the people followed their king to his last resting place in Dunfermline Abbey. "All our defence," they said, "alas, and he that all our comfort was, our wit and all our governing, alas, is brought unto ending. Alas, what shall we do or say? For in life while he lasted, aye, by all our neighbours dread were we, and in many a far country. Of our worship spread the renown, and that was all for his person." Wrapped in a robe of cloth of gold, the great king was laid to rest, and a beautiful tomb of white marble was raised over his grave. Long ago the tomb has disappeared, but the place where Robert the Bruce lies is still pointed out in the Abbey of Dunfermline. True to his promise, the Douglas ordered the heart of Bruce to be taken from his body after he was dead. The heart was then embalmed. That is, it was prepared with sweet-smelling spices and other things to keep it from decay. Douglas enclosed the heart in a beautiful box of silver and enamel, which he hung round his neck by a chain of silk and gold. Then, with a noble company of knights and squires, he set sail for Palestine. On his way he passed through Spain. There he heard that the king of Spain was fighting against the Saracens. The Saracens were the people who had possession of Palestine. They were unkind to the Christians and insulted their religion. Douglas therefore thought that he would be doing right to help the king of Spain before passing on to the Holy Land. The armies met, and there was a great battle. The Scots charged so furiously that the Saracens fled before them. But thinking that the Spaniards were following to help them, the Scots chased the fleeing foe too far. Too late, Douglas found that he and his little band were cut off from their friends and entirely surrounded by the fierce, dark faces of the enemy. There was no escape. All that was left to do was to die fighting. Taking the silver box containing King Robert's heart from his neck, Douglas threw it into the thickest of the fight, crying, "On, gallant heart, as thou wert ever wont, the Douglas will follow thee or die." Then, springing after it, he fiercely fought until he fell, pierced with many wounds. Round him fell most of the brave company of nobles who had set sail with him. When the battle was over, the few who remained sought for their leader. They found him lying dead above the heart of Bruce. They had now no wish to go on to the Holy Land, so they turned home, taking the body of Douglas and the heart of Bruce with them. Douglas was buried in his own church at Castle Douglas, the heart of Bruce in the Abbey of Melrose. The trumpets blew, the crossbolts flew, the arrows flashed like flame, as spur in side and spear in rest, against the foe we came. And many a bearded Saracen went down, both horse and man, for through their ranks we rode like corn, so furiously we ran. But in behind our path they closed, though fain to let us through, for they were 40,000 men, and we were wondrous few. We might not see a lance's length, so dense was their array, but the long fell sweep of the Scottish blade still held them hard at bay. But thicker, thicker grew the swarm, and sharper shot the rain, and the horses reared amid the press, but they would not charge again. Then in his stirrups Douglas stood, so lion-like and bold, and held the precious heart aloft, all in its case of gold. He flung it from him far ahead, and never spake he more, but, "Pass thee first, thou dauntless heart, as thou wert wont of yore." There lies beside his master's heart the Douglas, stark and grim, and woe is me, I should be here, not side by side with him. And Scotland, thou mayest veil thy head in sorrow and in pain. The sorest stroke upon thy brow hath fallen this day in Spain. We bore the good Lord James away, the priceless heart he bore, and heavily we steered our ship towards the Scottish shore. No welcome greeted our return, no clang of martial tread, but all were dumb and hushed as death before the mighty dead. We laid our chief in Douglas Kirk, the heart in fair Melrose, and woeful men were we that day. God grant their souls repose. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45, David II, The Story of Black Agnes. When Robert Bruce died in 1329 A.D., his son was at once crowned under the title of David II. David was only a little boy, so of course he could not himself rule, and Randolph, Earl of Murray, was made regent. For 3 years Randolph ruled. He was very just, but very strict and even cruel, so he made many enemies. One day he died suddenly. Some people thought that he had been poisoned, but that has never been proved. Another regent was chosen, but he turned out to be neither a good soldier nor a good ruler, and so once more troubles began. There were, as you know, many great lords who had lands both in England and in Scotland. During the wars, many of these lords who had fought for Edward lost their Scottish lands. This made them very angry. Now that there was only a child upon the throne, they rebelled, hoping to win their lands again. They found a leader in Edward Baliol, the son of John Baliol, who had been king before Robert the Bruce. Edward Baliol said that he had a better right to the throne than David, and in spite of the Treaty of Northampton, he was helped and supported by Edward of England, who hoped once more to become Scotland's overlord. Once again, Scotland was torn in two by civil wars, some taking the part of Baliol, some that of David. A battle called the Battle of Duplin Moor was fought a few miles from Perth. In this battle, the loyalist Scots, that is, those who were fighting for the king, were utterly defeated. A base Scottish baron showed Edward Baliol where to cross the river, on the other side of which the king's army lay. Silently at midnight, Baliol led his soldiers over and broke into the Scottish camp while the soldiers were all asleep. The Scots were soon awake and sprang to arms. Randolph, Earl of Murray, the son of the famous earl, gathered his men together quickly. They fought so bravely that, in spite of the surprise, the battle might have ended in victory instead of defeat, if only the regent had known how to command his men. But he drew up his soldiers in such close lines that they fell over each other and crushed each other to death without ever getting near the enemy. Thus, far more of the Scots were killed by their friends than by their foes. So dense was the crowd, so awful the slaughter, that in one part of the field the dead lay in heaps of a spear length in depth. The regent and most of the bravest and the best of the Scottish nobles were among the slain. After this battle, Edward Baliol hurried to Scone, and there he was crowned. So there were two kings in Scotland, David Bruce and Edward Baliol. But King David and his young wife, who you remember was Edward of England's sister, fled away to France. One of the first things Edward Baliol did after he was crowned was to own himself, as his father had done, vassal of the King of England. But Baliol's triumph was not for long. There were many Scotsmen who were still true to their king. They chose another regent to rule in David's name, and one dark night they suddenly attacked Edward Baliol. They slew many of his barons, and Edward himself barely escaped with his life. He had to flee so fast that he had not even time to dress, but throwing himself on a barebacked horse, he galloped away through the darkness. So in less than 3 months after the crown had been placed upon his head, he was chased from his kingdom, penniless and almost naked. He fled back to England to his master Edward, and Edward, gathering a great army, marched against the Scots, and in a battle called Halidon Hill, the Scots were once more defeated. Edward then overran the country, plundering and conquering, till no one dared call David king any more, except the little children in their games when they played at being kings and queens. But Scotland would by no means yield to England, and fighting still went on. Among those who fought most bravely for their country was the Countess of March. She was called Black Agnes because she was so dark. Her husband, the Earl of March, was away fighting for the king when the English besieged his castle of Dunbar. Dunbar was a very important castle, and Black Agnes made up her mind that nothing would make her yield it. In those days, cannon had not yet come into use. Instead of cannon, armies carried about with them great engines with which they threw enormous stones at the walls of the castles which they wished to take. The English brought their strongest engines against Dunbar, but Black Agnes laughed at their big stones. She used to stand on the walls with her ladies and her maids, and when a stone hit the walls, she would bid them wipe the spot with a clean white cloth, as if to say that she liked to keep her castle clean and tidy, and all the harm the English could do was to make a little dust. She was always on the walls, or at the gate, and in the most dangerous places, taunting the English and encouraging her own men by her brave words. She kept a stir in tower and trench, that brawling, boisterous Scottish wench. Came I early, came I late, I found Black Agnes at the gate. Angry as they were, the English could not but admire Black Agnes for her courage, and they accepted her jibes and jeers with a rugged chivalry. "There goes one of my lady's tiring pins," said the English leader one day, as a knight fell dead beside him, pierced by a Scottish arrow. "Black Agnes's love shafts go straight to the heart." For 5 months Black Agnes kept the castle. By the end of that time, the men and women within the walls were near starving. Dunbar is by the sea, but the English watched so carefully that no help could be brought to the brave little garrison either by land or by sea. One night, however, a bold Scotsman managed to slip between the English ships which lay close about the castle. In his little vessel were 40 men and plenty of food for the brave defenders. After this, the English lost all hope of taking the castle, so they went away, angry and ashamed at having been beaten by a woman. But the Scottish people were proud of Black Agnes, and the minstrels made poems about her and sang of her valiant deeds. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46. David II. The Battle of Neville's Cross. Slowly but surely, and with much fighting, the Scots began to win their country again. Robert the High Steward, or Robert Stewart as he came to be called from the name of his office, was now regent. He at length decided that the king, who had been living in France for 9 years, might safely return. David was by this time 18 years old, and as soon as he came back, Robert Stewart gave up his office of regent. But the king was too young and too ignorant to be able to rule well, and he was jealous of Robert Stewart. So there was no love between the king and the man who had fought for and ruled his kingdom while he had been away. The war with England still went on. In those days there was no regular army as there is now. In time of war, each man left his work, put on his armor, took his weapons, and went to fight for his master. The war now had lasted so long that the fields had neither been plowed nor sown. The country was wasted and barren. There was no corn with which to make bread, and the people starved. After famine came a horrible disease called the Black Death, from which hundreds and hundreds died, and the whole land was filled with misery and mourning. The Scots, having driven the English out of Scotland, now often marched into England to fight there. They plundered the rich fields and brought back food for the starving people. Sometimes these fights were little more than skirmishes, or border raids as they were called. Sometimes they were great battles. One of these battles was called Neville's Cross. King Edward of England was fighting with France as well as with Scotland. The French and the Scots were friends, so while Edward was in France, the French king persuaded the Scots to invade England. He hoped that this would help the French, for Edward would be obliged, he thought, to send home some of his soldiers to protect England. The Scots, too, thought that it would be a good time to invade England, for the king and all his best fighting men and greatest generals were far away. "None but cowardly clerks and mean mechanics stand between us and a march to London," they said. But they were mistaken, for there were still many brave fighters left in England, and an army of 30,000 marched to meet the Scots. David was brave, but he was not a great soldier as his father had been, nor would he listen to the advice of his generals. So when the two armies met at Neville's Cross, the Scots were defeated. For 3 hours the battle raged with terrible slaughter. The nobles at last formed a ring round their young king and fell one by one, fighting to protect him. Twice he was wounded, but still he fought bravely, till at last an English knight succeeded in disarming him, and he was taken prisoner. Many Scottish nobles lay dead upon the field. Many more, like their king, were taken prisoner. In triumph they were led through London. The king, clad in beautiful robes and mounted upon a splendid black horse, was followed by the mayor and his councillors, and by a great procession of people all dressed in their holiday clothes. Everywhere they passed, the streets were gaily decorated and filled with gaping crowds come to see the sight. Then David and his nobles were led back to the Tower of London, and there kept fast prisoner. After the Battle of Neville's Cross, Edward Baliol once more came back to Scotland and pretended to be king. But the Scots would neither submit to the rule of Edward Baliol nor of Edward of England, and they again chose Robert the High Steward as regent. Then Baliol, seeing himself powerless, knelt to King Edward, placing his crown at his feet and giving him a handful of Scottish soil as a token that he yielded to the English king all right over Scotland. This ceremony was a mere empty show, for Baliol could not give away what he did not possess. Edward, however, in return for this homage, granted Baliol a large sum of money, and Baliol, who was already an old man, went away quietly and was heard of no more. Edward now set David free on condition that he should own the King of England as his overlord. But the Scottish people would not agree to be subject to Edward, so David had to return again to prison. Edward then gathered a great army and marched once more into Scotland, carrying before him, among his other banners and pennons, the Scottish royal standard. He pretended no longer that he was fighting for Baliol. Henceforth he fought for himself, but wherever he went he found a deserted country. He reached Edinburgh without fighting any great battle, but having wrecked every town and village on his way. So fearful was the havoc he made that the raid was known for long after as the Burned Candlemas. By the time Edward reached Edinburgh, his army was starving. Even bread was scarce. At last, seeing nothing but famine before him, he gave the order to march back to England. This was the 5th time that Edward III had invaded Scotland. Every time he had said that he would conquer the country. Every time he had failed. At last a truce was made. The Scots agreed to pay a large sum of money to Edward, and their king was set free. It was such a large sum that it could not all be paid at once, and Scotland, already made poor by so many wars, was made poorer still. But the people were so anxious to have their king again that they paid the money willingly. When at last the king returned, there was great rejoicing. Wherever he went, the people crowded around him, cheering. But the king, instead of being pleased with this show of love, was angry. One day, on his way to Parliament, when the people were pressing round him as usual, David seized a mace from one of his servants. With this, he gave the man nearest to him a blow on the head and threatened to knock down any other who came nigh him. After that, the national joy at the return of their king was not so great. It was soon seen that David did not care for his people at all. He was selfish and fond of pleasure and greedy of money. When he died, no one was sorry. He had reigned 42 years, 9 of which he had spent as an exile in France, 11 as a prisoner in England. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 47. Robert II, How the French and the Scots Made War on England. David II died in 1370 A.D., and as he had no children, he was succeeded by Robert the High Steward. Robert was the son of Lady Marjorie, the daughter of Robert the Bruce. Thus, Robert was, through his mother, the grandson of Robert the Bruce, and he was the first of a long line of kings called the Stuarts. You remember that Walter, the first High Steward, was descended from Fleance, the son of Banquo, who fled to Wales when Macbeth tried to kill him. Now, as the Weird Sisters had foretold, his children sat upon the throne for many years. Robert II had already proved himself to be a good soldier and a wise regent, but now he was 55 years old. He was worn with wars and weary with ruling. He was no longer able to fight as he had done, no longer strong enough to curb the power of the great barons who, through the long years of war, had grown even prouder and fiercer. Nor was Robert allowed to take the throne without opposition. Douglas, the head of one of the proudest and greatest of the noble families, claimed it too. But Robert did not wish to quarrel with this great lord, so he proposed that his daughter should marry the eldest son of the Douglas. This satisfied the Douglas, and Robert was then crowned at Scone with great pomp and ceremony. Although there was peace between England and Scotland, Edward would not call Robert king, but spoke of him as our enemy of Scotland. And Robert returned the insult by calling Edward that Reaver Edward, calling himself King of England. In spite of the peace, there was very often war on the borders between the great Scottish lords and the northern English chiefs. The Scots and the French were fast friends and leagued themselves together against the common enemy. And presently some French knights came to Scotland and offered to fight against England. The countries were at peace, but in spite of that, the Scottish lords told the French knights that they should see some fighting, and without telling King Robert anything about it, they marched across the border and laid waste Northumberland, returning with much spoil. Soon after, the French knights went home and told their king of all that they had seen and done in Scotland. Then the French king determined that when the truce between the two countries was over, he would send a great army to Scotland to fight against the English. For the French were always anxious that there should be war between Scotland and England, as then the English king had fewer soldiers to send to fight against the French. So the following summer, an army of Frenchmen sailed from France and landed in Scotland. The Scottish nobles, especially Earl Douglas and Earl Murray, received them very kindly, but when it became known in Scotland that so large a body of Frenchmen had arrived, the people were not pleased. "What has brought them?" they asked. "Who sent for them? Can we not carry on our own wars with England without aid from France? We do not understand their language, and they cannot speak ours. Let them be told to go back again. We can fight our own quarrels and do not require their help." The Scottish people spoke like this because they were afraid that the French, instead of helping them, might in the end try to conquer them, as the English had done. But if the Scots were not glad to see the French were just as sorry that they had come. They were accustomed to handsome houses, splendid castles, soft beds, and every luxury. Scotland had been made so poor by constant wars with England, their houses had so often been burned and destroyed, that they had none of these things to offer their guests. So the French nobles began to laugh and to say to their leader, Sir John de Vienne, "What could have brought us here? We have never known before what poverty and hard living were. Now we will find out the truth of what our fathers and mothers used to tell us when they said, 'If you live long enough, you shall have in your time hard beds and poor lodgings.' Let us be quick and get on to England, for there is nothing to be gained here." But Sir John replied, "My fair sirs, it becomes us to wait patiently, since we have got into such difficulties. Take in good humor whatever you can get. You cannot always live in Paris or in some great city. In this world, those who wish to live with honor must endure good and evil." King Robert had been in the Highlands when the Frenchmen arrived. Now he came to Edinburgh, and the Frenchmen were again disappointed when they saw him. Instead of the gallant leader they had expected, here was an old and worn man with red, bleared eyes. But Robert did not go with the army to England. He sent his sons in his place. The French and the Scots had marched some way into England, taking castles and doing much damage by the way, before they met the English army. At last they heard that the enemy were near. At this, the French were greatly delighted and hoped for a battle at once. But the Scots had learned to be very careful how they attacked the English in open country, so instead of advancing, they went back. This made the French leader very angry. "Why will you not fight?" he said. "You told us before we came that if you had 1,000 good men of France, you would be strong enough to conquer the English. I will warrant you now have 1,000, if not more, and 500 crossbows to boot. And I must tell you, the knights who are with me are valiant men who will not fly." And Douglas answered, "By my faith, my lord, we are sure that you and your men are brave, but all England is on the march to Scotland. We will take you to a place where you may see all their host. If, after that, you still advise a battle, we will not refuse it." "By heaven, then," said Sir John, "I will have a battle." Douglas and the Scottish leaders then took Sir John to a high hill from which he could see the whole of the English host. Thousands of foot soldiers, thousands of archers, horsemen, knights, and nobles were there. In silence the Frenchman looked upon the mighty company as it lay before him. Then, turning to Douglas, "You were right," he said, "in not wishing to fight. But what is to be done? The English are in such numbers that they will overrun and destroy your whole country." "Let them," said the Scots. "They will find only a deserted land. Meanwhile, we will march into England. It is a rich country, and we will gather great spoil." And so it happened. The Scots allowed the English army to pass them and to march into Scotland. There they did all the damage that they could, which was not much, for, as Douglas had said, they found only a deserted land, all the people having fled away to safe places in the hills and forests, taking their cattle and goods with them. It was in this way that the Scots had learned to fight the English. And as soon as they had gone, the Scots came out of their hiding places, rebuilt their wooden houses which the English had burned, and were not much worse off than they had been before. In the meantime, the Scots army overran all the north of England, ravaging and plundering to their hearts' content, and finding none to oppose them, for all the English soldiers had marched into Scotland, leaving no one to protect their homes. Then, when the two armies had each wasted the other's country as much as possible, they turned home again, the Scots laden with spoil, the English poorer than when they came. Soon after this, the French knights went back to France, many of them little pleased with their visit to Scotland. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 48, Robert II, The Story of the Battle of Otterburn. The Scottish nobles now resolved again to invade England. They made all their preparations secretly, keeping them from the king as they would from an enemy, for they knew that he desired peace. But the Scottish nobles knew, too, that the English king was in trouble, that he was quarreling with his own family and with his people, and that it was therefore a good time to avenge themselves upon England. So, secretly, and in spite of the king, they gathered to arms and crossed the border. The Scottish army was divided into two bodies, one of which, led by Earl Douglas, marched into Northumberland. There, after having done much damage, they met the English under the Earl of Northumberland's two sons, Henry and Percy. Henry the elder was so gallant and eager a knight that he was called Hotspur. He and his brother were among the bravest of the English knights, just as Douglas was among the Scottish. Near Newcastle, Douglas and Hotspur met, and in the fight which took place, Douglas captured and carried off Hotspur's pennon. "I will carry this with me to Scotland," cried Douglas, waving it aloft. "I will place it upon the topmost tower of my castle, that it may be seen from far." By heaven, Earl Douglas, cried Hotspur, full of anger, you shall not even bear it out of Northumberland. You shall never have that pennon to brag about. You must come then this night and take it, replied Douglas scornfully. I shall fix it before my tent. Come and take it if you dare. It was now late in the evening, so each army went back to camp to rest and have supper. The Scots had plenty of food, and having had a good meal, they lay down to sleep. But a strict watch was kept, for they expected Hotspur to make good his proud boast and to come to take his pennon. But the night passed. Hotspur did not come, and next morning the Scots began to march homeward. They might have gone safely home without more fighting, but Douglas decided to remain for 2 or 3 days near the castle of Otterburn. For, said he, I conquered Hotspur's pennon in fair fight, and I will give him a chance of winning it back again. He will find it well defended if he comes. In those days, knights looked upon war almost as a game, and Douglas was anxious to play fair and to keep the rules. In the meantime, Hotspur was greatly ashamed that he had not kept his word and won his pennon again from Douglas. The knights who were with him tried in vain to comfort him. Many such losses happen in war, they said. If Douglas did take your pennon, he had to fight hard for it. We are not strong enough now to attack so great a host. Let us wait until more men come to help us. It is better to lose a pennon than 200 or 300 knights. Very unwillingly, Hotspur yielded to this advice. But when the English knights came galloping into the camp with news that the Scots were near Otterburn and that they were not more than 3,000 strong, Hotspur sprang up. To horse! To horse! He shouted. By the faith that I owe to my God and to my Lord and Father, I will yet recover my pennon this very night. It was a warm, calm August evening, and the moon shone brightly as Hotspur and his men galloped impatiently along. The Scots had had supper. Many of them had already fallen asleep when the whole camp was aroused with the cry of Percy! Percy! Hotspur had come for his pennon. Quickly, the Scottish knights armed themselves. The soldiers fell into fighting order, and soon the cry of Douglas answered that of Percy. Although it was night, it was not very dark, for the harvest moon shone brightly and calmly on the raging battle. Lance met lance, sword rang on sword, great deeds of valor were done, and many a brave man fell on either side. Douglas! Douglas! Shouted the Earl, pressing with his banner where the fighting was most fierce. Percy! Percy! Came the answering cry. The two banners met. Round them the battle raged most furiously. Cowardice was unknown. With splendid courage, Scottish and English knights fought gaily and courteously, as if in play. Never had there been such a chivalrous knightly battle fought. Yet it was no play, but deadly earnest. At last, pierced by 3 lances, Douglas, fighting desperately, was borne to the ground. His standard-bearer was killed, and his banner, trampled and blood-stained, lay beside him. Only his chaplain still fought fiercely, guarding his master's body as the English swept past, little knowing how great a general lay dying upon the field. "How fares it, cousin?" asked a knight as he knelt beside him. "But so and so," answered Douglas. "But thanks be to God, there are few of my ancestors who have died in their beds. Now I bid you avenge my death, for I have but little hope of living. Raise my banner, shout Douglas, and do not tell friend or foe that I am not with you, for should my enemies know that I am dead, they would greatly rejoice, and should my followers know, they would lose heart. There is an old saying in our house that one day a dead man shall win a battle. Please God, this night it will come true." So speaking, upon the battlefield the Douglas died. Then the knight drew his dead body out of the press of battle, raised the fallen banner, and shouted, "Douglas! Douglas!" The earl's men, who had been scattered, hearing again the sound of their master's battle cry, gathered once more round his banner, and so well did they fight that at last the English were scattered and beaten. Many prisoners were taken, among them both Hotspur and his brother. So Hotspur, as well as his pennon, was carried to Scotland. But Douglas could never place the captured pennon on his castle walls, for he lay quiet and still in the fair abbey of Melrose, and over his grave was hung the torn and blood-stained banner which had won the battle. After this, a 9 years' truce was made, and in 1390 A.D., King Robert died. He had grown so ill and feeble that for some time the power had really been in the hands of his second son, who was called Robert, Earl of Fife. As regent, Robert Stuart had been a good ruler and had fought valiantly against the kings of England. But as king, he had been idle and weak. He had allowed the great lords to carry on war with England, although he himself wished for peace and knew that peace would have been best for the country. For when the King of England gave up trying to make himself overlord of Scotland, the great reason for fighting had gone. But during the wild years of war, the great barons had grown to love war, and they were glad of the smallest excuse for fighting. Only a stern, strong king could have repressed them and forced them to keep peace. Robert II was neither strong nor stern, and so the barons carried on war in spite of his wishes. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 49, Robert III, the story of a fearful Highland tournament. The eldest son of King Robert II was called John, but that name was thought to be unlucky. The people remembered John Baliol and his unhappy reign. They had also heard that King John of England and King John of France had been unfortunate, so they changed John Stuart's name to Robert, and he was crowned as Robert III. But changing his name made no difference either to his fortunes or to his nature. Robert III was not a strong man, and he was lame, having been kicked by a horse when he was a boy. He was kind and gentle, and quite unfit to rule the fierce lords and barons. So even after he came to the throne, he allowed his brother, who was also called Robert, to continue to rule as he had done at the end of their father's life. King Robert had a son called David, to whom he gave the title of Duke of Rothesay. To Robert his brother he gave the title of Duke of Albany. These were the first dukes ever made in Scotland. Rothesay was young, gay, and handsome. He was wild and wicked too, and often caused much sorrow to his father, who loved him dearly. Albany was silent, dark, and cunning. He hated Rothesay because he knew that one day he would be king, and he himself wanted to be king. When Robert III came to the throne, there was peace with England, but not having England to fight against, the great lords fought all the more fiercely among themselves. They fought too with the Highland chieftains, who lived in the wild and mountainous parts of Scotland. These Highlanders were so fierce that the English called them the Wild Scots. They were formed into various clans and families, and fought often among themselves as well as with the lowland lords. Had the king been a strong man, he might have tamed the wild nobles, but he left everything to his brother Robert, the Duke of Albany. And Albany tried to make friends with the nobles by leaving their wicked deeds unpunished, for he hoped that someday they would help to put him upon the throne. So the whole land was full of fighting, quarreling, and oppression. Those who were strong took from those who were weak. There was neither justice nor mercy to be found anywhere, and Albany, although he was a strong and clever man, allowed these things to be. Among the wildest of the Highland clans were two called Clan Kay and Clan Chattan. There was a deadly hatred between them. They were always fighting, and they filled the whole country round with war and bloodshed. At last they decided to settle their quarrels by a great tournament, 30 of the best men from one clan fighting against 30 of the other. The place chosen for this battle was a beautiful plain close to the walls of Perth. Wooden galleries were built all round for the people who came to watch, and the king and all his court consented to be present. This was no ordinary tournament, such as knights often took part in, for the knights fought in full armor and often with blunted weapons. These Highlanders, when they entered the lists, wore no armor and carried not only bows and arrows, but swords, battle-axes, and short, keen daggers. They were all fierce, strong men, and they meant to fight to the death. But at the last moment, when the trumpets sounded for this fearful tournament to begin, one of the clan Chattan men lost heart. Throwing down his weapons, he fled from the lists. Full of fear, he leaped the barriers, plunged into the river, and, swimming across it, disappeared into the wood beyond. The king, who did not love bloodshed, was not ill-pleased at the thought that the fight could not take place, for the numbers were now uneven, and no man of the clan K would retire lest he should be thought cowardly. But from the bystanders a little crooked-legged man, who was a blacksmith in Perth, stepped forward. "I will take the coward's place," he cried, "if you pay me half a French crown." The offer was at once accepted, for there was no time to send to the clan Chattan country for another man, and rather than not fight at all, they were glad to have the little crooked-legged blacksmith. So the trumpets sounded, and the bagpipes screamed, and with mighty yells the two clans closed upon each other. A terrible fight it was. The great battle-axes swung and fell. Sword and dagger flashed, and the fair meadow was red with blood. In the middle of the fight, the crooked-legged blacksmith, having killed a man, stood still. "How now?" said the clan Chattan chief. "Are you afraid?" "Not I," replied the smith, "but I have done enough for half a crown." "On and fight!" cried the chief. "I will not grudge wages to him who does not grudge his work." So the smith fell to it again, and fought as fiercely as any. Both sides fought, filled with bitter hatred of each other, till at last only one man of clan K was left alive. Of clan Chattan there were 10, and the little crooked-legged blacksmith, all sorely wounded. Then the king flung down his baton and cried out that clan Chattan had won the day. This was a very terrible way of settling a quarrel, but probably some of the great lowland nobles encouraged the clans to fight in the hope that if some of the fiercest of the Highlanders were killed, the others would be more easily kept in order. And indeed, for a long time after this slaughter, the Highlands remained more peaceful. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls, by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 50, Robert III, The Story of the Duke of Rothesay. The Duke of Rothesay, although he was wild and wicked, was handsome and had pleasant manners, and the people loved him. He had many friends, and Albany had few, and Parliament decided that as the king was ill and could not himself rule, his son the Duke should be governor. Albany had always hated Rothesay. Now that he was obliged to yield the power to him, he hated him more than ever. Soon after this, the truce with England came to an end, and the Scottish borderers, who had been waiting eagerly for that time to come, once more broke into England and laid the country waste. The English borderers, too, were not slow to fight, and soon the terrible wars were raging as fiercely as before. The King of England, who was now called Henry, remembering the old claim of the English kings to be overlords of Scotland, determined to conquer the country. He sent a letter to King Robert, telling him that he meant to march to Edinburgh, there to receive his homage. King Robert took no notice of this letter, but treated it with silent scorn. Then Henry, gathering a great army, marched into Scotland. He marched right on to Edinburgh. There, Rothesay, who commanded the castle, sent a fiery letter to King Henry. In it, he told Henry that he had only come into Scotland for the love of plunder, and dared him to settle the quarrel by a tournament between an equal number of knights from either side. To this Henry would not listen, and he began to besiege Edinburgh. Albany had meanwhile gathered an army, and he now came marching toward Edinburgh. But instead of helping his nephew, he encamped a little way off and did nothing. This made the people very angry, for they believed that Albany wanted King Henry to defeat the Duke of Rothesay, and either to kill or take him prisoner. Winter was coming on. The English had eaten up all the food they had, and they began to starve. Many of them, too, had died of sickness and cold, and last of all Henry heard that the Welsh were rebelling, so he gave up the siege and marched back again to England. This is the last time that an English king ever brought an army into Scotland. When armies came again, they were not led by the king, but by one of his generals. Unlike all the other armies which had come before, this one did little damage, for Henry did not allow his troops to burn and ravage as they went, but made them march peacefully and quietly through the land. While his country was in danger, the Duke of Rothesay had fought well and kept the castle of Edinburgh from falling into the hands of the King of England. But now that the danger was over, he again took to his former wild ways. Albany, who hated his nephew, was not slow to tell the king all the evil things which he had heard about him. At last the poor old king, hurt to the heart that his son should do such things, ordered Albany to imprison him until he should promise to behave better. Then Albany was very glad. For many years he had longed for the death of Rothesay. Now he felt that he could safely kill him. In those days it was easy for prisoners to be killed, for the dungeons were dark and hideous, and it was not wonderful that few should come out alive. And Albany had the king's orders, signed and sealed by the king's ring, telling him to put the prince in prison. So one day as the Duke rode toward St. Andrews, attended only by a few followers, he was suddenly seized by Albany and his friends. Rothesay was first taken to the castle of St. Andrews, but that was not secret or safe enough to please his wicked uncle. So, in a storm of wind and rain, mounted upon a cart-horse, and with only a rough peasant's cloak thrown over his beautiful clothes, he was rudely hurried away to the castle of Falkland, which belonged to Albany. There he was thrown into a dark and gloomy dungeon under the castle walls. He had no light except what came through the tiny barred window just above the ground. He was given no food, no drink. His cruel uncle meant him to die by one of the most terrible of deaths. He meant him to starve. In this dungeon he remained day and night, without food or drink or light, until he cried aloud in pain. The daughter of the governor of the castle heard his cries, and she came to the window. She knew that dreadful things often happened in these dark dungeons, and when the poor prince, dragging himself to the window, told her that he was being starved to death, she was full of pity. She hurried away and returned as quickly as she could, with some thin oatcakes hidden in the white muslin veil which it was then the fashion for ladies to wear on their heads. It was all that she dared to bring, for fear of the soldiers who watched. Day after day she went, pretending to walk in the garden, and always she stopped at the little window and let the oatcakes drop through the bars. Another woman gave the Duke milk, but all that those two women could bring him was not enough to satisfy his terrible hunger, and soon even that was stopped, for the cruel jailers began to wonder why the Duke did not die. They watched more carefully than before, and when they found out what the governor's daughter and her servant were doing, they put them to death. The poor Duke was now left without a single friend, and one morning his groans ceased, and there was silence in the little cell. He was dead. Then the Duke of Albany caused it to be made known that the prince had become ill and had died in prison. Everyone believed that he had been murdered by his uncle, but no one dared to tell this to the poor old king, who wept and mourned greatly for the loss of his son, whom he had loved very dearly in spite of his wildness and wickedness. Albany now once more became regent, for although King Robert had another son called James, he was only a little boy, too young to rule. But King Robert began to be afraid of his brother. He began to feel sure that he had murdered Rothsay. So, to keep his son James safe, he made up his mind to send him to France, pretending that he thought he would receive a better education there than in Scotland. A ship was fitted out, and, accompanied by several nobles, the young Prince James, who was about 9 years old, set out for France. The weather was fine, and they sailed along without fear, for there was a truce between England and Scotland at that time. But in spite of the truce, they had not gone far when an armed English ship came sailing towards them and attacked them. The prince was taken prisoner and carried away to the King of England. When they were led before him, the nobles fell upon their knees and begged him to set the prince free, reminding him that the two kingdoms were at peace and that to take the prince prisoner was an act of war. But King Henry only laughed at all they said. If King Robert had been truly friendly, he said, he would have sent his son to England to be taught. For I know French indifferently well, and nowhere could he find a better master. So instead of going to France, the poor little prince was put into an English prison. When this news was brought to King Robert, he was sitting at supper. As he listened to the messenger, his face grew pale, and he fell forward, senseless. His servants thought that he had died. They carried him to his room and laid him upon his bed. There he lay like one dead, and indeed he was so full of grief that he did not care to live, and soon after, on the 1st of April, 1406 A.D., he died. He had reigned for 16 years. He was a good and gentle man, but no fit king for those troubled times. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51. Regent Albany, the story of the Battle of Harlaw. The old king was dead, and his young son was a prisoner in England, so the Duke of Albany had his wish. If he was not king, he was at least regent. He did not try to make the English king release his nephew, the prince. He was glad that he should be prisoner, for now there was no one to interfere with him or to question his power. So he made and kept peace with England. This was a good thing for Scotland, although Albany did it for his own selfish ends. But he also wanted to make friends with the barons so that they might continue to let him rule. He allowed them, therefore, to oppress the people and to fight with each other, and he also divided among them many lands which belonged to the king. All this was bad for Scotland. In order to rule, the regent dared not enforce the laws, so the whole land was filled with bloodshed and sorrow. Among these wild barons was a fierce chieftain called Donald, Lord of the Isles. He was ruler over the islands of the west and had much land on the mainland itself, and he thought himself as great as any king. But not content with his many possessions, he claimed as a right the earldom of Ross. This earldom Albany gave to his son Murdoch. Full of dreadful wrath, the island prince gathered an army, and swearing that he would burn the city of Aberdeen and make all Scotland a desert to the shores of Tay, he marched with his wild soldiers through the land. Where they found quiet farms and peaceful homes, they left only blackened ruins. Making themselves rich with plunder, they swept on, a trail of fire and smoke telling the story of their passage. But the men of Aberdeen rose, and, headed by their brave provost, they marched to meet the Highland host. They joined the Earl of Mar, who, with an army of knights and gentlemen, was coming to fight Donald. At Harlaw, about 5 miles from Aberdeen, a great battle took place. The Highlanders wore little armor and were wild and undisciplined, but they far outnumbered the Lowlanders, and they fought with a fierce and savage courage. Round the steel-clad knights of the south they swarmed, yelling madly, fighting with long two-handed swords, short, sharp dirks, and mighty battle-axes. They sprang upon the horses behind their riders and clung there like wild cats, driving their dirks again and again into the backs of the knights through the joints of their armor. Or, with the hooks upon their battle-axes, they pulled the knights out of their saddles, dealing them deadly blows as they lay upon the ground. They fell fu close, like ilka side, sic strakes ye never saw, for ilka sword gaed clash for clash at the battle of Harlaw. The Highland men wi' their lang swords, they laid on us for sair, and they drave back our merry men 3 acres breadth and mair. But the Lowland men fought calmly through the yelling horror that surrounded them, and although many were slain, the Highlanders were at last driven back. On the red field of Harlaw, hundreds of the noblest men of Lowland Scotland lay dead, along with hundreds of Highlanders and Islanders. Of 50,000 Highland men, scarce 50 there went hame, and out of the Lowland men, but 50 marched with Graham. Gin ony body speer at ye, for them we took awa. Ye may tell them plain and very plain, they're sleeping at Harlaw. The Highlanders had the worst of the battle. They did not take Aberdeen, as they had threatened, but went back to their islands, subdued, if not conquered. For 13 years, Albany continued to rule. He was a very old man, over 80 when he died. Including the time he had ruled during his brother's life, he had governed Scotland for 34 years. Little good can be said of him. He was not even brave, as nearly all the Stuarts have been. It was during the years in which Albany ruled that the first Protestant martyr was killed in Scotland. A martyr is a person who dies for his religion. Up to this time, all the world had belonged to the Roman Catholic Church, of which the Pope, as we call the Bishop of Rome, was the head. But now a few men began to doubt if all that the Pope commanded them to believe was right. These men came to be called Protestants because they openly protested or bore witness to what they believed. But the Pope and all those who thought as he did were very angry with the Protestants. They ill-treated them and often put them to death. The first martyr was called John Resby. He suffered a very cruel death, being burned alive at Perth in 1407 A.D. His books and all that he had written were burned with him, so that people might forget what he had taught. But this was not a good way to make people forget, and in after years many died as he did, rather than pretend to believe what they did not believe. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 52. Regent Murdoch, the Scots in France. As soon as Regent Albany was dead, his son Murdoch began to rule, instead of sending to the King of England and asking him to allow Prince James to come back to his kingdom. Murdoch was not so crafty and treacherous as his father, but he was weak and simple, and the barons became more powerful than ever and more unwilling to submit to rule and order. Regent Albany had always tried to be friends with the English king because he wanted him to keep Prince James a prisoner. But many of the Scottish nobles did not care for the friendship of England, and some of them would have been glad to see their prince free. So these now sailed across the sea to help the French against the English, for Henry of England had claimed the crown of France, and as the French king would not give it up, there was war between them. The first battle of the Scots in France was at a village called Bougie. The English were led by the Duke of Clarence, brother of the King of England. He was just sitting down to dinner when news was brought to him that the Scots army was near. "On them, gentlemen!" cried the Duke, springing up. "Let the men mount and follow me at once." And leaping upon his horse, he rode to meet the enemy. The Scots were not thinking of battle because there was a 3 days' truce at the time. They were amusing themselves playing football when they heard that the English were advancing. Quickly they left their play and prepared to fight. Between the Scots and the English there flowed a river which was crossed only by a narrow bridge. Clarence pressed eagerly on, and some of his soldiers passed over the bridge. But the Scottish knights charged down upon them before they could form again, and won the battle much as Wallace had won Stirling Bridge. The Duke, riding first and cheering on his men, was easily known by his splendid armor and by the glittering band of gold and jewels which he wore over his helmet. As he rode, one of the Scottish knights dashed upon him with his lance. So great was the shock that the Duke was thrown to the ground. There another noble killed him with his battle-axe. Many a brave English knight fell upon the field. Many more were taken prisoner. Of the Scots and French, very few were killed or even wounded. The King of France was so pleased when he heard of this victory that he made the Scottish leader High Constable, which was one of the highest titles of France. Many of the knights he rewarded with French lands. After this, still more Scots joined the French, among them the Douglas. But this Douglas was an unlucky man. He was called Tyne Man, which means lose man, because he always lost the battles in which he fought. When he joined the Scots in France, they seemed to become unlucky too, and they lost battles instead of winning them. The English king now took Prince James with him to France, hoping that the Scots would not help the French any more when they knew that their own prince was in the English camp. Henry even asked James to command the Scots to go home, but James would not. "Set me free," he said, "then they will obey me. How could they acknowledge as their king one who is in the power of another man?" Henry was very angry at this answer, and once when he took some Scots prisoner, he hanged them all, saying that they deserved no better fate, for they had fought against their own king. This was not true, for James was only in the English camp because he was forced to be there. At last, in a battle against John of the Leaden Sword, as Douglas called the Duke of Bedford, who now ruled France for the English king, the Douglas and nearly all of the Scots were killed. The King of France made the few Scots who remained into a royal guard, and for many years the French king's Scots Guard was famous. But some people say that the French Scots Guard had been formed hundreds of years before, in the days of King Achaeus, the friend of Charlemagne. No more Scottish soldiers went to fight in France. They had now a reason for staying at home. Their king had been set free, and he had promised not to help the French. Regent Murdoch had proved to be so weak a ruler that far from being able to govern the country, he was not even able to govern his own sons. They were wild and wicked. They set their father at defiance and would obey neither the laws of God nor of man. At last they became so insolent that Murdoch cried out one day in passion, "Since you will not obey me, I will fetch one home whom we must all obey." From that day he began to pray the English to release Prince James, and in May 1424 A.D., after having been 18 years in prison, he returned home. Murdoch's rule had lasted only 5 years. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 53. James I, the Beautiful Lady of the Garden. When King Henry of England took Prince James of Scotland prisoner, he did not treat him unkindly. No chains were put on his hands or feet, nor was he thrown into a dark and horrible dungeon. He was shut up in a strong castle, but he had a pleasant room in which to live. His window looked out on a pretty garden. There, early and late, Prince James would sit, watching the trees and the flowers, and listening to the birds singing, and that brought great comfort to him in his loneliness. King Henry, remembering that he had said that he could teach James French as well as any man, had him taught not only French, but many other things. Prince James learned to read French and English and Latin, to sing and to play upon the harp and organ. He was also taught to fence and to wrestle, to use bows and arrows, and indeed to do everything that knights and nobles did in those days. No doubt the hours seemed long to the little boy, shut up all day in one room, so he looked forward to the coming of his masters, and soon he grew to love his books better than anything else. Over and over again he read the pretty stories of Chaucer and of other great poets, and he filled his mind so full of beautiful thoughts that when he grew up he too wrote poems. But in spite of all this, James was very lonely. When he was a boy, he longed for other boys to play with, and as year after year went by and he grew to be a man, he longed more and more to be out in the great world, to go and come as he wished, to talk and laugh, to be merry and sad with other men and women, and to have his share in all the joy and sorrow, work and play of life. Whereas in ward full oft I would bewail my deadly life full of pain and penance, saying right thus, what guilt have I to fail, my freedom in this world and my pleasance? Since every man has thereof sufficience, that I behold, and I a creature, put from all this, hard is mine adventure. The bird, the beast, the fish eke in the sea, they live in freedom, each one in his kind, and I a man, and liketh liberty. What shall I say? What reason shall I find that fortune should do so? Thus in my mind, my folk I would argue, but all in vain. None there was took pity on my pain. Then would I say, if God me had devised to live my life in thraldom thus and pine, what was the cause that he more me adjudged than other folk to live in such ruin? I suffer alone among the figures 9, a woeful wretch that to no man may speed, and yet of all living help has need. That is part of a poem which James wrote, and which is called the King's Quair, or King's Book. He tells us that both day and night he would bewail his sad fate in words like these. Often he could not sleep, and would spend the night trying to read, and so to forget his misery. Then, as soon as the sun began to shine, he would go to his window, and look out upon the fair world into which he might not go, and the sight of the blue sky and the green trees comforted him. One May morning he rose very early, and opening his window, leaned out to breathe the fresh, clean air. He looked down into the garden with its green arbor, set about with thick leafy trees and hawthorn hedges white with blossom, and up to the sky where big fleecy clouds were sailing through the blue. All the world was bright. And on the small green twigs sat the little sweet nightingales and sang, so loud and clear the hymns consecrate, to love's use now soft, now loud among, that all the garden and the walls rang, right with their song and all the linked notes of their sweet harmony. Worship ye that lovers be this May, for of your bliss the first days are begun, and sing with us, away, winter, away. Come, summer, come, the sweet season and sun. Awake for shame that have your heavens won, and joyously lift up your heads all. Thank love that does you to this mercy call. The birds seemed so glad and joyous that after they had stopped singing, Prince James still leaned by the window, watching them as they hopped about, preening their feathers, Twittering and playing with each other in the sunshine, they came quite close to his window, where they were not afraid of the man with the sad eyes who watched them. And all the time Prince James was saying to himself, "What have I done that I should be cooped up here within these four walls, with no one to love me, while the birds may fly about in the free air and sing to each other and love each other?" Still full of these sad thoughts, he looked down again into the garden. Suddenly, all the blood in his body seemed to rush to his heart, for there in the garden walked the fairest lady he had ever seen. Her golden hair was crowned with a wreath of flowers, red, white, and blue. Her dress glittered with gold and gems. Round her neck hung a great red ruby heart, and oh, she was more beautiful than any fairy princess. Unable to move, the prince stood and gazed at her. No wonder was, for why, my wits all, were so o'ercome with pleasure and delight, only through letting my eyes fall down, that suddenly my heart became her thrall. For ever of free will, for of menace, there was no token in her sweet face. As soon as he recovered himself, Prince James drew in his head quickly, lest he should be seen, and frightened the beautiful lady away. But again he leaned out to watch her as she walked with her two ladies in waiting, and played about with her little dog. Then, although the lady was far away down in the garden and could not hear him, Prince James knelt at the window and whispered to her. "Dear lady," he said, "you are so beautiful I cannot help but love you. Why did you come? I am only a wretched prisoner, but be kind to me and love me too. If you will not, I must bear the pain all my life." And so he knelt and watched and whispered and envied the little dog she played with. "Dear birds," he cried, "where are your songs? You sang of love this morning. Where are your songs now? Why are you silent? Do you not see that the most beautiful lady in all the world is walking in the garden? Sing on again and make my lady cheer. Now is the time to sing, or else never." It seemed as if the little birds understood, for they began to sing more sweetly than they had ever sung before, it seemed to the prince. The beautiful lady stood under the trees, looking up and listening to their songs, and Prince James knelt by the window, watching and loving her more and more. In her was youth, beauty with humble port, bounty, richness, and womanly feature. God better wot that my pen can report. Wisdom, largesse, estate, and knowledge sure, in every point so goodly her measure. In word, in deed, in shape, in countenance, that nature might no more her child advance. And when she walked had a little while, under the sweet young boughs bent, her fair fresh face as white as any snow, she turned has, and forth her ways went. But then began mine anguish and torment, to see her go, and follow not I might. Methought the day was turned into night. The beautiful lady had gone from the garden. To Prince James, life seemed darker and more dreary than before. All day he mourned and grieved, longing again to see the lovely lady. When night came, he still knelt by the window as motionless as any statue. At last, wearied out both in heart and mind, he leaned his head against the cold stone and slept. And in his dreams he saw again the beautiful lady walking in the garden. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Scotland's Story, A History of Scotland for Boys and Girls by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 54. James I, the Poet King, How He Reigned and How He Died. To Prince James in his prison the days were dark and long and dreary, but brighter days were near. Regent Albany died. His son Murdoch ruled weakly and badly. Scotland longed for a king again, and at last the prison doors were opened. Prince James was free. In those days, when a prisoner was set free, he had to be ransomed. That is, a large sum of money had to be paid for him. But as James had been unlawfully seized when the two countries were at peace, the English could not demand a ransom. Instead, they sent the Scots a bill for all that they had spent on educating and keeping their king, just as if the Scots had wanted the English to keep their king from them all these years. As soon as James was free, he married the beautiful lady of the garden. His fair heart's lady, he called her. Her name was Jane Beaufort, and she was a relation of the king and a very great lady. The English were glad that James wanted to marry this lady, for they thought she would make him keep peace with England and not help the French any more. Lady Jane, too, loved Prince James. She had heard much about him at the English court. Perhaps that May morning she had glanced up at his window and seen him as he knelt to watch her while she walked in the garden. They were married with great pomp and ceremony in London, and then this king and queen, a happy pair of lovers, traveled slowly northward to their kingdom. They were followed by a train of English knights and nobles who had learned to love James, and as they neared the borders, the greatest of the Scottish barons came to meet their king. Then, with rejoicing and feasting, they moved on to Scone, where the king and queen were crowned. James found the land in a dreadful state. Under Murdoch of Albany's weak rule, the nobles had grown more and more proud and unruly. Each acted like a king. No one thought of keeping the laws if he did not choose to do so. The land was little else than one wide den of robbers. James set himself at once to bring order into this confusion. 2 or 3 days after he was crowned, he called a parliament. He was busy himself, and he kept his parliament busy too. He went through all the laws, doing away with some, making others more plain and secure. He made the proud nobles show how they came to be possessed of the lands they held, and many of them who had taken other men's goods and lands by force were punished. "Let God but grant me life," cried James, "and there shall not be a spot in my dominions where the key shall not keep the castle, and the furze bush the cow, though I myself should lead the life of a dog to bring it about." By this, James meant that people should learn to keep the laws so well that cattle would not need to be watched and guarded, and that people might live quietly in their homes and not need an army of soldiers to keep them safe from attack. Soon after James came to the throne, Regent Murdoch and his sons were seized, tried, and condemned for the evil deeds that they had done while the king was in prison in England. They were first shut up in Stirling Castle, and afterwards their heads were cut off. For 13 years, James continued to rule wisely and sternly. He brought peace to the land and comfort to the people, but many of the proud nobles hated him because he had lessened their power. For he had tamed the nobles' lust and curbed their power and pride, and reached out an arm to right the poor through Scotland far and wide. And many a lordly wrongdoer by the headsman's axe had died. The king had many enemies, and chief among them was Sir Robert de Graham. One day in Parliament, Sir Robert rose in his place and cursed the king, calling him a tyrant. For this and other misdeeds all his possessions were taken from him, and he was banished from the land. Then he and others with him formed a plot to kill the king. It was winter-time, and James, having made up his mind to spend Christmas at the monastery of the Blackfriars at Perth, with all his court journeyed northward. As he was about to step into the boat to cross the river Forth, he was stopped by an old woman. "My lord king," she cried, "go not over. If you cross this water, you will never return again." For a moment the king hesitated. The woman seemed so earnest that he could not help being struck by her words. "Go," he said to a knight who rode with him, "ask the woman more nearly what she means." The knight went, but he could make nothing of the old woman. All she would say was that someone called Hubert had told her to warn the king. "Heed her not, sire," said the knight as he came back. "She is but a half-witted grande dame." So the king went on, and thought no more of the old woman and her warning, and soon the gay procession arrived safely at Perth. Day after day was spent in merrymaking. Christmas passed, the New Year came, and still the king stayed on. One evening, after a day of feasting and pleasure, James sat playing chess with a knight of the court whom he had nicknamed the King of Love. "Sir King of Love," he said, laughing, "I read not long ago that a king should be killed in Scotland this year. That must be either you or me, for we are the only two kings in the land, so I warn you to look to yourself." The courtiers around laughed at the king's jest, although there were some there who knew only too well that his gay words would soon become true. The court had been unusually gay that day. The evening, filled with games, singing, and storytelling, had passed quickly, so it was late before the last courtier had gone, but still the king, dressed in a loose robe, stood by the fire, chatting with the queen and her ladies before going to bed. But while the king and queen had been merrily passing the time in song and laughter, Robert the Graham and his friends had been preparing their wicked plans. Logs of wood had been placed across the moat. The locks and bolts had been taken from the royal rooms, and everything done that would make the entrance of traitors easy. Now, as the king talked, a fierce Highland war cry was heard without. The clang of swords, the rush of feet came to his ears. The gleam of torches in the courtyard without showed through the uncurtained windows. At once the thought of treachery flashed upon the king's mind. He sprang to the door to fasten it. Alas! The lock was broken, and the heavy bar used as a bolt was gone. Turning quickly to the window, he tried to break or bend the iron bars with which they were guarded, but strong though he was, he could not move them. That way there was no escape. The noise and tumult were coming ever nearer and nearer. The terrified queen and her ladies huddled in a corner, trembling. But one brave lady, called Catherine Douglas, stood by the door, her arm thrust through the iron loops where the bolt should have been. She at least would do what she could to keep the traitors out. The king looked round hopelessly. What was to be done? His eye fell upon the tongs by the fireplace. Seizing them, he forced up a plank in the floor, and, jumping down into the vault below, let the plank fall into its place again. He might have escaped that way, for a little square hole led from the vault to the open air. But alas, only 3 days before the king himself had given orders to have it built up, for when he played tennis in the garden, his balls would often roll into the hole and be lost. So now he could only stand in the vault and wait, listening anxiously to the sounds above. Scarcely had the king disappeared when 300 Highlanders, armed with drawn swords, battle-axes, and weapons of all kinds, rushed into the room. Brave Catherine tried in vain to keep them back. They broke her pretty white arm and rudely threw her from the door as they burst it open and dashed in. Ever afterwards, Catherine was called Catherine Barlass because of her brave deed. The room filled with armed men, and the ladies, terribly frightened, ran away, trying to hide. The queen alone was so struck with terror that she could not move. With pale face and staring eyes, she stood, gazing at the scene. One of the ruffians struck her and would have killed her had not Robert Graham's son stopped him. "For shame," he cried. "What would you do to the queen? She is but a woman. It is with men that we have to do. Let us on and find the king." Then they swept through the rooms, leaving the queen alone, sobbing bitterly. Everywhere they searched, in cupboards and wardrobes, under beds and couches, but nowhere was the king to be found. At last, mad with disappointment and anger, they turned and left the wrecked and ruined rooms. Then the king, hearing no noise, and thinking that all was safe again, lifted the planks which covered his hiding place and made ready to come up. At this minute the traitors returned. One of them had remembered the vault below the floor. "Ha!" he cried in wicked glee as he tore up the plank and saw the king. "The bridegroom is found for whom we came, and for whom we have sought so long." With his drawn sword in his hand, one knight leaped down into the vault. The king caught him by the shoulders and threw him down. A second knight jumped down, but the king seized him too and threw him down. Of his person and stature was the king, a man right manly strong, and mightily by the shoulder blades his foe to his feet he flung. And he smote and trampled them under him, and a long month hence they bare, all black their throats with the grip of his hands, when the hangman's hand came there. King James was a mighty strong man, and he was fighting for his life, but he had only his naked hands with which to fight, and his enemies were armed to the teeth. Then Sir Robert Graham, seeing how James struggled with the two men, also sprang into the vault, sword in hand. Even James could not fight with 3 men at once. "Have mercy!" he cried. "Cruel tyrant, you never had mercy on the lords and nobles," replied Graham. "You shall have no mercy now. Then, for the salvation of my soul, let me confess my sins to a priest." "You shall never have another confessor than this same sword," replied Graham fiercely, and therewith he pierced the king through the body, so that he fell to the ground. Others followed the Graham, till the king lay dead, with 16 wounds in his brave heart. Then the traitors sought for the queen, and would have killed her too. But she had fled to warn the people of the town, who now came hurrying in. They came too late. The king was slain, and the traitors fled. 'Twas in the charter house of Perth, in the fair lit death chapel, that the slain king's corpse on bier was laid, with chant and requiem knell. In his robes of state he lay asleep, with orb and sceptre in hand, and by the crown he wore on his throne was his kingly forehead spanned. And the queen sat by him night and day, and oft she knelt in prayer, all wan and pale in her widow's veil that shrouded her shining hair. And, "O James," she said, "my James," she said, "alas for the woeful thing, that a poet true and a friend of man, in desperate days of bale and ban, must needs be born a king." End of chapter 54.